Hello and welcome everyone to the promotion tournament for the 2016 LPL Spring into Summer season. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me on the desk once again is Indiana Frost, Gurren Black. We had the playoffs yesterday, but today something different here. We're going to look forward to the next LPL season.
Yeah, so today we're going to be covering the promotion tournament, which is the LSPL teams and the LPL teams going into a bracket of, I believe, 6 teams. And 2 will come out the other side of this and join the LPL for the 2016 summer split.
Yeah, we can actually have a look at the bracket as well and how this all works out. There's only 6 teams, like you mentioned. 4 LPL teams, the bottom 4 finishers, basically, with the 8 going to playoffs. M3, HYG, EPA, OMG, those teams will play today, so we get to see them. And the LSPL teams actually get a buffer here. They're sitting in the qualifying matches waiting for the LPL teams.
And that's the big thing to point out here is that it is weighted towards the LSPL team's advantage to make it into the playoffs. So it will be Young Miracles and MF Gaming waiting in the qualifier bracket. But so far today, again, we have Masters 3 versus Hyper Youth Gaming.
Yeah, and that'll just be matches that we're very familiar with, of course. YM and MF, the second and third finishers from the LSPL, or the League of Legends Secondary Pro League, which is the mini LPL, or the secondary league to the LPL, really, for any of you not familiar with how that league works. But like you said, it's just all LPL teams battling. We've seen a lot of these teams play before already, and HYG M3 is actually kind of fun because they only played once in the regular season, and HYG was actually their only series win of the whole tournament.
You said it. That's pretty much the underlying storyline here is the fact that HYG get to play the only team they've ever beat in the LPL. It will be Masters 3. And now they have to beat them in a best-of-5 to maintain their spot in the LPL.
And definitely could be tricky. I think it was HYG's fortunes changing when Chimin, their jungler, who's now been playing consistently with the team and looking very good, despite the fact that the team has, of course, now has to play for their spot in promotion and didn't make it too far up in the regular standings as far as their LPL season was concerned. But it was that change that actually got them a series win versus M3. Feels like if anything's going to happen, these are 2 aggressive teams with pretty strong junglers. Win lane win game may just be the initial thing, but early pressure is definitely the theme of this series.
Yeah, and it's also about where these 2 teams are weighted. So like you said, it was Chimin coming in on the jungle sub for HYG. He played 2 games of Gragas, and Gragas isn't necessarily a hard carry jungler. Obviously, this was when Gragas was very strong in the meta because it was relatively early in HYG's split. But it's more about facilitating for his team members, and that's where an HYG tend to thrive, is when their jungler acts as a facilitator for their solo laners to kind of get ahead. On the other side, Masters 3 are much more about their bottom lane. We keep talking about their support, Savoki. He's a fantastic Tahm Kench player. Expect that to be banned, or at least targeted away, but between flexing the Tahm Kench and the Bard and the Trundle, Lissandra support even, this guy's all about making plays on kind of unconventional champions from the bottom lane.
And it's one of those things where we think about these teams, especially the lower tier LPL teams, now, of course, playing for promotion back into the main league. We always talk about the same thing. They're very aggressive and they're very good when they're ahead. HYG are super impressive as a team when they get ahead, particularly from their jungle pressure. But things kind of fall apart towards the mid and late game when they're not as together, don't have as much experience, maybe not as much leadership on the team. You have to think that that's maybe a worry for both sides this time around because they're effectively 2 teams in very similar positions.
Yeah, that said, HYG do have a lot of experience, if you will, kind of going into this. They're the more experienced team when you compare them to Masters 3. And just that they've had a lot of players who have LS or LPL time underneath their belts, not just in the last split, but previously. You have their top laner, 17, who was formerly of LGD before he was replaced by Flame, Acorn, Marn, and the likes. You have XQ, also the former LGD 80 carry, who was replaced by Imp. And then you have Shu, who is formerly the Energy Pacemaker organization, which is constantly bounced back between LSPL and LPL.
Yeah, in fact, they'll be playing later on down the day, actually, against OMG. We'll see how they fare, maybe trying to get themselves back into the LPL. But it's just so much fun to watch these teams. I feel like a lot of the teams in general for the league really stepped up as the leagues went on, and that included some of these bottom tier teams. M3, HYG, and EPA for a lot of this knew they were getting into the promotion tournament and had to play back for their spot, but it didn't stop them from getting better. I think they've taken that experience and really grown from it, and this could be quite a fun match. Like M3's last series against EPA just ran over them. Thankfully, they don't have to play them on that side of the bracket, but M3 maybe looking a little shaky after at least their last series performance.
No, you're absolutely right. It's kind of about where these teams peaked during their regular split. So Masters 3 actually peaked kind of in the middle of the split and have faltered as the split went on and they were kind of ending, which is scary for them going into this game. But it was kind of the idea that they found their blueprint, or they found what was working for them, which was getting Savoki on a playmaking support and then putting PentaQ on some sort of 80 carry that will scale, or pretty much Lucian to buffer his lackluster lane phase. But again, M3 all about their bottom lane. On the other side, Hyper Youth Gaming, it's kind of been more of a curve this way. I'm not going to say that they've made the success that EPA have on the back half of their split, but they have gotten better and they are learning. And you can see that they're able to play a lane swap now. They're able to play standard lanes. It's about translating, like you said, that really aggressive early game advantage into mid-game decision making and then finishing it out in the late game.
And that was the thing for me. Whenever I saw them play, it was just like they knew what to do when it was obvious, when like, hey, we're 2K ahead, take this objective. Hey, the dragon's up, it's our second, we should take it. Like when it's really basic stuff, when the fundamentals are put to the test, they know exactly what to do when ahead. It's when they have to make like difficult decisions or they're not too sure how far ahead they are. HYG are a team that like at full speed run very, very fast towards you and they're scary. M3 on the other hand, moments of brilliance definitely back and forth. I feel like they should play for their late game more, but time and time again, they tried the weird supports from Tavoki, who's such a fun player to watch. They tried to like snowball their lanes with something like YOLO's Gragas, and it feels like some of the pieces just weren't coming together for M3 nearly as cleanly. Whereas I would say HYG, even though they lose a lot more games because they aren't able to close out, they actually consistently get ahead more, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. We have to recognize that Masters 3 have actually won 3 times as many games as Hyper Youth Gaming, so they are technically, even though this is both the 6th place teams from Group A and Group B, I would say that Masters 3 were the better performing team. That said, Hyper Youth Gaming was sitting in Group B, which was arguably the much harder group. You were sitting with the likes of EDG, RNG, Invictus Gaming, so OMG and Vici.
Yep.
All of those teams are just monstrous right now. But I actually want to really focus on the top laners.
Okay.
So we've been talking about, Savoki. He's a fantastic support. We have a lot of actual experience from Hyper Youth Gaming's bot lane as well. Again, it's XQ and Shu. Both of them have LPL experience, so they were supposed to be kind of the dark horse for Hyper Youth Gaming going into this split of LPL. Unfortunately, it didn't translate as effectively as it needed to. But XY, for me, has kind of been the new factor for Masters 3. And I think he's going to be the actual, linchpin for them to find victory, especially for how strong Maokai is right now.
And Maokai, let's talk about that champion, actually, because, my God, if you didn't tune into playoffs yesterday, we're not going to touch too much on those games because there are no playoff games today. They'll be tomorrow. Maokai's been everywhere, but we're going to have a look at the team profiles first. HYG or Hyper Youth Gaming will be our first team to have a look in. S17, Chimin, Gosu, XQ, and Shu. Expecting pretty much no changes for these orgs. These are the rosters they played in the LPL with for most of it. They should be sticking with them.
Yep, and again, it's going to start with 17 in the top lane, formerly of LGD, so did have LPL experience before coming into this split. He's kind of just a role player. His most played champion for the split was Poppy, so look for that to be a pick. But again, I have a feeling it's all about the Maokai.
Yep, we'll see if he pops up. But Chimin on the Graves train recently, definitely been a champion that a lot of the LPL junglers have liked. We saw Dandy yesterday in playoffs do work with it versus LGD. We'll have a look at Gosu, though. One of the most up-and-down mid laners I've ever had the pleasure of watching.
Especially because he's going against the likes of Raphael. So Gosu and Raphael, their most contested pick is going to be Corki between them. It's their most played champion. They're control mage players.
Yep. Pretty much, and which could be a fun mid lane, as XQ, the AD carry here for the HYG side, has mixed it up a bit. I feel like some of the bottom-tier teams still play a lot of Kog'Maw, which is interesting. You see that there in his match history. But Shu, super solid LPL support. We have seen a little bit more Janna and the like to protect some of these later game carries. Teams feel like they want to push more towards the mid to late game to try and get ahead and win that one big team fight. But again, HYG, for me, they've looked best when they're just applying early pressure like you expect a young team to and just going at the game full pelt.
Yep, and it's really about unlocking Shu. He's going to be a primary enabler for the team. He has the highest kill participation on them, which is 76%, which is pretty ridiculous for someone in the bottom lane.
Yep, certainly is. Kind of carrying the torch of traditional roaming aggressive LPL supports, which has been years and years of legendary supports killing mid laners. That's pretty much my overall experience with the LPL.
Rockin'. It's like, hey.
Now I'm here. As we are going to have a look at the other side. Their opponents for today will be Master 3 organization that was formerly World Elite Academy, now their own separate organization. XY, YOLO, Raphael, PentaQ, and Sabroki.
You just take their logo, you flip the M upside down, and you turn
don't know what you're talking about.
the 3
no
backwards.
Idea. No idea what you're talking about. Looks like an XY, though.
XY, again, this is the guy that I really want to highlight. I feel he's kind of overshadowed a little bit. He's not going to be the primary carry, but again, he's a primary enabler, and we have really strong enabling champions in the top lane, and he's shown that he can execute that.
And he actually usurped this man right here, YOLO, for his top lane spot. YOLO moved to the jungle, transitioning down. He's been up and down, definitely a mechanically strong player, but I feel like his decision-making is not quite there for the role yet.
And that's going to be kind of a description for a lot of these LPL and LSPL teams going down. As we look at Raphael, this guy was the first guy to bring Victor into the LPL last year.
Victor.
He's a Victor Lord.
He certainly is. It might even be banned away today, as we'll have a look in a PentaQ. Really mixing it up with that Tristana pick smack bang in the middle, but playing all the expected carries. We've seen his Jinx along with Savoki, who is now on your screen. The Tom Kench, Kennen, Lissandra, he'll do anything. He's crazy.
Lissandra support. We're not even joking. He played it. Big playmaking support. You just have to understand that Masters 3, they're running towards you, and Savoki is leading.
Yep, certainly.
That's how that goes.
I mean, it was Targons as well, start after Lissandra?
It was a Targons, Lissandra, tank Lissandra.
He's a wonderful man. Awesome stuff there from Savoki. And again, we expect maybe the Tom Kench to get targeted here. Both supports actually are big playmakers for their team, so look to them to maybe get aggressive in a roam, whether or not there is a lane swap or not. I think we're going to see a lot of standard lanes today, but we have seen that these teams know how to play a lane swap. I guess it's just a matter of what do they want to go for. I do expect HYG to come out swinging in most of the games. M3 maybe going to mix it up a bit and try and take the game with a little bit more finesse and get closer towards that mid to late game.
Compositionally, these teams are actually quite similar. So if you just go across the lineups, you have your tank laners, which are effectively role players or team facilitators. Your junglers are going to be the hard carries, although I do think that YOLO has more of a hard carry streak as opposed to Chinnen. Gosu, Raphael, both control mage players. XQ and PentaQ are technically kind of mini Uzis, or that's the playstyle that they try to emulate, but it kind of comes back and bites them because they're not as quite refined as Uzi.
No, well...
And then 2 playmaking supports.
Takes a number of games to be as refined as old Uzi, but certainly solid players across the board. We are going to get into the first game, though. Bans are almost done. HYG on the blue side have taken out Lulu, Trundle, and Maokai. So 2 top lane champions sort of there, with the Thresh, Echo, and Azir banned out by M3.
Glad to see the Maokai priority ban there. Again, I just think that champion's way too long, or way too strong, way too long.
Way too long?
Yep, long played yesterday.
Definitely had some good Maokai games as well, so I can understand the slip, as there's Rise locked in for HYG. I like it.
We've seen Invictus Gaming in particular, RIP Invictus Gaming, IG in particular picking up the old Rise, so priority pick for Hyper Youth Gaming, giving that carry potential. You have to think it's going to go into 17's hands. Not that Gosu can't play it, but it just really doesn't fit his MO.
No, certainly not. Not really a control mage, as it turns out, so I agree there. We'll see if they want to flex it, though, because they do have the option. M3 now lining up their first 2 picks on their side of the map, side of the draft, excuse me.
Could be the other side of the map.
Not yet.
Big priority picks left open are going to be key junglers, so you have Nidalee, Kindred, Gragas all up and available. Likewise, Sivir. We saw a lot of Sivir bans yesterday. She's become quite popular in the LPL. We always know that Braum and Alistar are going to be contested.
Everyone loves Braum. Whenever he's available, it feels like teams just want to first pick him. We mentioned bottom lane could be a contentious point here for these teams. Feels like taking a strong bottom lane is a great start to a draft. Lucian and Braum will be the picks.
The other thing that I really wanted to point out is both these AD carries really need high mobility, a lot of Ezreal, a lot of Lucian. We did say that PentaQ and XQ will be 2 of the AD carries that will play Kog'Maw, but most of the time they need the survivability because their positioning in lane can get quite questionable sometimes.
And I've noticed this a lot. Like, classically in the LPL, we had a lot of Thresh players, excellent Thresh players, but that was sort of the overall breadth of their champion pool. I feel the same way for a lot of the lower tier LPL teams with their AD carries, is that they've definitely got the talent, they've definitely got the mechanics, but a lot of them lean on Lucian in particular as their AD carry of choice. So not really surprised to see it taken away.
I think it's because they try to ride more on their mechanical ability as opposed to their 5v5 or team fighting ability, decision making in particular. So naturally Lucian's going to empower that style of play because he's just so powerful 2v2.
Yeah, really is good. As we do have Poppy locked in for HYG, so it is going to be Gosu most likely taking the Rise. Still some flexibility there, but this I like. Chimin is going to get Nidalee.
Again, Rusty probably covered this yesterday, but I'll just echo his statements. Nidalee has the fastest clear time of any jungler on 6.6, which she was adjusted. She can no longer root the creeps with her pounce, but they gave her 15 plus damage on it, which is pretty ridiculous for an AoE.
So a little less flexible and a whole lot faster is sort of the summary of that. And this is the thing, when we casted yesterday, we saw no Nidalee being picked up, surprisingly, in that particular best of 5, but we know her strength. Chimin clearly knows it as well because he's going to take it away here. Very curious to see what an aggressive jungler like Chimin can do on that sort of power pick. M3, though, do need to make a few more adjustments to their draft. That's 3 AD carries potentially as far as current picks, but we'll see what they lock in here. I think that's probably a bit more appropriate, Raphael. All right, you know what? I'll let him do him.
I really wanted to pick Jace because Jace... I'm not surprised because Jace was touched on 6.6. But I said that Corki's the most played champion between both of these mid laners, Gosu and Raphael. So no surprise, it's a control mage.
And oh, shoo, you hurt me. That was an Annie, very briefly, an LPL classic. But not today. It will be Callisto instead. Corki Graves over on the M3 side. So triple AD carries plus a Braum. currently in line there for M3. And with Kalista locked in, they've got their choice of what they want to pair it with. I wish it was Annie, but I think it's just going to be Alistar.
No surprises there. Alistar and Braum, the two supports going through. But it's really important that Masters 3 got the Braum in the initial rotation, not only, like you said, because he's a very strong pick into lane. He empowers early invades at level 1 due to the power of his Q. But more importantly, it's a triple AD carry composition. They're all about sieging towers, and Braum puts a damper on that real quick.
Certainly does. Rain straight on your parade. As HYG taking their time with their final pick, but I don't think they want to swap things up. Not long left, though, if they do want to change their minds, but they'll leave it at the hover. It is going to be Alistar locked in for their final pick.
I actually feel like Hyper-Youth's gaming composition is much more balanced in terms of where these champions are going to spike. Again, you have Nidalee, who's going to have ridiculous early game pressure. Will ramp fairly decently into mid into late game as a poke champion, especially more so her Primal Surge and the heal that can offer into late game. But then you have Kalista that picks up at the 2-item power spike, and then you have Ryze that picks up at the 3-item power spike, and then two great disengaged champions of the Alistar and the Poppy.
Yep. On the other side for M3, though, it's 3 AD carries and 2 tanks as they last pick the Nautilus. There is nothing particularly special or fancy about the comp, just brute force and hard work there for M3 and their champions, but when it gets going, triple AD carry is real good.
It also means that Hyper-Youth Gaming has to be very diligent about their macro play in between their map movements. They need to make sure that they're always on top of their towers, because if they're ever out of position, the chip damage or just the straight siege from Corki, Lucian, and Graves is so potent.
Yeah, and conversely for HYG, they've got decent sieging power, but it's not nearly on the same level as M3. They've got pretty much a Nidalee heal for a bit of extra help, but with a Ryze in mid lane and even a Kalista in the bottom side, be curious to see if we have a lane swap.
It's kind of a more well-rounded composition
Yep.
of where Hyper-Youth Gaming are potent and powerful, whereas Masters 3, on the other hand, they have like a big power spike into mid-game, and if they can just start sieging towers and snowball a global gold off of their structures, I think they can run away with this
Well,
game.
we're expecting a lot of snowballing in this series in particular. Game 1, always an important pace setter more than anything else. This could go one of two ways. The coaches are going to shake hands, and we'll see what's going to happen. We are going to get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift. And here we are for the first game between Hyper-Youth Gaming and Master 3 for our first ever game and match of the promotion tournament. Only 2 teams from this tournament are allowed back into the LPL for the summer. We'll find out who's going to get one step closer today, as 4 LPL teams will actually do battle. We'll lose 2 from our beloved league, Frostgrown.
Quite a punishing tournament there, immediately taking out 2 LPL teams and giving the LSPL teams a weighted bracket. But we do see the the Keystone Masteries appearing on the bottom of your screen. So Battle of Fervor for the Lucian, no surprises there. Again, we have the Windspeaker's Blessing on Alistar. We talk about this at length, but Alistar's E was changed on 6.6, so I was curious whether teams or players are going to be a bit more flexible between Bond of Stone versus Windspeaker's Blessing.
Yep. Cool to see that the Strength of Ages has been adapted as well. Been something that we're seeing a little bit more of, but other than that, pretty standard. Actually,
And
very standard.
Ryze not going for the, what is it, Thunder, I can never remember, Storm Raiders.
No, that's true, actually. Storm Raider's Search has been the other popular one, but Ghost will stick with Strength of the Ages this time around. Looks like at level 1, everyone's just hanging out, though, although HYG have already gone. They've booked it towards the top side, so we are going to get a lane swap. M3 going to get themselves an interesting 2v1, but XQ and Shu are spotted moving in towards that top half of the map.
Yep, and immediately the response from YOLO there to move towards his strong side of the map, or at least move off onto the red buff, so Alistar and Kalista won't be able to peek where they started.
Ooh, looks like Saoki's actually going to spot Shimon, though, and that's probably going to force him off that camp. Nidalee can't really stay. Takes a lot of damage in the jungle now, despite the speed. Good little pressure there from Savoki, but Shimon does return to try and clear the camp. Little dangerous, but should be okay.
Yep, and we will have the lane swap initiated. Savoki's like, get off.
So
Get off my camp.
there was a caveat to it being okay. Shimon had to leave, but he's... Oh, sorry, Savoki had to leave, but he's not. Pressure actually down. No Ignite, thankfully, for the Braum. So Shimon probably safe, but he's going to pull S17 up towards the camp, and Shimon just... Savoki, sorry, is going to keep at it here. He's not letting them go. at all.
Very healthy. He is going to proc his stun there. So 2v1, Svoki comes out on top, but this is what we're talking about. Unlock this guy into a lane swap, he'll make plays for you.
Yep, and you can see, just going to continue slowing people down. Takes quite a lot of damage in the exchange, but delays them for so long that he's probably bought a good amount of time for M3. So good early play there from the Brom. Should still be back in time to help push down the wave once it's been stacked up by PentaQ. So we'll see how the rest of the lane swap develops, but early jungle pressure does go to M3.
Yeah, and that's going to be massive because, again, Nidalee is so quick in the jungle right now, and you are correct that it did buy time for Masters 3, but more importantly, slowing down that champion for how strong she is.
Yep.
Excellent
Left
play.
untouched. She'll do exactly this. So the S17 is going to help out. Be able to tank up most of this, which is nice. And that blue buff does go over to Chimin. So some adjustments here have to be made by HYG, but they should be around similar timing as far as initial pushes go. YOLO, though, does book it over to the HYG red buff. He'll be able to take that one away. And if HYG do not check that top side, they'll actually keep their red buff as well. So S17 is going to move up now. He'll start himself a nice big push here as this wave's starting to stack in. And looks like both teams are just going to get the standard early push down onto the respective outer turrets.
And again, we always talk about it's so much more important what happens after this initial tower falls, where teams go, whether they're going to duck into Fog of War and try to make a gank play onto perhaps the mid lane, or if they're going to have a gentleman's agreement, swap lanes, and just continue to siege the outer tier towers.
Seems like HYG have done a great job here pushing in. Should have more than enough creeps left over. But XQ's just going to take out a few more for himself there. And another wave does come in, so I think they're actually going to have to keep pushing here. Maybe not.
I actually really like when teams continue to push through, especially when they have in Italy, but it looks like they're not going to. Again, as the new wave will come in, the creeps will actually naturally change aggro, and so you can really slow down and control it, but they did not do that.
No, actually a big wave left there. M3 tanked a few tower hits. Savoki got quite low, but you can see on the other side, they managed to actually get that wave pulled back nice and far.
And what's really important that Spawn really likes to point out is when you bounce your wave better, it buys you time. And with that slight advantage in time, you can actually do something like either set some deep vision down, possibly even look towards a Rift Herald depending on your composition. So we'll see how Masters 3 handle this swap back, and they're not even sending Lucian and Braum towards the top lane. They're sending them back bottom. So again, this is what's important after the initial towers fall, is what this next rotation turns into.
And it's the little things that really matter. You can see wave being built up there. Just a few extra creeps for HYG as S17 actually does get enough time to keep pushing up here. The fact that XY is coming up top lane does mean that S17 was surprisingly safe to push that far up on his own. But you can see the CS discrepancy. He's going to have to start playing catch-up. And
what's important here is that he got the tank minion underneath that tower, so he will be able to bounce and reset the wave, but gank on mid lane.
Chimin looking for a good snare there from Raphael, but the spear's already been thrown out. Chimin, bit of a misfire there on that gank. Raphael gets away.
Yeah, just slightly mismanaged there. Naturally, of course, the snare should have come down and given a free spear as opposed to spear trying to hit a mobile target. But good attempt there, and I like the pressure that Chimin's offering.
Yep, you can see he did take the red buff out of M3's side of the jungle also, so buffs will be equal as YOLO moves into mid lane just to babysit the wave for a little bit.
Trying to pull creep aggro and freeze it.
I like this a lot. Making sure Raphael stays healthy. He's going to keep the wave back there off the turret. And we'll actually return to some different standard lanes. Or alternative standard lanes.
I mean,
they're technically 2v2, but this is not even.
Yeah, and I feel like what you're really opening up here is PentaQ and Savoki saying that we want to have kill pressure on Kalista, which is naturally always going to be dangerous because she is very potent and powerful. But if they do get jungle pressure, that's so much farther to run back to safety of your inner turret.
Elongated standard lanes, I guess. I'm not sure. We'll have to think about the naming on that one. But it's definitely different as Chimin takes away the Grump. Flying through the jungle now at level 5. Got that Tracker's Knife down already. But YOLO also doing a nice job farming. Getting himself pretty quickly towards the Warrior enchantment. Does have a longsword already in pocket. As Chimin with the red buff. Going to look back into the jungle of M3, but no jungle left to take, unfortunately. As Gosu is stacking up that tier nicely. Looks like Raphael's going to return after a bit of aggression there in the mid lane. Have himself a Sheen and a Ruby Crystal. So looking for Phage into Trinity Force.
I want to quickly touch on the CS discrepancies. Obviously, the most alarming one is going to be between the two top laners, 13 to 25 in favor of XY. And again, it just comes down to how much more appropriately Masters 3 bounced the wave and forcing 17, instead of to focus on last hitting, resetting his wave as quickly as possible so he wouldn't be frozen so extended.
Savoki caught actually is only level 3. Good damage in there from the spears. Savoki going to have to run a whole way away, but does stand behind eventually. Good run from XQ, but that's the stun going to come in. Will threaten XQ with concussive blows. Savoki does live to tell the tale, but that got awfully close for a deep ward.
Yeah, kind of a questionable call right there. Like you said, does live to fight another day, and they do manage to zone off Kalista, so trying to eke a bit more of a CS discrepancy between the two AD carries, but so far, XQ and PentaQ doing fine.
Yep, keeping up very nicely as once again, Gosu goes in for it. Raphael going to try and turn and fight, but Gosu does more than enough damage in this exchange. And now Chimen's back again. Now Raphael's going to have to burn the Valkyrie.
Chimen again whiffing on the spear right there. I just feel like it's just slightly not as coordinated as it could be. Again, Ryze gives you that really nice free snare. The reason why Maokai works so well in the current meta is because of his Twisted Advance and how strong snowball junglers are. And the Twisted Advance gives you pretty much a free skill shot. So if you are in Italy, nail the spear. Ryze is going to work in a very similar way, so just set it up.
Yep, window is a little smaller, but I agree. The spirit of the gank is there, but not quite together there for HYG just yet. As Chimen looking for something. She was actually going to check Savoki, try and clear out this pink ward. Chimen's there to defend, so Savoki probably can't do this on his own. M3 going to pull at least their mid laner. YOLO's in the area as well. This is adorable. Blocking off the autos with his shield just to clear a ward.
He has to, though. Look at the item disadvantage between the two supports. So you have the Sightstone completed for Alistar right now, but Savoki's just sitting on a health crystal. That pink ward is so important to them simply because there's no other resources for laying down vision outside trinkets.
Well, they do keep their vision. Chimen, though, continuing to jungle away. This blue buff is up, likely going over to Gosu, who does now walk himself over to collect it. Again, Italy very fast through the jungle. And there's Gosu able to pick that up. Massive damage on that Ryze Q, actually. You can see where sort of some of that power got transferred. There's S17. He's busy farming away. Still behind XY, but should be okay. There's M3 trying to push this lane down, but XQ going to leave it here for as long as possible. Feels like M3 aren't too worried about how far extended they are down this lane.
They know that they get to be this extended because they saw Ryze exit from the lane, so they understand that Chimen is on the top side of the map, meaning that they can be this far extended. And again, Savoki is sitting on a health crystal. They don't actually have vision on top of them to keep them safe, so it's about how they're managing their information. We do see now that Chimen's running down through lane phase, so this gets a bit scarier, which is why you see Savoki and PentaQ being like, it's been a bit.
Yep, time to bail. So they do actually back off, give them some breathing room there as Kalista went back earlier, got a recurve bow to adding with that Dorans and Cull start. So decent stats here building up as looks like these bottom lanes will just trade farm back and forth, bouncing towards those slightly longer lanes. Chimen, though, now on the red buff, should be able to clear that out very quickly for himself. We'll see if he can convert some of this into gank pressure as Raphael goes for a look.
Yeah,
Eats a spear.
We kind of had a little bit of a mini collapse from multiple members of Masters 3. They do have the dragon control, which is why Yellow's going to go ahead and pull the trigger on this again. Dragon control because they have control of the bottom side of the map due to that first tier tower being taken down.
Raphael with the package is good timing as well. But no contest here from HYG means that M3 will get themselves Dragon #1.
And typically in a scenario like this, HYG would be playing to their strong side of the map, which is top side in Rift Herald, but package used.
Yeah, Chimen actually, I think, pounced out of the way. Had to burn the flash, actually, so used an additional summoner to create some distance. Does get out safely, but Raphael just hits the W button and gets a flash out of it.
Yeah, burns the summoner, loses the dragon. They're not in position to contest for Rift Herald. We'll see if Chimen's able to organize his team and look for some sort of objective on the map. But right now, Hyper Youth Gaming just kind of passively losing this early game.
I like the threat there from Gosu. Pops the ulti, runs forward. Raphael, though, does respect the distance. Manages to keep out of the way of those Ryze spells. Ward in the red buff, though. Chimen actually going to go looking for it, but YOLO's in the area.
He doesn't necessarily have control to make this. Yes, he's got control from the mid lane because Gosu stepped forward with his ultimate and got that creep wave pushed in. But the thing is XY on your map right now, having the inner track and able to rotate down quicker means that Chimen is forced to back off.
Yep, YOLO keeps that buff. He's got the warrior enchantment done as well, so he's really strong right now as a Graves for the early minutes of this game. Culling burnt in bottom lane by PentaQ will actually poke out XQ just enough to get Kalista to back off towards the longer part of that lane. Again, the amount of ground HYG's duo has to cover to get back to a safe spot by a turret is pretty deep towards their own side of the map, so have to be careful here. Don't want to get ganked. Although Graves, not a whole lot of CC is going to contribute to that gank, but he will kill you if he has enough time.
Yeah, if he's able to catch you. There's also the item discrepancies between the two AD carries. The fact that PentaQ has his 2 longswords as well as the BF. Tons of flat damage available to him, which is why he is fairly safe playing aggressive and forward, despite the fact that he's against a Kalista.
Boost attack speed here for XQ, but looking for those poke trades is the old Lucian. Has Catalyst done for Gosu. Picked it up, I think, about 60 seconds ago, so he's charging up towards that standard tier plus Rod of Ages build. As that Wolf Spirit's chasing Chimen right out of M3's jungle, he'll fall back to the Rift Scuttler on the right-hand side of the map instead, as YOLO also going to keep farming up. Very farm-heavy early start to this game, which I think is sort of what we expect, particularly given both Nearly and Graves are in the same game.
Yeah, it's funny. We open up alongside lanes for either team, but both of them just kind of reverting back to the standard lane phase. And again, it came down to that rotation from Masters 3 to keep their bottom lane in the bottom side of the map as opposed to contesting Rift Herald, which neither team have even looked at yet.
No, and it's paid off for M3 as well, because XY, despite the long lane, is actually reaping a pretty big benefit in CS. Still 20 up, but action on the bottom side. Pendicu going to get headbutted back in with the Pulverize. YOLO's down here as well, looking for the counter gang as Pendicu heals and flashes away. XQ almost gets blown up instantly as there's another TP going to come in for it. XQ still alive though, and now that's a flash forward from Pendicu. He wants the kill, but he's still not going to lock it down. YOLO is able to get it, but Rise is going to get the next kill on Solution as M3 still in the thick of it. Chimin though can join back in as Savoki is forced to flash out. Gosu flashes forward and gets himself a double. Good Poppy ultimate's going to keep them out of the way, but Raphael's finally made his way down. Shu is somehow still alive, but S17 is going to get sniped by a rocket. Alistar falls to YOLO, and what a mess in bottom lane.
Yeah, and it pretty much trades out even slight advantage for Masters 3. Again, 2-3 on your score right there. It was really Raphael coming into the very back half of that fight that really turned the tide, so a bit of over-aggression from Hyper Youth Gaming, not to just take their initial collapse and back up.
Good counter gank from YOLO. M3 do capitalize nicely. It's actually, Graves is still hunting for Chimin, I think. Raphael maybe a little late to the party, but made it despite the lack of teleport. I think we look how the kills break there. 2 kills for Gosu, a kill for Corki, and 2 for YOLO, sort of how that trade works out.
And that's the most important thing about this, is the fact that Rise was the primary benefactor for Hyper Youth Gaming versus Graves on the side of Masters 3. Not that Graves can't be a hard carry. We saw Dandy illustrate that perfectly yesterday, but Graves versus Rise. You know, I'm going to have to give that to the Rise composition.
Well, Raphael with that kill and assist does get himself a Trinity Force, so power incoming as Rod of Ages on Gosu's side does mean that the people that got kills are powering up nice and quickly as expected. Dash not quite there though for Pentakill, but he's completely trapped Chimin. Just going to wipe him off the top lane.
It's fine, Italy's still strong enough. Meanwhile, in the river,
Savoki battling Gosu. Shu's here as well though. Savoki going to get moved back into the other side, and that's the wrong side. Locked up there by Rise. Chimin gets himself another kill, and M3 very sloppy to get 2 picked off there.
yeah, unfortunate that Savoki was picked up into the river right there. Raphael is doing quite a bit of damage, and YOLO doesn't have his ultimate, but they're going to go and try to contest this.
Yeah, used it already to try and snipe Alistar, but he's going to chase it down. Raphael very strong. He's going to move Chimin off the buff. Blue goes over to Corki, so successful steal there for M3, but it did cost them 2 people as the dual lane rotated back to top and got themselves heavily punished.
But it needs to be underlined how potent and powerful Raphael is right now. He obviously understands this going forward, continuing without Graves' ultimate. So hopefully they can continue to put him in positions where they can even out this score.
This is the battle of the 2 Corki players in a lot of ways, so not unsurprising to learn that Raphael's on top of the champion. XQ back in the bottom side though, still clearing out minions, but he'll be okay. And M3 are sticking to their decision, it seems like, as Raphael and Gosu battling again, but Gosu's not going to win this time around. In fact, maybe he will. No, he won't. It's close. Hexdrink are not there yet for Corki, so making it a little tricky to shake off that Rise damage.
Likewise, that's still very scary. Rise is sitting on a incomplete, well, not an incomplete, but a non-stacked Roa. Doesn't have his Seraph's Embrace available yet. We call Rise kind of a 3-item power spike carry. Obviously, the Seraph's Embrace, the Roa at around 25 minutes, and then into a Void Staff. The thing is if you're... Hold on, though. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So, what?
XQ wanted to pulverize him. YOLO said no. Trying to bait, but YOLO not biting. Just clears the pink ward instead. This is his domain.
This cow is crazy. He like turned around and he was like, I want it.
I think it's an Alistar player thing. They're like, I'm invincible, right? It's like, no, only when you have your ulti on. People just forget. Still squishy support. As Chimin sneaks into the bottom lane. This could be fun. Yeah, 17's here as well, actually. Hello.
There's a lot of members down here. This could very quickly turn into a massive brawl.
This is quite the ruse here for this battle of the pink ward, but M3 not going to bite, and looks like they are just going to try and push down. But XY's here because they did swap those lanes back up. And with the tower there, HYG can't really pressure. They don't have the comp really designed for sieging. And look at Pentakill. Free time in this top lane. That's how it gets shredded with 3 passive procs.
Yep, and again, people don't normally see Lucian as kind of a sieging champion, but very effective with his double tap passive, so should be able to burn through that. And a superior rotation from Masters 3. They're just kind of eking out these really small advantages, so despite the fact that they're down in kills, they're actually ahead in gold.
Yep, and that will continue as the tower goes down in top side. Now about 1,500 up for Master 3. Raphael once again with the package, looking around to see if he can't start a fight here. Might start this one onto Gosu. Gosu uses the ulti. Not a bad time to come in. Chimin actually not spotted, but he is over the wall there.
Oh, no.
Oh, he goes in for it! YOLO, though. No CC between these two, unfortunately.
Immediate regret.
Yep.
The immediate flash.
Pounce in, flash out. Takes some damage, but...
He had so many tools to check that brush without his face. He had the trap. He had the spear. He's like, nah. Let's just get in there.
I don't know how Chimin likes to play, but does regret it certainly as he burns the summoner spell. Will live to tell the tale, though. Thankfully for him, Savoki was not waiting in the brush.
That's just my favorite.
Or Nautilus. They're the only two champions you could face check and not instantly die, I feel like.
He would have instantly died if he didn't have flash.
Oh, that's true. Oh, 100%. Would have died before the pounce cooldown came back up. It's dragging back up again. M3 going to look to continue their snowball of this potential objective and take the second away. HYG, the jungler, just burnt their flash and got chunked, so can't really contest for it. And that's two very clean dragons here.
Again, another kind of micro map play from Masters 3, eking them another small advantage. We'll see if they continue to build and if it'll be enough to this leveling up Rise. Does have his tier 2 boots completed, which is, of course, always important because Rise needs the bonus movement speed.
Certainly does. It's real slow otherwise. This Chimin looking for the red buff again. He's going to take it away, so good counter jungling. You can see that Runic Echo's doing work with the Rod Evaders almost done. Chimin will get stronger and stronger, and pretty quickly here as well, as YOLO needs to go back and shop, probably buy that Hex Drinker that it seems like he's building towards next. Other than that, though, just a lot of farming as the Rift Tower finally gets some attention. Chimin going to take it away with a minute 40 up till Baron. It's a little late, but I'll take it.
It's going to be really important to see where it goes if Chimin's going to keep it to continue to empower his jungle advantage. We do see that it's 96 to 86 CS, so quickly walking away with it. But instead, they're going to go ahead and give it to 17. So see if the team groups up around him and tries to push for an inner.
Yep, maybe some time to get some turrets down, as they are down 1 to 2 in turrets currently. XQ, though, Blade of the Ruin King done with the Rune and Hurricane very much on the way. Recurve bow there, so XQ getting stronger, but a Zeal there for PentaQ means that these two AD carries should meet at the 2-item mark relatively quickly. And once again, we sort of fall back into a pretty familiar farming pattern. We actually swapped the lanes back again. And HYG, 19 minutes in, it seems like they're happy to play a long lane phase, which I think, given the strength of these two teams, we sort of expect. They're used to playing in lanes.
No, yeah. The lane structure obviously gives them kind of a very clear-cut goal, and it was very easy to understand, you know, this is what we're working towards, this is the goal that I'm going to get, as opposed to trying to make cross-map decisions. Masters 3 is still looking a little bit more like the more veteran team, despite that you have more veteran members on HYG.
A little more crisp, have to agree, at least at this point in the game. Baron up in 30 seconds, though, but I don't think we'll be seeing him for a little while. As YOLO jumped on there by Chim and teleport down for M3. Once again, we are going to go aggressive. Ulti out onto XQ. He's going to cause problems for Kalista. YOLO takes out Chimin on the other side as well. And now XQ's locked up as PentaQ chases down XQ and gets him out. S17 is going to kick one away with the ultimate, but PentaQ's still fighting around. Poppy does take out YOLO on the other side now. Ghosty going to flash in and take out PentaQ. HYG managed to turn things around, but it's an even trade so far.
Doesn't look like anyone is going to chase. Looked like disaster initially from HYG, but again, another really great collapse. 17 with the teleport from behind. He's able to immediately get into the back line, delete 2 members. Got the good flank from Rise, Gosu, who has the ghost. We didn't get to touch on that. Didn't take the double teleport.
I could have sworn I thought he teleported down there.
Nope,
so
just walked.
He's just really speedy.
Yep.
I like it.
He's got his Pumas.
Certainly does.
Laced up, boots with the fur. He's ready to go.
Certainly was. Made it down once again for another kill. His third of the game, actually.
And he's constantly beating Corki down here.
Yes.
The other really important thing. Naturally, as soon as Rise walks into Fog of War, if Masters 3 don't have the vision necessary to see where he goes, Corki has to go the long way. He can't walk blindly into a snare and just start eating massive amounts of damage.
We cannot. I've seen Gosa already win a lot of those trades early, despite the power that Raphael currently holds on Corki. Back in topside, the XQ and XY, in S17. Doing battle. S17 with a good slam into the wall, though. Just Poppy things. Beaten up tanks.
He's got a long way to run.
He actually might get the kill here. W wears off, so not going to get that one. No slow here for no Iceborne.
He has flash, though, and 17 doesn't, so if he uses it effectively,
there we go. Very nice flash. Gets carried not to another stun. We'll be okay, but very impressive for S17 to just get enough pressure for a summoner there. You can see the power of Poppy. HYG feel like 1v1 at least, or 2v2, they're starting to power up in their respective lanes.
I completely agree with that. The only issue that I have is how the Rift Herald was utilized. Yes, it was a great teleport from 17, but I actually would have preferred to see the Rift Herald utilized in the bottom lane to pick up a freestanding gold for Hyper Youth Gaming.
Yep.
But unfortunately, after that last scuffle, Rift Herald is dead. They lost all of their pushing power, and they kind of evened out some kills, but they didn't make any more advantages in translating those kills into an objective.
You can definitely see the bloodthirst in some of these younger teams, just wanting to go for fights, get ahead, start the snowball going individually. HYG still with that kill lead, but the gold's nice and even as Chimin doesn't really want to face check the old Corki, especially with the Essence Reaver on the way and almost completed. It's got the biggest components of it with the Essence Reaver and the, sorry, not the Essence Reaver, the BF sword. And the Warhammer already done. As Gosu now in trouble. Good tag there from Savoki. See you, mate. As Lucian takes him out.
Danger ping, danger ping, danger ping. Suddenly 4 people in his lane right now, but that's massive because that's your primary wave clear. Rise is going to have your AoE clear when you pop your ultimate, whereas otherwise you're relying entirely on Kalista. She does have the Hurricane available to her, but this is what we talked about. This sieging comp, if they ever get any sort of advantage, your towers will just melt.
And they do. 380 carries is more than enough to take that one out. Poppy moves up the ulti. S17 actually fires it. Could have cancelled, I believe. Whatever, it's fine. We'll shrug.
The frustration.
Yeah,
ultimate.
that's almost what it felt like.
The tantrum.
It was a bit. 40 seconds till the next dragon, though.
But this is the big window for Masters 3 where their composition is entirely online. They have the Lucian, they have the Corki. They'll get stronger from here, but not much, especially in comparison to Hyper Youth Gaming's composition. So they need to take advantage. They need to start eating up all of this freestanding gold and try to snowball from here and close it out. I think that they have about, I'm going to say 15 to 20 minutes effectively before things start getting really scary the other way.
Well, certainly got at least 10 minutes of power to play with. So we'll see what they do. We'll check back in around the 30-minute mark, depending on where we are. M3, though, actually get a reasonably good gold lead off of that fight. 2,600 gold or so up in the lead. So finally starting to make some distance, but you're right, they do need to carry that momentum through. And with Dragon back up, HYG might look to sneak this one away. M3 are not in position right now.
Looks like it will be contested, though, as they're rushing down towards their mid lane. So Hyper Youth Gaming are trying to get the inside track by applying pressure towards the mid and then cheating back into the river to take control of vision. Fortunately, Masters 3 had a great response in that they put half of their team in the river, half of their team, and by half I mean Savoki, into the mid lane, and are able to kind of body block and cut off the river.
You can see Raphael ready with the package again. I think it may have worn off. No, don't think so. S17 looking for another flank, but he's already in position around the other area. HYG going for the pincer here in the river. But M3 will happily fight you. Dragon resets, and now HYG want the turret, but M3 don't really want to give it up. They're going to move Raphael back towards that turret. And now HYG comes straight back. S17 is in for it. YOLO actually straight in the front line. Has to flash out of the way. Does use the ulti for a bit of disengage. And XY taking up a whole host of damage. But HYG have more than enough damage to try and clean this out. And Savoki is going to go down. Raphael just can't get in there as XY falls as well. Very messy from M3, and HYG get 2 kills, and they'll get the dragon as well.
And again, it's Gosu's positioning right there, standing on the back half and pretty much just effectively zoning out Corki. Like you said, Raphael wasn't able to get in and hit majority of people with this AoE splash damage, which is a huge component missing from Masters 3 team fight.
Had a second item built up as well, so would have been good damage to add into it. Instead, HYG prep this wave. Going to look topside, but here's this fight again.
So you have a really good initiation from Hyper Youth Gaming. Obviously, look at all of that AoE damage. Even Rise gets on the back half of this and steps forward. But watch Gosu what he does. He then immediately turns back, and Corki cannot get out. He's pretty much just zoning him away.
Yep. You can see Raphael. He's trying to poke in with the rockets, but that's not enough. And big win there for HYG. So they do not take a turret, I don't think. They might have got one.
But the cool thing is how that was set up. So because Hyper Youth Gaming had the inside track and control of the minion wave, they effectively got Corki locked out of that fight because they applied pressure mid, which forced Raphael to respond to the wave, and then he couldn't cut back in to assist his team and get on the same side.
What is Raphael doing here, actually?
Speaking of same side.
Face check everyone here. He's just dead.
He realizes that he's not on blue team, right?
I'm not sure after that, to be honest. PentaQ and S17 fighting, but S17's winning. Lucian just can't cut away from the Poppy. It's the issue whenever Poppy gets straight on top of you. Good flash. Could be enough to disengage, but S17 starting to really muscle his way around Summoner's Rift.
And we talked about how they probably had about a 15 to 20 minute mark before things started getting really scary. Well, this Rise is now 4-1-3, completely online, doesn't have the Void Staff, but you don't have the MR built up to justify.
Yeah, and actually, once again, HYG might have found a catch, but it's actually them who's caught away. Good ulti there as well. They're trying to chase YOLO for another one, but they'll take XY instead. XQ able to get a kill as Chimin solos out Savoki in the top half of that fight. Now back to Baron. HYG starting to really pick up headway. Every pick is starting to convert.
This is slipping away from Masters 3's hands. HYG will just, again, continue to scale harder and faster from this. We do have YOLO up and alive, though. Possibly a Smite steal, though it's getting burned down quickly, and he's still competing against Kalista.
Yeah, Shu's just going to disengage him, but he's actually going to get engaged on now instead. Poppy, oh my god, that's rude. Gosu blows him up. Straight into the Poppy W after a headbutt. Nowhere to go.
3 free kills, the Baron.
A gold lead.
Hyper Youth Gaming in full control, the scaling composition.
Well, all of a sudden, a few picks around the jungle, and the game has flipped back over. I mentioned M3 were about 2k ahead. HYG swiftly approaching that themselves. And everything's just looking good. Kallista's ready. Rise will be very close to that Void Staff as he goes back picks himself up the amp tome, and Chimin is doing ridiculous things along with S17.
And
They both have 3 items.
That's so sad, too. Savoki is so close to the locket of the Iron Solari, but just sitting on the Aegis right now. And then Rise is going to come in with the Void Staff, and it's almost like too little too late, buddy.
And that's what it feels like for M3. They had that great push in mid. They were able to take 2 towers. You felt what their comp wanted to do, but...
Raphael just got locked out. The thing is that was when their composition was strong, and it was a lot of it was entirely on the back of this Corki. Raphael was doing massive damage, but if he's not able to compete in 2 team fights...
And his crit's delayed. Going for a Hex Drinker now because he needs the stats against the magic that he uses.
Because Rise is just now ahead of the clock, 5-1 and 5.
S17 also pressuring with the Baron buff. Happily able to take out this bottom tier 2. M3 can't really defend because they get cut off in their own jungle. So HYG, they only had 2 turrets for now. They're actually going to hold it too because Raphael's here. I think they want to kill. Yep, they do. Raphael going to get locked up.
Here comes Shu.
Shu, is he here in time? Great ulti there from Poppy. Chance he sees wonderful. And S17 slaps him down.
But the team fight is pursuing.
All right. XY tries to make a flank happen, but XQ is going to keep running away. Good flash there from the Kalista as the Fate Skull is going to re-engage with the support. Rips through everybody else, and M3 get desperate for that one. Gosu, though, going to go straight up into YOLO's face, but almost gets taken out in the other half of it. HYG, though, they win the team fight and they'll push forward.
With everyone blinking and dead, like you said, this is going to for sure be an inhibitor. Possibly more if they choose to continue this push. They're pushing into the base.
Yep, they're going to look for at least 1 turret here. They might even look for a few more here. YOLO pretty strong. S17's going to lock him up, though. Plenty of CC, and that's going to be a kill. PentaQ, the only one now left alive, but I don't think he can stop this on his own. Death time is very long at this stage. Corki up in 10. Savoki's up right about now, but HYG are going to push through. They'll take down the Nexus, flip the game around, and game 1 goes to them.
We talked about this before, that Masters 3 was the only team that Hyper Youth Gaming were able to defeat in the regular season, and so far in this best of 5, it looks to hold true.
Well, game 1 certainly goes over to them. M3, just a little bit of sloppiness really cost them in their mid game.
It's funny, too, because their early game looked a little bit stronger. Yes, there were some slight errors from either team, but Masters 3 on the whole were playing the map much stronger than Hyper Youth Gaming, just kind of eking out these small objective advantages and kind of ballooning a small gold lead, but unable to capitalize on it because the gold lead went into the Corki power spike, and when Corki was strong and online, they didn't get to utilize it, and then Rise just ran past him.
It's just that one fight that really cost them, and it's so weird to see because I look at these 2 teams. I honestly thought if you covered up the nameplates and I knew who was playing, that M3 were playing HYG's game that game around. Because HYG played quite slow in that early game, and they just did wonderfully towards the mid and late game, which is usually where I expect M3 to be in this series. But these highlights were great.
But it makes sense that Hyper Youth Gaming would play slow in the early game. Against Savoki got a great disruption against Nidalee's jungle, really slowing her down. It wasn't until about the 10, 12-minute mark that Nidalee was able to finally find the CS discrepancy over Graves due to the interruption that Savoki started, and that slowed down the early game massively.
Well, these fights were great here. This was the big one that really snowballed all things out because you can see, like you mentioned, Gosu zoning out Corki in the top left. Really good team fighting for HYG in that mid game. They just, yes, M3 kind of gave them a few kills that they didn't need to give away, but they were set up well by HYG, and they closed very well once they got a lead, which is actually what I expect from them. It wasn't. I didn't expect them to fall behind and get a lead, but once they got a lead, they did what I have seen, which is continue to get ahead.
Exactly, and that's the important aspect here, and why it's cool to see the evolution and the maturing of Hyper Youth Gaming, you know, taking their experience from the LPL. The fact that they were able to translate a disadvantage to an advantage is massive, and a lot of that was in the power pick of Rise.
Yeah, Rise is just one of those champions that the damage is still absurd. Like, he's been picked up in top lane, picked up in mid lane. He's not that popular, at least in the later weeks of the LPL, but Raphael looks very comfortable on the pick, and I believe it's a pick he's been known for as well, but you just saw how easy it was for them to start fights between Poppy, Alistar, Poppy, Braum? Yeah, Poppy, Braum, and... No, it was Alistar. Don't you trick me. Poppy, Alistar, and Rise. As soon as someone was out of position, CC everywhere. Well, great stuff there, looking real good. We are going to go to a break. When we return, though, the promotion tournament will return. Don't go too far. Game 2 is coming up right after this. And welcome back. We're going to check in with the MVP from our first game as we are into the summer promotion. It is Shu on support with the Alistar as HYG did pick up the Game 1 win.
You know what? I'm actually going to agree with this. Shu did a great job in a lot of his initiations. If you think back to that massive dragon fight, which was really the primary catalyst for Hyper Youth Gaming taking the lead back and running away with the game, it was Shu initiating on 3 people with an Alistar Pulverize. And then Rise just coming in and blowing them all up.
And like I said, it was so easy for HYG to start relevant fights just by, as soon as one CC lands, they had plenty of chain to go in. S17 CC chains were great on the Poppy as well. It just felt like, and you sort of said this, that comp was very well balanced. And as soon as something goes wrong, it all goes wrong. Because M3's comp was very powerful, but it had some really obvious weaknesses as well.
Yep, and it had very obvious, but this is the Pulverize Host. Just massive. And then it's followed in by so much immediate AoE. You've got Nidalee, she jumps in there like, I'm here for the party. Rise walks in, blows a couple people up. Great splash damage. But I want to talk about the draft phase, because we had a priority pick from Rise. I expect that will be taken away, or at least it should be contested. It looks like he's having a good time.
Oh yeah, that is his jungler, I believe. Clearly very focused, as they do have still an uphill battle to go. Remember, best of 5s are grueling for any team, and this is, again, one shot to maybe get back into the LPL, because you do have to play an LSPL team, assuming you win this. So still definitely a long road for these teams to climb. It's important to remember, A, what's at stake, but B, how many games you have to win to actually get there.
Yep, 2 best of 5s so they can get back into the LPL. Naturally, Hyper Youth Gaming don't want to go out in their very first split. They're a very young team. They have some LPL experience, but it'd be very sweet to, not make playoffs, but at least continue to be in the primary league.
Yeah, and again, they had some great moments. All the teams have gotten better this season just due to the sheer amount of games that all the teams have been playing. And HYG, again, very impressive. Recovered a little bit after some fumbles here and there where M3 were able to get aggressive. And M3, I feel like they just need to tighten it up a bit, because I've been watching them make quite a few more mistakes in the back half of the season, and you could see it there. They had a really obvious plan, and then they had really obvious moments where the plan just got thrown out the window.
Yeah, and it came down to their inability to execute on the 5v5. But quickly, as we jump into draft phase, the one thing that I want to point out is Hyper Youth Gaming last draft phase banned the Maokai and then priority picked the Rise. Maokai obviously is a great champion against Rise due to his ultimate really affecting and negating a lot of that splash AoE damage. So I really want to see Masters 3 try to get their hand on that or just outright ban Rise out.
Well, you can see Lulu and Trundle for HYG are there banned, so not yet. But M3 have gone for Thresh and Echo, so Rise could still be available here. We'll see if HYG leave it open and what M3 want to do with the priority pick, because they have swapped over to the blue side for our second game. Rise is banned, though, by M3. Have to agree with that.
That said, it's much easier this time around because they are on blue side, so have the ability of that priority pick. In fact, they didn't even need to ban the Rise. They could have chose to priority pick it themselves. But again, with Maokai still up, I think that he should be the priority champion.
Yep, makes sense. There's 10 seconds left for HYG and their final ban. What's it going to be, though?
Maokai?
Because Nidalee is maybe the most obvious one. It's Maokai, though, banned away.
That champion's too good. And again, it comes back to champions like this. So the priority pick is Azir. So why did Maokai come back into the meta? You have champions like Sivir and Azir who have massive AoE splash damage. Maokai's going to negate a ton of that. But the other primary factor is so many strong junglers, as we see Nidalee also being hovered. Nidalee, Graves, Kindred, Elise. That twisted advance, Maokai is just so easy to gank for. It's pretty much like, come up top, free food.
Yep, and that's what it's been a lot when we've seen Maokai plus whatever. Maokai Graves, Maokai Nidalee, kind of whatever you want to mix it in with. Azir, though, was that first pick for M3. Definitely a contested pick for both of these players, and a strong champion overall in the current metagame.
The current thing with Azir, however, is that he's unable to run a double TP, so we'll see if Masters 3, what they're going to do from that aspect. Likewise, Azir does open himself to a lot of different counter picks, primarily Varus, Victor, and Twisted Fate. Now, naturally, Twisted Fate won't beat Azir in lane. Twisted Fate hardly beats anyone in lane, but he's able to shove him in, keep up with the push potential that Azir brings out, can siege towers almost just as well, especially with his blue card once he has the Lich Bane. But more importantly, because Azir cannot take teleport as effectively as other mid laners, it allows Twisted Fate to just completely dominate the map, while Azir's only response is to take mid tower.
Yep, if you can't outgun, might as well outrun. And that's pretty much the plan there, as HYG do go with Alistar and Nidalee as their first 2 picks. So pretty straightforward stuff there. We're considering a few things, but seem to lock those in with relative ease. M3 need to have a look at... Ooh. This would be fun.
The Nautilus support. Are we surprised?
No. There's Poppy, though. Savoki, so no, I'm not surprised. Looks like they are just going to deny actually some top lane picks with some creative drafting.
Yeah, especially with the Trundle ban as well as Maokai. That is 4 top laners taken out, as well as Echo, so make that 5.
Yeah, S17 actually had a great Poppy game also, so...
I feel like that means he's going to go Lissandra.
Yeah, I don't know what Champion 6 is, but maybe it is Liss. Strong picks there for M3, building up a nice tank line. So, kind of settling with their Azir. Hyper Youth Gaming, though, do need to make a few more picks here in the draft. 3 and 4 is what they're looking for. Let's see where they go. Seems like Lucian is just going to be the pick all day long, though.
Yep.
At least one available.
No surprises. Again, XQ and PentaQ are going to rely on this champion heavily to help them bypass their lackluster lane phase. And it's not that they can't lane. They're very aggressive carries, both of them are. It's just trying to curb that aggression and having their supports really hold their hand and lead the way.
Yep, Calista did work on the other side, but I think Lucian's just a preference for a lot of players right now. Even in the playoff teams, we are seeing a lot of Lucian being picked. And there is Lucian locked in, and the standard counter pick for Gosu, it is Varus.
Again, another siege composition being created for Hyper Youth Gaming here. You have Nidalee in tandem with the Varus with the Lucian, so if they ever get a hold of these towers, they will burn very quickly, but that means it's just kind of that mid-game window for them to be effective around the map.
Oh, here we go, though. Could be Beyblade Arena reopening for business. I've seen a surprisingly big absence of Kindred in recent LPL games. She's just gone. Like, people do play her, but it seems like one of the former S-tier junglers in either Nid or Kindred just kind of get dropped out because everybody wants to play Graves again for some reason.
So I do want to point out something if this Kindred gets locked in. Kalista is up and available, and typically Kindred and Kalista are used in tandem together, A, because they have great monster objective control, but they can also sneak Baron very early. The reason why I think it's Sivir is not only does Sivir work really well with Nautilus in terms of offering your hard engage, but Sivir works really well with Azir, and people used to think for a long time that Sivir and Azir didn't work because Azir needs time to set up his sand soldiers, where if Sivir's just like speeding you up, but it's not necessarily getting Azir into position to fight, it's making sure that you close the gap between the back line and the front line.
Yep, also making sure he's standing in the right spot because he does want to be at arm's length at all times. Also, Azir Kindred is great.
He's got short little arms. He's like the T-Rex.
He does. Does have short arms. It's very unfortunate. What is happening here, HYG? Looks like they're considering Gragas top lane.
They need a disengage.
I saw a flash of Yasuo top and I got very excited, but I'm not sure that's going to be what you want against the old Poppy, or even against Nautilus at this point.
Gragas makes a lot of sense, though, and then you have, again, 2 big primary disengage champions, Alistar and Gragas, to keep your 2 little AD carries safe.
Well, you definitely need to separate the wrecking ball that's going to run at you between Sivir, Azir, Nautilus, and Poppy. Everyone's going to be dancing around Kindred Ultimates and Big Zone, so you got to get them out of the way. What better way to do that than with Gragas, which is going to be the lock-in here for HYG.
So they got that Gragas top lane. Again, it's a sieging composition. The core of the comp is going to be Nidalee, Varus, and Lucian. It doesn't matter what you're surrounding it with, but it is nice that you're also bringing disengage to, again, keep people at arm's length and start throwing down your massive poke damage. On the other hand, Master 3 this time around got the much more balanced composition. They have great objective control, especially Baron Siege between Kindred and Azir, so Hyper Youth Gaming need to be very careful about that.
They do, but actually...
It's almost like they switched comps.
Yeah, in some ways, it is. It'll be interesting to see if HYG can execute on the other side, but it's actually Poppy's support for Savoki, not the Nautilus, so they decided to give farm to XY instead of Poppy, which is sort of a curious choice up against the Gragas.
I mean, Nautilus was tapped, I believe, on 6.5, so not nearly as strong as he used to be. Poppy, I guess you can kind of make the claim that she's low econ in terms of her utility, like what her kit's going to bring and how she adjusts team fights by just punting people out of them, but... You know, it's Savoki. He's doing Savoki things.
Pretty much that was my justification as well. It's like, you know what? I trust him. As the coaches are going to shake hands. Let's get onto the riff for game number 2. And we'll move out for game number 2 between M3 and Hyper Youth Gaming. HYG did take game number 1. We'll see if M3 answer back and force an effective best of 3. Remember, best of 5s here in the promotion tournament.
No double elim
Nope.
also, so whoever loses in this best of 5, they're out. As we see the Keystone Masteries appear on the bottom side of your screen. Pretty standard stuff across the board.
I love it.
Deathfire Touch coming out of Varus. We've seen that kind of be the staple for him alongside Jin.
Makes sense. Kind of extending the life of his mid-game a little bit more. As M3 pretty neutral as far as overall scouting goes. HYG actually similar. So if they're looking for a lane swap, their vision's not quite in place just yet. Maybe we'll have a guess. Which is my favorite way to lane swap. Just flip a coin.
Just be blind and
Yep.
guess. A little bit of BM here from Hyper Youth Gaming. I feel like they saw Masters 3 Siege comp and they're like, hey, this is how you actually do this.
Well, we'll see if they can show off a bit, but M3's comp is very scary in a 5v5. And look at this, Pentacute is actually going to find a 2v2 if that's what he wanted. HYG tried to sneak back through mid lane and up towards the top half of the map, but we'll actually just get inverted standard lanes this time around, at least to start things off. We had a pretty interesting, I guess, movement happen after the last lane swap in game 1, where we just went back to standard lanes. We'll see if once these lanes break out, what happens to the early game. It's YOLO and XY grouping up for that red buff, and Chimin and S17 grouping up for the blue. So the junglers will start on the same side, going to be moving in towards those duo lanes. So we'll see if action does break out, because XQ, Shu, Pentacute, and Savoki are about to all meet each other in top lane.
Yeah, and big thing is that the Nidalee did not get interrupted this time around, so we should start to see the power of Nidalee in her jungle form and really start to take off. Amalek, she already demonstrated that earlier in the LPL season, managed to be the highest level on the map, just absurd speeds.
Yeah, Savoki actually got a ton of experience as well, but he's now going to come into the lane. I think he was trying for something really sneaky with a gank, but he's not going to get it. He's actually already level 2, as you can see. Only took a few creeps, but unfortunately for him, the duo of HYG are also already level 2. So something either went very wrong or very right, and we may never know.
What could have been?
I was so excited. I was like, this is going to be the sweetest cheesy roam of all time.
Well, he's got this
and then he
very
had to go back to standard lanes.
cute window on Alistar where Ali level 1 is pretty much worthless unless you 2 people walk into a pulverize.
Back in mid lane though. Goes to an Raphael, going to have a battle.
So I feel like there's kind of 2 different iterations to Azir. You either stand back and you outrange him, or you have more mobility. And as I say this, he's actually
Wow,
ganked.
Raphael actually got face checked there and forced to flash away. Spotted him by a ward and just didn't respect the power. Actually has to burn the summoner there.
Mad respect for Chimin, though. Finally finds the Nidalee spears. I think that's the first time this series that Nidalee's been able to do that and is now on the hunt for Kindred.
That blue buff was awfully close to getting taken. He's not going to spot him on the Gromp. Oh, he's waiting, but does get spotted. Yeah, he's realized as well. He saw the wall being put down, has to book it back over to the Rift Scuttler, but he's going to be able to take this one out. We see a lot of farm-heavy Nidalee. Chimin actually playing a bit more like a duelist, getting aggressive now with his support into the enemy jungle.
Has that early damage, and Savoki might... Ooh.
Might face check.
They need to cut him off. He's just going to walk into the mid lane.
Yep, you can see Savoki actually now. He's going to get cut off at the spear. Predicted the movement. Not quite aligned again.
I mean, this is pretty much kind of like a microcosm for why these 2 teams are sitting in the promotion bracket. You see that Alistar goes in with his combo, but the spear goes the other direction. So the 2 players are not communicating, I'm about to combo this guy, he's going to be locked up, and it will give you a free skill shot. And that's pretty much the core problem, is just them being cohesive as a unit and as a team.
Yep, so it's the thing that, does take time to build. You can be the best player in the world, but if your team's not all cohesive, things will fall together pretty quickly.
All of them are mechanically
Oh,
gifted.
absolutely. I would stand a sum zero chance of beating any of them in any sort of battle that required mechanical skill. Yolo down the bottom side. He's going to tap some damage out onto XQ, but not too massive there. And again, they have evolved their team play as well. That's the other nice thing about the LPL this season, because it's so long. We have seen these teams grow together, but it's crunch time now. It's promotion. This is your league life now on the line here in this best of 5. So it's a question of, how much have you learnt in the long season of the LPL?
Did see a bit of an evolution from Hyper Youth Gaming, see if they can continue to do that in Game 2. Want to quickly touch on YOLO, kind of walking to the bottom lane, trying to reset that wave for his top laner XY and make sure he doesn't get frozen off, because the lane swap has been reinitiated here, so it will be a 2v1. Both top laners, though, kind of healthy enough that they can be in these 2v1 without the fear of dive.
I feel like we've had 2 different weird lane swaps this series. We had one that stopped at one tower, which is a little strange, and now one that started after 5 minutes instead of at 3. So team's definitely mixing it up a bit, but I think Pentacute happy to dodge and play PvE for a little while longer on the Sivir. Jimin, though, continuing that aggression, sticking to his strong side of the map for now. So 17, I do have to remind myself, it's a top laner, not a jungler this game. Goes having some trouble there in mid.
XY is actually heading to the top side, so I said that both top laners are in a position where they're kind of safe from being dove. That's in a 2v1. Obviously, if you bring more resources, you need to get the hell out of dodge, which is why 17's just peace.
Does peace out. YOLO's sitting in the back of mid lane, saying if he can't get a gank out onto Gosu, that's probably going to require Raphael to make a play with his ultimate. Gosu's now level 6 with both summoners, so that'll be quite a challenge. HYG, though, will start knocking down this turret.
So eventually we got the initial lane swap. The difference here, though, is that the top laners are not benefiting from this, except for XY. So XY is going to be in a much healthier position than 17. In fact, 17 is just trying to creep back onto this tower and get a little bit more good bounce from XQ in the bottom lane. Made sure that he got the creep aggro and dragged it into his wave.
And now HYG are going to start the dragon, so we might trade the turret, but HYG will just get a free dragon out of the deal. Wonder if M3 will go towards the Rift Herald. I
think M3 should actually... Oh, they don't have a big enough wave. If they were able to keep their wave large, I would have loved to see them pull Kindred toward the top side and try to push in for an inner tower, because there's no response from Hyper Youth Gaming, but because they don't manage the wave as appropriately as they should, they can fall back and at least trade the Rift Herald.
Yep, I actually bounced it again, so we'll have a bit of time once more to sort of clear out an additional objective. 17 though, just hanging out. He's got a lot of wards actually in the area, so it has to be careful, but he's going to get slammed into the wall. 17 now locked up. Poppy going to stop that body slam, and first blood is going to go to Kindred.
Bad news bears there for Hyper Youth Gaming. That is not the champion that you want to start getting a leg up in this game. Again, the Baron pressure and monster objective control out of Masters 3 with Azir and Kindred is absurd.
It really is. We'll see if YOLO can convert that his trademark aggression and like Kindred first blood into some additional benefits. Gosu gets the blue buff though. Actually very healthily farming with a tier 60 CS to 48 right now with Shu looking for a pick on the XY. They've swapped once again here into this top side of the map. And I think we're going to actually get 2 different 2v2 lanes again. Although Pentacure actually sticking. Never mind. Savuki's the support. He trolled me because he's a Poppy.
You see the Poppy.
So it actually is 2 different 2v1 lanes again.
Yep. Gentleman's agreement to take and siege these towers. So the top laners actually really shouldn't be bothering with trying to defend or eat up this farm, at least if either teams really want to commit to sieging the towers, just because it's so dangerous. The jungler appears, that's an easy dive.
Yep, certainly is. This Pentacute is getting damage out onto the turret. S17 able to stay right now and AoE down the wave very nicely with the double Dorans. But XQ working on this turret once again by himself. Since I've seen a lot of this recently, Lucian just solo pushing turrets. And we are going to get some structures knocked down. Bit of extra gold into everyone's pockets. Could accelerate our mid-game just a bit. But we are kind of settling into a slower farming pattern once again.
But because XY is up in the top lane by himself, just burning through the tower, it does mean that a numbers discrepancy is available.
Oh, very nice play onto Savoki. W is up, but it's not enough. Really nicely played.
And again, that's what we were setting up for, is the fact that Shu was able to freely roam and set that up for his team. Great combo into a free kill.
Yep. Good position there on everyone. Plenty of CC to lock that one up, and that defends their turret. Good teleport from XY to defend the top lane turret. So Lucian isn't going to pick that one up, but did a massive amount of damage to it. And all of a sudden, S17 has bought himself a bit more time. It seems like both top laners actually going to find their way back in. As Jimin's back in mid lane, Spear not going to land. Raphael zooms out of the way.
Another Nidalee Spear. We're getting closer.
I feel like he definitely is calibrating as the series goes on, as YOLO's hanging out in the bush.
Saw his Nidalee walk through the mid lane, so he's trying to see if Nidalee will come and peek her head up into the river. Hunting has the mark available. Rift
Herald also a thing, but the space created earlier by M3 didn't give them enough time to take it.
This is going to be sad.
Yeah, not sure if YOLO really wants to check that. Full length combo actually moves in. That's barely short on the other end of it. But YOLO looking to fight. He does have the ultimate ready, but Gosu's moving in for the kill.
Here comes the TP.
Has to be careful, but the ulti does hit in onto YOLO. That might be enough separation. As Jimin actually gets ulti by the Nautilus, that's going to kill him. As YOLO burns a Lamb's Respite in the top end of it. Raphael around the side as well. Heal there is going to keep YOLO safe, and HYG move in for a kill and get nothing.
Yeah, TP burned as well. So many resources gone. Good job from Masters 3. Good Lamb's Respite there to keep YOLO out of harm's way, and they managed to pick up a free kill.
That's the annoying thing about Kindred. You can get her as low as you want, but unless you actually burn that ultimate, she's just going to hang out and keep doing damage to you.
So hard to chase, obviously, with the Dance of Arrows as well. Isn't that what it's called, Dance of Arrows?
I think so. It's not Hail of Arrows. That's Varus' E.
Yep.
Is that
Piercing
Rain of
arrow.
Arrows?
Rain of arrows. I have no
it's-
idea. I'm just like E, Q, hits him with the R.
I'll have to check that one.
The
I
shuffle.
think it actually might be Hail of Arrows on the Q for Kindred. We'll find out later. Go's too busy farming up. Damn it, now I really want to know. Why'd you do this to me?
Now it's in
You
the
know how I
brain.
feel about skill names. Turret goes down in top side, so Lucian finishes his job from earlier. And again, just continuing to apply that pressure. 2 towers to 1 now for HYG. Bit of extra gold so far, but looks like M3 are on the attack in this bottom side and do have a very slight kill lead. Gold, though, over to HYG from that turret. We'll see if M3 can answer or if HYG hold on to their structure advantage and see how the rest of the game develops. Because one thing is for certain, mid lane is pretty much untouchable for about 15 minutes.
Unless they dive him.
Yep.
Which means that a lot of power is in Shu's hands as he's going to be their primary engage option as well as the dive enabler on the Alistar having the Unbreakable available to him.
Does feel like there's some tower diving potential on the HYG side.
Just
but
a little bit.
right now, everyone's just chilling out. Raphael actually doing decent damage to the tower, keeping Gosu back and pressured. Quite impressive on the Azir. Looks like early Sting is going to help out in that regard. Shu, though, is forced to back.
Again, we were talking about this earlier, but didn't quite get to finish.
Oh.
Oh, rude.
Bad time island. Oh, we're fine.
So rude. Azir, you have effectively 2 different play styles against him. You either outrange him on the likes of Varus, or you step underneath his sand soldiers, especially early levels, and you just punish him with his range. Naturally, Varus doesn't have necessarily the mobility to get underneath him unless he wants to flash and just auto-attack him down, but it is possible. That said, Gosu has kind of opted into the, I'm just going to sit back, we'll call it a gentleman's agreement, neutralize the lane, farm it up. See it in 2 items, mate.
Control mage players. Makes sense, given the pedigree of these mid laners here. Raphael, though, playing up as best he can, although I think it maybe suspects jungler intervention. Oh, no, big play! Straight in on there as YOLO's going to jump in for it. Gosu misses the ulti, and he's going to get taken out by YOLO. Very nice alley-oop.
Yeah, really nicely played by Raphael. Throws it straight to YOLO. YOLO will be another benefactor, so 2-0 on this Kindred.
Good
As
catch.
a trap. No, he's just hiding from.
No traps here.
Yeah.
Just hanging out. We'll clear the
Although,
wave out. This
Here
is the
comes
trap.
Savoki.
Playing-
Can he make it out?
Playing for the long con. This is tricky for Illusion. Savoki has flash and exhaust. I'm not sure he's making it out. Oh! No W there from Poppy. I think I had to use it to run down there. XQ made that look very easy.
Also, utilize the creep wave incoming to make sure that there wasn't an easy dredge line from XY. He did have his flash, so Nautilus could have gone for it, but because he ran straight into the incoming creep wave, a little bit more difficult.
Nicely played from XQ. Does sneak out from a Poppy and a Nautilus. Not the easiest task for Illusion, but he is going to make it work there. Savoki on the roam, though. Doesn't have his ulti because he did miss it onto XQ after that dash away, but we're going to still create some pressure. We've had some really broken up lanes, given the early towers that have gone down. Even though it's 2-1 currently for HYG. Oh, hello. Just a headbutt there from Shu, making sure he knows.
Knows his place.
Yep. And good poke there onto YOLO. HYG looking to really brute force this dragon down almost, but there's a ward in for M3.
YOLO doesn't have half his health, but will have Lamb's Respite available.
Might look for a steal,
He's
though.
going
He's going
for
to move
this.
in for it. He wants it, but Nidalee is going to take it. TP in from M3 as XY is going to join the fray. Savoki, no slow there, just gets the buckler down and everybody walks out.
Yeah, great disengage right there. Again, YOLO deciding to pull the trigger, knowing he had the Lamb's Respite, so having the confidence to go in there with half health, but great disengage from Hyper Youth Gaming. And again, they're in full control, but with a very different composition. We talked about the maturing, the evolution of these teams. Hyper Youth Gaming seemed to have figured it out.
Oh, extra actually maybe found a catch here. Raphael actually caught there as HYG get a gank off. Now the spears land in. Chimin, he wants to chase, but HYG going to consolidate for mid-outer instead.
Yep, with Azir down, that's going to be your primary wave clear unless Sivir can get into position, but she is bottom farming, so should be a free objective.
Yeah, not going to happen this time. Maybe needs a wave to go, but they're going to stay and tank it for a couple tower shots, and HYG break the outer ring. 3-1 now in turrets, getting themselves up in gold as well. Again, it's been so weird to see this team play a little slower in the landing phase, but they've certainly benefited for some really smart mid-game decisions.
But they are in their mid-game power spike, especially with this composition. So in a very similar situation that Masters 3 were in Game 1, Hyper Youth Gaming are in Game 2. Hopefully they don't make the same errors that Masters 3 did and kind of throw away some mid-game fights.
Rift Herald now, though, is going to go over to HYG, so not all is lost. As we'll see, I'll give it to the jungler and maybe look to apply that in some of those other lanes. Knock down some turrets. In fact, Penskew and Savoki already on it. are going to take out this bottom outer very easily. Finally finish off some of that weird lane swap we started at around the 5-minute mark. But effectively things break out as you expect. Mid tower is a big deal though for HYG, getting it after those few picks around the Dragon area. You can see Raphael is going to have a lot less safety to try and farm back from, although Gozu's tower isn't looking particularly healthy either.
A bit of an issue is as the map continues to open up with these towers falling, that empowers Sivir and a lot of the chase potential. Again, especially because it's a very fragile composition from Hyper Youth Gaming. If you get on top of the Varus, if you get the Lucian, they themselves don't have a lot of tools to escape. But they need to be in siege mode right now. But extending that far down the lane against Sivir is so dangerous.
Certainly is. As XY even creating pressure here in the top lane. Doesn't have his teleport. S17 does have his. As Red Buff's going to go over to Chim and he's smited away. But M3 are actually looking to make a move in this top side. They have the tier 2 open here. Built up a nice way for it. HYG, we'll see what their response is. Because Varus right now is tied up in mid lane, busy dealing with Sivir.
I like the fact that Raphael is sitting on the flank, making sure that Hyper Youth Gaming can't cheat in to flank his team.
Well, for the assist pings, they want to try and defend the turrets, but mid does go down. Kind of that natural work that Raphael put in earlier has really benefited them. But Yola going to get caught here. CC chain not long enough to kill him before Lamstress bites out, though. And Savoki has to kite back into it. He gets snared outside of it, though. But the flashes do have to come out. Chimin, he's able to get taken down by Yola as XQ is now going to rejoin the fight. Raphael, though, surfs in past his wall. And XQ is going to get locked up by Savoki. He just doesn't have enough, although he does sleep for a little while longer. Savoki finally going to get sniped by Gosu. But M3 going to flash over the wall and try and take out the Varus. A bloodbath here around the red buff as Shu gets pulled in and killed. 4 for 3. HYG do not win that trade.
I mean, in the end, Masters 3 do come out ahead. A great play by Raphael to kind of split the team fight. But the issue is where the tank line was and where their carries were. We talked about this. Varus and Lucian, very immobile. I mean, obviously, Lucian has the Relentless Pursuit available to him. But he burned that aggressively to get into Azir's face. So here's going to be this fight. Initially, YOLO takes a ton of damage. Lamster's fight comes out. That's totally fine. Watch Raphael. He set up his Sand Soldiers on the other side of the wall, and he will get caught out at this point, but then completely reposition himself around his Emperor's Divide. XQ Relentless Pursuits in to try to burn, and then has to flash out, but all of the tanks are sitting there. So you have the tank line for Hyper Youth Gaming up here, and then the tank line for Masters 3 down here. The difference is one of these composition relies on their tank line a lot more than the other one.
Yep, and you can tell just a lot of kills out there towards the red buff as pretty much everyone goes down. 7 kills in total, I believe. M3 will actually get themselves up in kills, but not up in gold, as once again they could not convert into a different gold objective. They've equalized the turrets, though, which is probably the most important thing. And you can see the comp starting to power up here. HYG, very messy team fight. Because that once again, the poke comp kind of put themselves in a silly spot.
They need the line of scrimmage set in front of them. They need to have Gragas, they need to have Alistar right in front of them. If they're ever separated, it's bad news bears, especially against the likes of such a long-reaching composition like Sivir, like Azir.
Look at Raphael just chasing Chimin down. Trunks him out massively there. Rodovade is not online just yet for the Nidalee, means that doesn't have a whole lot of health to work with versus the completed Nash's Tooth of Raphael. And that is not a lot of damage right now for the Azir. You have to think the worry for HYG is that M3's comp did win a nice little fight there despite how close the overall kill score was. But they're only getting stronger, and I think it's Kindred that's maybe the big problem right now. YOLO is real strong at 4-1-3.
Yep. Doing a lot of damage, very hard to burst out. I think that Hyper Youth Gaming, it really comes down to vision and how they execute their composition, specifically vision denial and control. Obviously, when you have a poke composition, you need to move into fog of war areas, make sure that you can see the barrel and shoot the fish, and the fish can't see you.
Fishing with Froskurin.
Fishing with Froskurin.
Today I learned.
Yeah.
Raphael continuing to shove out waves. He's going to take this out here. And once again, major buffs will spawn soon, or major monsters will spawn soon, I should say. Dragon up in 13 seconds. M3, though, continuing the PvE aspect of their team comp. Sivir with 1.5 items. Actually, pretty much on par with XQ. He's got the same situation happening. But Sivir, once again, concerned with the creep wave right now. Wants to get to 3 items first before things start really happening. And now M3 going to start themselves a dragon. YOLO going to pick up 5 precious Devour stacks, but the first dragon for M3 is a nice turnaround.
We talked about the power that Kindred has over monster objectives. This will deny Hyper Youth Gaming's 5th Dragon Rush, as they did have the superior 2. So, like you said, bad news for Hyper Youth Gaming. Their composition is starting to lose control where they should be strong, and it's only uphill at this point as Azir is going to continue to level up.
Yep. M3's comp's only going to get stronger as S17 looks like he's caught out here. Ulti down there from Nautilus.
Nice.
Good body slam, but not enough as the Dredgeon's going to come in as well. Does ulti him in, but the cask isn't bad. He's going to try and get out because there's no more displacement left. S17 barely gets away with it. Very well played.
Yeah, as soon as he sees the Emperor's Divide, like you said, he knows that there's no displacement to interrupt the TP. Immediately presses it.
Really well played. Had enough health left in the tank with help from his W to make sure he stayed safe. So he gets away, but he does have to burn the summoner XY with his teleport. We'll see if M3 are able to punish. But it really is just these little things that will start to add up as we get deeper into this mid-game. Certainly expecting some big shots on both sides. We actually see Lucian already with a rapid fire cannon and Ghosty with a mana munate. They're starting to peak, but M3, they're going to be chasing items 2 and 3 pretty quickly as well.
I mean, the most obvious play from Masters 3 with the TP advantage, especially with Baron up, and again, Kindred Azir takes Baron very quickly, is to send Nautilus bottom, like you see him there, and just push the wave forward, draw as much attention as possible, and tried to create space and time for Azir and Kindred to walk over to that Baron buff and just burn it down.
It's fair to say that if the game continues at this pace, M3 are happy with the tempo that the game is being played at. You can see Phantom Nets are now done for PentaQ, plus that pickaxe, so starting to build in towards what I assume is third item Infinity Edge, where Siva's power will really hit a strong point in this particular game. But again, it's able to farm things out. Nice and casual right now. HYG actually busy defending creep waves more than anything else. And even when fights do start, it feels like M3 have the upper hand. Chimin trying to get a look in here on the Nidalee. But he's actually kind of far behind, despite how far ahead he is in total CS versus his jungle opponent.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Hyper Youth Gaming, they just don't have a lot of tools to start team fights. You're effectively looking at the Cask and the Alistar. But it's not like they have the Sivir, the Emperor's Divide, or the Depth Charge. Just really run in there and say, we're stronger, we're fighting now.
Almost like we're racing engage cooldowns versus disengage cooldowns.
Yeah.
Oh, Raphael going in again, though. Great flash from Ghosty, but he still gets locked in by Savoki. Shoot. Going to try and zone them out here, but an aggressive TP for M3 is going to keep the fight going. Raphael takes out one as Ghosty goes down. Now Savoki trapped in the front line, but is actually going to keep tanking things up. Does finally disengage from the fight. M3 surge in to try and take another. They won't get it, but a clean kill is a clean kill.
Really nicely played from Savoki right there to find the heroic charge on the remaining tower ruins there. Make sure that he gets the CC and then chains it with the ultimate.
Well, not enough again from M3. They just get a kill and don't have an objective to take. Tower's a little too deep in the Tier 2 section, given that we're not that deep into the game just yet.
Big thing is the fact that Raphael still isn't at his peak, so it's hard to convert into sieging forward, especially with that Emperor's Divide down.
Good to see him making nice aggressive moves, though. Probably look to continue that trend, because he's one of the primary tools for either engage or disengage for his side this game. XQ, though, happily farming away. Actually a little down on Sivir as far as overall CS goes, but big numbers in those bottom laners. AD carries making bank in this particular game. This Chimin looking for some buffs to try and take, but nothing left. YOLO already cleared that all out.
This is going to be a 2v2, though. Both junglers are up top.
Well, XQ doesn't really fancy this. Sivir's going to move in. YOLO might just get it himself. Does need to burn double flash. YOLO takes him out. 5th kill of the game. I
said it was going to be a 2v2, but Savoki actually found Chimin, and now Raphael has his hands on him.
Yeah, zones him out. No Rylai's, but might not matter here. Damage is just immense right now.
Rip.
And Savoki's going to move in. Yeah, Chimin's got nothing. Savoki just cleans him off.
And that was the big thing. Again, Nidalee and Kindred were up in the top side, but Savoki made sure that he zoned out Nidalee, so it ended up a 2v1 and a 2-0 exchange in favor of Masters 3 in the end.
And this is the problem. Whenever a pick like this happens, they have a very fast Baron. HYG, no jungler left. 3v5 right now. Maybe the Baron helps them a bit on the damage front. But I don't think they can steal this. They might have to just try and start something, but they'll look for a steal. They're not going to get it. Cask is not there for S17.
See where Masters 3 go from here in complete control of the game. So if you're an M3 fan, yay! But it's now about sieging into these inner towers. Azir is still relatively not behind the clock, but definitely not online as where he would want to be. I feel like this Baron is awesome, but it may be a little bit too early in the game in terms of breaking the base, unless Hyper Youth Gaming just completely throw it away.
All right, Raphael.
He just bought a death cap.
He did. That is very aggressive.
Yep.
From the old Azir. I guess he just had the Seekers for lane. Hope he was on his eventually. I don't think third. But death cap Azir is pretty rare.
Death cap
second item. Yeah.
On
Obviously
Azir
the item's good on Azir.
Yeah.
All right.
mean, typically we see, like Rylo's in there, Zony's Hourglass, some defensive stats.
I'm expecting Rylo's third. If he goes, you know what, I'll leave him to it. I trust him. Certainly recognize that he is a major damage dealer. Maybe just wanting to bridge his mid-game a little bit more. Find out soon, though, because M3 are getting their push on.
Well, he also doesn't necessarily need to be the primary engage, despite the fact that he has been in a couple of these engagements. When he's flanked with the likes of Nidalee, or excuse me, not Nidalee, Poppy and Nautilus.
It almost feels like he thinks he's playing an assassin, because he's just going in to initiate, like he's got an anti-stun. I like it. Culling's going to burn Raphael down, but not able to take out the Sand Soldiers. That's an easy tier 2 for M3. And XY is still working that top half of the map as well. HYG have a whole lot of pressure to contest with right now. And Chimin just gets chunked.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like sieging compositions are really working for either teams right now. Game 1 and Game 2 have really had the team comp or the 5v5 composition come out on top, although there is still game left to play for High Brief Gaming, so see if they can turn it around. But their window of opportunity is closing very quickly as this M3 composition continues to scale.
Teamfight certainly looking good to start off this series. M3 have already got 5 towers now, so taken 2 tier 2 since the Baron has come up. We'll see if they can continue that trend and break the base is always the thing you want to look for. Gosu, though, just going to clear some stuff out. HYG are starting to scale a bit, but window, like you said, is closing. As Yolo going to get himself that dragon as well. As Kindred has done so much work in the early game to put his team in a good spot. And the team fighting for M3's look just fine versus HYG. Able to get themselves into a good spot. Turrets going down everywhere, but only the 2 so far, 5 total. Haven't quite found a way in for the rest of the turrets.
It's a big Baron power play, however, getting the global gold off the Baron as well as 2 towers. We'll see if, like you said, they can convert it for the last inner tower being that mid-tier. So we should start to see them condense their resources there.
Maybe we have to worry about XQ. This Lucian getting stronger. We'll have to see. I think it's more been an execution thing than anything else.
The issue, however, is third item. He had to go for the Last Whisper, so looking for the penetration as opposed to the Infinity Edge. The Eye Edge naturally will double the damage output of any 80 carry that it puts on them, so it's kind of a big missing caveat. Typically, 4th item Eye Edge is not only... It's really hard on your slots because it has so many expensive components for it.
And you can see Pentacu's already got his, so Siva is ready for battle. This is a very high damage team from M3 at this point, given that Death Cap second for Raphael happened.
Armor to compete with. I mean, you have the Sunfire as well as the Frozen Heart, so but naturally you shouldn't be hitting the tank anyway as Lucian.
Sometimes you have to.
I mean, sometimes you have to, yes, but we've seen Pentacu, or excuse me, XQ every single time, kind of relentless pursuit forward and try to get right on top of Raphael. I mean, I respect the penetration, but kind of feel like he maybe have misjudged his item build. We'll see what he does with it.
It makes the window that they have even that much smaller.
The other thing that he could do is he could do the Name special and look for the double lifesteal from here.
Ah, that's true. Don't need the armor. I'll kill you eventually, Mr. Tank.
Yeah.
But if you can't kill me, we're good. Curious to see if that's what he goes for. But right now, HYG pretty much just stuck defending their structures. Baron has dropped off Master 3, so that additional pressure is no longer there. But once again, it really feels like the M3 are just constantly playing up, and HYG have never gotten themselves into a spot where they can start a siege that their comp wants to, and that's always rough.
Best case scenario will be a pick from this TP play, but a counter TP, everything fizzles out. Got it.
Immediately bails to the nearest wall with his dredge line.
But that's what they really need to do. They need to pick someone with the cask, preferably Raphael.
Well, jungle is getting invaded here. HYG do have to bail out of their blue side. YOLO steals that one away, gives it over to Raphael. He's going to be more than happy for the additional mana regen. And again, this can be control of this middle and bottom side of the map. It will break eventually. And at this point, probably sooner rather than later, HYG, they're just going to have to be patient here.
They definitely have all the tools to do that, however.
Oh, XQ though. Doesn't really fancy face checking the Sand Soldiers. Bit of poke onto that inhibitor turret there, but they're just really trying for this this mid-tier 2. Not going to let them though. XY locked up by the ulti. Savoki actually may have got caught as well by Varus' chains. But Savoki, he's going to flash out of the way. Heal burnt there from Pentacu for a bit of speed, but a good catch there. Does get him after the belly bot plus cask, and Chimin snipes one.
A big issue is the fact that Poppy ejected out Alistar after his cooldowns were burned. So Ali had already put down everything that he was going to in that fight, as opposed to a primary damage dealer to try to make Savoki live.
Well, pick there actually does give signs of life to HYG. They burn a lot just for 1 kill into a support. But if they can get some gold off of it, it's probably not the worst thing.
Again, their siege composition, they're competing with 280 carries as well as the added benefit of the Primal Surge, so able to tear through these towers.
15 seconds left for Savoki, but M3 might look for a counterplay now. That's a very dangerous spot to be standing, though, as YOLO eats the poke damage there from the Varus. You can see the 3 items pretty much done, even though a lot of them are quite cheap. And M3 are really on the wrong side of the rift at this point.
It was pretty much Raphael not quite being where he needed to be. Again, as long as that Azir is on a tower, if he's alive, you cannot siege there. So good job from Hyper Youth Gaming to kind of circumvent their way around.
Yep, actually equalized the gold lead by quite a bit there. It's only 2K now. It was about 4 before. So you can see where the game is swinging back and forth. HYG, if they can find picks, and they've got some tools to do so, like we've seen, it is a nice way back into the game, but I think we'll get an effective reset here, and Baron will be the next objective we have to look for. There is a Dragon up in a minute 40. It'll be either team's 3rd and the 5th total of the game, so probably not necessary at this point. But Baron being back up in 15 seconds, HYG's Siege Comp would love a Baron.
Yep, completely agree with that. I feel like the player to watch right now is Shu. Again, they have very limited tools on their composition to find hard engages, to find picks. It's pretty much going to be the Cask and the Alistar. But Alistar's cooldowns are much less punishing than a Cask being thrown to try to pick someone off, especially because, again, you have the Varus, you have the Lucian. It's all about Shu. He was the MVP on the Alistar in the first game. Obviously, this is a very strong champion for him. He needs to get a hold of Raphael, or he needs to get a hold of YOLO and CC lock him to the point where they can immediately blow him up. I don't know if it's possible on their composition, especially against the Lamb's Respite.
But you gotta try.
These are kind of their options. And
Yep.
that's the unfortunate thing about their composition this late in the game is the versatility and their win conditions is a much shorter list compared to Master 3's comp.
And you can kind of see why M3 have scaled nicely towards the 32-minute mark. Sun Turret up's also causing some problems. Baron is up. When we saw M3's Baron last time, they'll do it very quickly if left unchecked. So definitely a lot to worry about here. Although Gragas is nice and tanky. Teleport here ready for a 17. So he'll clear this wave out, try and get that pushing back in their favor. Raphael gets blue buff. Moves over to take the Gromp. But he's actually working for that Zhonya's. Full damage Azir right now.
I mean, he hasn't really been contested as On the Hunt is popped.
Ooh, almost gets the Gromp back, but YOLO's able to take it away. It's actually a mark, so worth it to try and take. As the Sun Turret finally falls down back in that mid lane. Looks like teams are grouping back for Dragon. HYG going to fall back for the easy objective, potentially.
They should just try to burn it right now.
Can't see everyone, though.
Yep, that's the issue.
And M3 might actually get them off it.
Remember, On the Hunt is not available, so a big primary disengage tool for Masters 3 is down.
That they should know, because they heard it before once they tried to kill S17 in that Gromp area. But Chimin just going to get some lanes pushing. HYG, again, going to be patient. They've got the poke on this side. YOLO's gotten massively chunked already from, I assume, Gosu's ability. And there we go. HYG actually going to get themselves a Dragon. Keeping themselves in this game, I'll say, quite impressively.
And again, the big thing is the fact that they recognized that the On the Hunt was down, so there was no primary hard engage tool. So they had control of vision in the river. Just sit back, poke. We know that Sivir can't run them up on top of us, so we have control of the zone.
And they've got lanes pushing in top and bottom, so it's time to clear out vision around the Baron. Really nice stuff here from HYG to sort of stabilize the game as best they can. Yes, they're still behind in gold by a decent margin, but that's going to start to matter a little less. As long as HYG play to the strengths of their composition and are able to outthink M3, that'll buy them a lot of time. But it's really just going to take one big team fight to blow this game right back open for M3. And if they ever leave the Baron unchecked, it will die.
Yep, 100% agree. So we all kind of underlined this before, but Hyper Youth Gaming have a very short list of win conditions, and there's a lot more options for Masters 3's comp. So see if M3 can kind of be a bit more proactive around the map. They were ahead for a fair majority of this, and now they just need to close it out. They have the power. They just need to grab hold of Hyper
And this
Youth.
was maybe the thing we've seen between these two teams that stylistically could really start to differentiate them. M3 traditionally struggle to close out games when their lead isn't so insurmountable that it sort of closes itself out. HYG have shown a similar tendency, but I think have matured to be a bit better at playing from slightly behind. I'm not going to say massively behind, but slightly behind. They've managed to recoup a lot of this game after the mid-game went wrong. And we saw even in Game 1 they were able to do a similar thing.
You also have to imagine kind of the moral dilemma for Masters 3 here. They're facing the only team that Hyper Youth Gaming have beat. You know, they've already lost to this team in the regular season. They're already a game down. They don't want to throw this on a silly mistake or a foolish engagement, despite the fact that they are stronger, that they have such a powerful 5v5 composition. So Just playing it very slow, very casual, clean it out.
Does play a little bit into HYG's team comp though, but should get better as the game goes on. But right now it is Baron that everyone's eyeing for because the amount of wards for both sides is pretty immense. HYG had vision before, M3 now have moved back in to retake that with some well-placed pink wards, although Raphael is standing on top of a ward.
So what's really important when it comes to kind of the vision denial and control of the Baron is going to be a couple of different factors. The first factor is going to be the Eye of the Equinox that we see that both supports have. And the reason why you should be upgrading this is because yes, you can place 4 wards with the Eye of the Equinox, and even though you're only allowed to have 3 of them on the map, what it means is that you can trade a ward for a sweeper. And still make sure that you maintain the maximum amount of damage or maximum amount of vision on the map. The second thing that you're going to be paying attention to are the blue trinkets and making sure that you have the timers there. So if we look across these teams, Masters 3 actually have 3 blue trinkets, whereas Hyper Youth Gaming only have 2, and one of them is actually down right now. So it's about keeping track of these cooldowns, about when you can completely make a team blind and they're forced to face check.
HYG actually a bit more aggressive in their trinket choice because 3 reds is quite a lot. But there's a good amount of vision they can clean out here, and they will retake control of this particular area. TP in from M3, though. XY going to try and start something on a flank, but Gragas now going to move in. This is very worrying here, potentially, but XY sort of cut off. Raphael going to move in for some good damage, but S17 straight in the backline, cast them away. Savoki's already dead. XY getting shredded down as well, but the carries are in decent spots here. HYG have to approach with caution, but the poke is there. Their comp runs decently well far forward. Shu looking for another kill. XY's going to get locked up. He is actually going to go down, and that's 2 kills for HYG.
Issue was Raphael's damage really wasn't put up. Yes, Masters 3 was caught out. Their tank line was a bit too far forward, so it gave them enough time to burn XY. But Raphael, he got the Emperor's Divide up, but had to back off and wasn't able to get the Sand Soldiers up, and that's a massive key component of damage out of that team fight.
And now HYG going to get themselves the Baron. This game's starting to turn around quite a bit, actually. In fact, Hyper Youth Gaming have a gold lead after being down for a lot of this game. It felt like the last 20 minutes were owned by M3, but HYG have battled back very hard.
I mean, Masters 3 just looks so scared. You have to think, Raphael didn't have his ultimate there, but he was still relatively high health.
Oh, Raphael now caught out of position. Does pop the Zonyas, but that'll just seal his fate. Knockback there. And that's a key pick.
Just lacks decision-making when it matters most. We're going to go ahead and see a replay here. So the big thing is Savoki and XY are split up from their team. So yes, the tanks are tanking, but there's no follow-up damage. And because Hyper Youth Gaming composition is so spread out right here, Sivir is able to hit Gragas, but the bouncing, or the boomerang, Ricochet, excuse me, isn't able to get back onto the back line. So a lot of the damage was just denied between Azir and Sivir, while all of the tanks are absorbing cooldowns.
And now turrets are getting taken out, and HYG are going to break this and probably go for an inhib as well. Raphael is still dead after getting caught out in his own jungle, and Hyper Youth Gaming just keeping cool under pressure.
We talked about how they have more veteran LPL members there, so technically they should be the more experienced team in keeping calm and level-headed. But reminder, Masters 3 have won 3 times as many games as Hyper Youth Gaming. Yes, the caveat to that is Hyper Youth Gaming are from Group B, which is significantly more stacked, but we kind of expected Masters 3 to be the superior team going in if you look at straight records.
Yeah, 2 inhibs is a brutal loss now for M3 as Hyper Youth Gaming have continued to find ways to get themselves in this game. Not just keep themselves in, which is maybe the worry before, but now get ahead significantly here as we get late into this game.
Exactly. This is 2 games back-to-back where they've come back from a gold deficit. So massive evolution for Hyper Youth Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like if HYG win this game, the blueprint for how that happened is going to look very similar between Game 1 and Game 2, and that has to be worrisome for M3.
On 2 different compositions, effectively running Master 3's comp from Game 1 and now looking like they could win with it, that's a huge blow to morale.
Big slap to the face. And HYG now looking to just assault the last inhibitor in bottom side. Dragon's up as well. YOLO, if you want to take this, you got to start now. And you don't have time, I don't think. So he's going to back away from it. But that's going to be HYG looking for Dragon 4, perhaps. Well, they've maybe got other things in mind. No, they are going to go in for it. Might as well take it. M3 don't want to fight you right now.
They're just so scared. So, okay, we've talked about at length the win conditions for Hyper Youth Gaming, how they need to set up team fights, how it works. Again, fish in the barrel analogy here. Let's take a look at Masters 3 comp. We call it the Beyblade Arena. Effectively, if you fight in small corridors where they just get to abuse their massive AoE of the Sand Soldiers, of the Ricochet, of the Nautilus Riptide, you know, Dance of Arrows going everywhere, that's where they win. The problem is these team fights have been so spread out, and the team fights have actually been sectioned off, but not by Hyper Youth Gaming, by Masters 3. The Emperor's Divides are splitting the tank line and the back line of both teams, which means that the AoE damage is only hitting part of it.
Yep.
And sometimes it's hitting the correct part, as we saw in the early game when they were winning team fights, but the last 3 have pretty much just been hitting the tank line and not close enough to bounce to the back line.
And that culling is disgusting damage. XQ's actually face tanking this turret. Happily, I might add, as Shu threatens for another engage off the side. Alstar's got flash at the ready. M3 have to be really careful because those super minions are still streaming in 2 different lanes, and the poke will not stop at this point.
It's pretty much do or die, though. Good news is that they do have Silver, they do have Azir, so it still forces Hyper Youth Gaming to be a bit more proactive in trying to choke someone out as opposed to just losing naturally or organically through super creep waves. Watch Cask, watch Shu.
Yep. And watch the poke as well. Baron power play is massive there for H2D. You can see how much gold they managed to crawl back in. Some pokes landing, but it's XY soaking a lot of it to the front line, and the wave crew is really good. Opportunity maybe to get a bit of damage down here, but...
They simply just don't have a wave behind them, but starting to chip a little bit at this tower.
Yeah, XQ's actually just base tanking. They even burn the locket for some damage.
There's going to be a point where Masters 3's window will close just because the super creep waves will hit at the same time.
Oh, there's another culling. XY going to get chunked. That's actually an important person to try and chunk out. Again, damage in there. This could be a long siege for HYG.
Check out Gragas. He just hit the back, so he does have Home Guard and TP available to him. There are flanking positions from the super creep waves that are coming in the top as well as the mid lane.
Oh, it's good steal there as well, but you can see YOLO has to clear out that wave, but HYG aren't quite timing these pushes, unfortunately. Their waves are a little desynced. And it kind of happens with super creep waves. They're super creeps. They push pretty quickly. So getting in here is actually tricky. Ah, this play. Shu goes in for it. Gets fine still on the front line, but the ulti's great there from Varus. The tower's broken, so the fight's going to start. But that's a very dead Nidalee as Pentakill takes one out. That's another kill down there as XQ just eats too much damage. And M3 may have turned it around. Civil with a double already. HYG now have to turn and run.
Great play from Savoki right there. If you notice, he pointed out the 2 key members, the tank line, Alistar and Gragas. See ya, mate. And then immediately blew up the 2 fragile little carries.
So hook game holds for now. HYG can't break that last little inhib, and the tower stays safe for Master 3. Inhibs would respawn soon as well on both the top and middle sections of the base. So
which means
we're back.
We are back, but what that means is this Baron coming up in 1 minute 30 seconds. Like you said, the inhibitors will eventually come out. So as long as Masters 3 can just kind of stall this maybe 2-minute window, they will have another opportunity to win the game. 1 more team fight is available to them.
Yeah, and it should be around that Baron area, which is potentially worrisome. H4D were able to win the last team fight, but M3 really just needs to line one good one up.
Hyper Youth Gaming have this single team fight, as well as the Dragon available to them. Again, they are Dragon number 4, so you know they still have a bit more advantages, but if Masters 3 ace them here, they could turn the game back in their favor despite a gold deficit.
We're very late. 43 minutes in means that one clean team fight especially pretty much ends the game on the spot. Death timers will be a little too long to try and recover it. 40 seconds till that Baron, though. Game's starting to get really interesting.
We'll see if Hyper Youth Gaming make the call to even open up. Because if you think, going into this Baron team fight, because the inhibitors are now back up, it allows Masters 3 to leave their base. It allows them to contest for this. Do you want to give them the 50-50 for the team fight on the Baron pit? Or would you rather secure Dragon 5? Or even pressure the towers? Again, or excuse me, the inhibitors. Like, I feel the Baron is the wrong call unless you're toying Dragon or Inhibitor for it.
Maybe, but also moving into the enemy base. This is the problem. This is the other issue with siege comps that doesn't come up that often, but when you siege down all the turrets, you actually don't really have anywhere else to siege because the open spaces around bases are actually really big. So you kind of open back up into this weird like field that doesn't exist when the lanes are a little more narrow and turrets are actually creating a bit more terrain for you. So it's actually really dangerous for HYG to walk back into the base to try and take out inhibs because they're effectively inviting M3 into a team fight that they don't really want.
Yep, I completely agree. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute. Baron is already up and available. We did see bottom lane XY was tending to a wave. Looks like he's going to continue to trim it and try to get it pushing back against Hyper Youth Gaming, so creating a slow push.
We can forget about gold as well because it's pretty close between the 2 teams, but also
it doesn't matter.
Everyone's got a massive amount of it.
Yep.
So it feels like we are just at full builds pretty much for everyone.
Comes down entirely to execution. So Masters 3, fighting in small corridors.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky. HYG. I don't even know how you started that Baron, but that was very, very well done.
Tank power of Shu. This is an Alistar sitting with Spirit Visage in his back pocket, just casually.
Damn.
Yep.
That is really tanky. Again, you don't get supports this late that often, but they're pretty much mini tanks on both sides there for the support role. HYG might get Baron and Dragon.
This is one opportunity, but again, it comes down to a single team fight. Dragon in 13 seconds. They have to deny
Shu
this.
starts a big one, though. Pentakill actually gets blown up there as S17's able to get in for it. Savoki also low on the front lines, but they're trying to fight it out. YOLO has to burn the Lambs for Spiders. HYG find another good fight. Raphael in there with the ulti, but it's far too late already. 3 kills down. The carries are all dead. And XY is going to get chased down. HYG surge forward to take them out. And it's only Savoki left, and I don't think he's going to last the night either. Chimin going to try and chase him down, but HYG will take game 2.
We talked about how the player to watch was going to be Shu. HYG fight from another gold deficit in a game and managed to come out on top. Their veteran experience is showing.
Certainly is. They're going to take out these towers. Savoki going to try and do what he can, but he's going to get chunked out. And HYG will put themselves 1 game away from pushing to the next round and trying to re-qualify for the LPL summer. And M3, 0-2 down is a rough way to start.
You have to think it's even a bigger slap in the face, losing to 2 different compositions, especially the one you attempted to run in game 1.
Feels like, yeah, team compositions lined up in M3's favor for that late game, but played a little too scared, couldn't quite execute. Whatever it was, there was something missing there from M3's game plan, and HYG did not let that go unpunished. Even that last fight around Dragon, the windows were narrow for them to try and win, but that was the perfect team fight for that comp to win.
And the thing that really set it up was the vision denial. Again, we talked about with the Siege composition, it's really about your vision denial, which is going to come down to your Eye of the Equinox, your blue trinkets, as well as your sweepers. But the fact of the matter is that Masters 3 face-checked into a pink ward where Shu was waiting for them.
Yep, got a great initiation. Varus ulti followed up. Plenty of CC to try and get it happening. And the highlights were definitely many in this particular game.
This team fight. This was the one that did go well for Hyper Youth Gaming, but again, it's where the tank line gets separated and where the carries are separated. After this, it never is that coordinated ever again, and it was primarily on the back of kind of questionable Emperor's Divides. The team fights were so split up and so spread out that the Ricochet would hit the tank line, but normally when Ricochet hits, it's able to bounce and crit the back line. But if Nautilus and Alistar are so far ahead of Varus and Lucian's range that it never gets back there, you minimize so much of Sivir's power.
And you see Savoki in a lot of these fights getting good things started, but the rest of the team's not quite there to finish it all off. And the power of these disengage ultimates between Varus and Gragas cannot be underestimated. HYG did a lot of hard work in the mid to late game to win some of these team fights. You can see S17 going in for a big belly bot play.
A lot of people forget, but 17 used to be a big Gragas top player, almost exclusively when he played for LGD, so he's very familiar with that champion. We did see a couple of nice casts. This is the massive one. The Emperor's Divide, I mean, just look at how spread out they are. Look at how forward Alistar and Gragas are in front of the composition, and Varus is able to output damage, but Sivir and Azir can't reach him.
And Shu again, the big go button, you talked about it, non-ultimate, non-summoner related cooldowns.
Then it's just a delete. Super cute.
I mean, that's power of Poppy. You can start imbalanced team fights late in the game. It doesn't matter about that gold because you've kicked out 40k potentially, or probably not that much, like 15k worth of gold out of that team fight and starting a 5v3. You could see where it was, but it wasn't quite enough. Their HYG backs against the wall. We'll see if they can rally because we are going to get into our next game right after the break. And we're back here. We'll check out the MVP as HYG picking up another game win here in this series. Once again, S17 taking it this time. I guess I couldn't give it to Shu again.
No,
I thought he was gonna
I would have
get
given it to Shu again. I mean, we talked about this. S17 is no stranger to Gragas. Back when he used to play in the LPL, Gragas top was a big thing back then. He used to play it all the time. So, comfort champion coming in spades, 93% kill participation. What more could you ask for?
Yep, pretty much playmaking with effectively 4 or 5 top laners taken away. Very impressive stuff there for S17 and the rest of HYG to take a game that looked like it might have been slipping out of control and just very calmly get everything back into position, and then just put themselves in a spot to win and win.
No, I completely agree. We will see some of the highlights, though. Again, Shu and 17 making plays on your screen. Both of them have LPL experience before, so no surprise that they're able to take hold of the reins in a high-pressure situation.
Yeah, and you can see M3's little curse of being beaten by HYG maybe continuing here. It's so funny that the only history between these two teams was just one best-of-3 that they played cross-group, where HYG were able to pick up their first and only series win of the LPL. And M3 have to be thinking, really? Is this happening again to us? We actually just can't beat this team? Because for whatever reason, HYG certainly have M3's numbers so far.
No, completely agree. I mean, that said, though, that they will get a best-of-5, so there's still much left to play in the series. It's not quite over yet, but it is backs against the wall, do or die for Masters 3. They cannot afford to drop another game.
No, they can't. And running back 3 straight is a tough ask in any situation, and it does feel like M3 just are missing some of the crispness that HYG are showing, and the decision-making has not been there mid to late. Yes, they're making good individual plays, but the same problem for M3 keep resurfacing, and I guess it's not surprising. It takes a while to fix these sorts of problems, and the cohesion's just not been there for the team.
They just seem so scared. We talked about this during the game, is that you know, obviously it's a high-pressure situation. Morale may be down. You're already a game down. You know that Hyper Youth Gaming have beaten you before during the regular LPL season. But Masters 3 were in control for so much of that game and just unable to pull the trigger despite how many tools they had to do so.
I just feel like, again, the engage and disengage tools were used better despite the compositional differences for the sides. HYG just having a good run of it. And I have to look at Raphael. He had a very good-looking Azir game, but where's your allies, man? You're not going to catch anyone with his Death Cap. Like, I like the Death Cap second given the position he was in, but he was never building a Rylai's in that game from what I could tell. He was like building a Void Staff when the game ended.
We also have to look at PentaQ as well as XY in particular. The fact that you have the 2 hard engage tools on those champions and you're not able to use them effectively. I mean, where was the depth charge, hard engage? Where was the on the hunt, run over the top? Yes, the team fights were a little bit mismanaged from the side of Masters 3, and Raphael was a part of that. But otherwise, I mean, he had his team around him also crumble. Yeah,
and I just felt like they couldn't put things in the right spots. We'll see if they adjust here, because they're out of mistakes to make, RHYG. This is the third game overall, down 2-0 now to HYG. We've had 2 very impressive back-to-back games with different compositions. We'll see how the draft works out this time, though. Lulu Trundle banned by HYG, with Echo being the first ban for M3.
Again, Masters 3 got the luxury of banning away the Rise and having priority pick on blue side. They don't get that this time around.
And they actually banned Azir. So despite Raphael's decent game on it, respecting the power of the champion, Maokai once again will be banned away. That's his 3rd straight ban of the series. So, like we mentioned, it seems that his stock may be numbered.
Yeah, Hyper Youth Gaming banning Maokai every single time and then looking for that priority pick Rise. We talked about this in Game 1. Why do you ban Maokai? Because he's a great counter to Rise, or he negates a lot of that AoE splash damage. It leaves open this power pick for Gosu.
Yeah, they banned Varus instead of Rise as well, so left it straight open.
Why would...
HYG are happy to take it. I don't know.
That's so questionable to ban Azir and Varus from the same side. Varus is the counter to Azir. No one's going to be playing it, so why would you look at Varus? He's a very niche champion.
Well, Gosu had a decent game, but I agree. Maybe not ban-worthy in that particular one. Seems like M3, though, might force Chimin onto a different jungler. He had 2 games of Nidalee in a row.
I feel like we're slowly eking out of, like, disappointed mom Frostgrid and into very angry, why didn't you clean your room? What is this Varus band doing here on the floor?
Well, it's certainly been left straight on there. See if M3 can show us why. But predictable start here for HYG as they do take the Alistar away from Shu. That's a nice start. And they'll actually steal the Nidalee away from Chimin as well.
Yeah, I really agree with this. We've seen Shu back-to-back. I thought he deserved back-to-back MVP performances. He has been the primary catalyst for catching teams out, executing when he needs to, and standing up for the pressure. But no surprise, I mean, there's so many talented supports in the LPL that just kind of go underneath the radar because you're competing against the likes of Mata, Mako, and PYL.
Yep, the issue is that there are a lot of good players in the LPL, and there are a lot of teams. So despite the talent from these two teams, there's a reason they're the ones battling in promo right now instead of playoffs. The talent pool is very deep and wide as Kindred Poppy, the picks here for HYG.
And another very well-balanced composition from Hyper Youth Gaming. They've got the disengage, they have the monster objective control, they have the late game, what's the word I'm looking for? Insurance policy and Rise.
And they didn't really need the late game last time either. It was just a lot of good setup CC and early damage and great team play. That's, I think, been the hallmark of HYG's success so far in this series. Looks like M3 are going to force them onto some different picks, though, because Lucian may once again be stolen away.
I mean, Kallista's still available, so XQ does have options.
They almost picked it, actually, but decided to let it go. M3 will take Lucian over it, and Nautilus in there as well, which is good against the Kallista that they may be suspecting from their opponents.
So the cool thing is you have two primary AD carries left. You have Kallista, you have Sivir. It will be Kallista. We've already talked about the beautiful synergy between Kallista and Kindred, how quickly you can take down Baron. But they also could have taken Sivir, and Sivir works wonderfully with Rise because she augments his inability to get into team fights with On the Hunt.
Oh, no tank support here, actually, as Brom's going to drop through a draft by the looks of things.
Doesn't matter, they got Thresh, which means they have the stronger 2v2.
That's what they really wanted. More playmaking from Shu. Braum does offer some of it, but he's more of a defensive support.
And Masters 3 banned Thresh in Game 1 and Game 2. Again, what is this Varus ban doing on the floor?
Well, see if M3 can clean it up and move themselves into a fourth game, because the draft looking nice once more for HYG. Comfort pick Corki, maybe the last potential pick here for Master 3. I kind of want to see Raphael play Victor.
Just bring it back. Go Jace.
I like Jace.
6.6, Jace was adjusted. Some mana cooldown, some slight power given back to him. I'm always a Jace fan.
7 seconds though. Do they decide on the Jace? It's their last potential game, remember. Every game is a sweat now for M3 because they have to win 3 straight to keep their dreams alive. Jace is going to be the lock-in. We'll see how M3 fare with this particular draft, which is kind of a hybrid of the first two. Feels a little more like game 1 though.
Still a lot of really strong poke elements and a lot of really strong sieging elements. So with these compositions, it always comes down to your vision control and vision denial. See if they pick the ball up on that a little bit more. It's funny, Savoki's not necessarily known for his vision control as much as he is his playmaking potential, whereas Shu, I feel like, is a bit more balanced between the two. He can make the crazy plays, but he also did a phenomenal job for Hyper Youth Gaming in Game 1 and 2. And keeping control of vision and opening up that map for them.
It does feel like HYG in general just outthought their opponents at every turn, but we'll take a very similar looking comp from Game 1 into battle. We'll see how they do up against M3's poke once again. It is weird to see blue side teamfight, red side poke, but I think for HYG it doesn't matter too much because they've won the first 2 games, making them look pretty good. M3, do they have answers for us, Screwin?
We'll have to find out, especially against Shu's Thresh. Again, it was permaban this series. He finally gets his hands on it, which means they automatically get the superior 2v2. See if Masters 3 look for a lane swap.
Certainly excited to see what HYG can get done here. Shu's been wonderful all series long. Coaches will shake hands and we'll go into battle for possibly our last game. It's Game 3 out on Summoner's Rift. And it's time for game number 3. Hyper Youth Gaming actually 2-0 up in our best of 5. One game away now from getting themselves into battle against YM, I believe.
Yep, Young Miracles. I like the mentality here from Raphael. My last chance possibly to ever play on an LPL stage. We do see the Keystone Masteries go through. I'm playing Jace.
Storm Raider Surge Jace.
Storm Raider Surge Jace. Again, Jace has got some slight buffs on 6.6. I don't think it's anything quite to write home about, but it will help him out, especially on his Q in hammer form.
Doesn't take much. Saw Azir sort of come back in after a lot of quality of life changes. But here's Shu and his Thresh. This may be what to watch for here, as he does have that Thunderlords. I love the aggressive Threshers.
The battle and the Thunderlords of that 2v2. Yeah, they're ejecting out. You see Pentakill is like, no way.
Absolutely not. Maybe he saw the graphic. But he does not want to be involved at all.
Oh, but it will be matched.
Oh, I love it. Kalista Thresh, such a good aggressive bottom lane. They're going to try and fight them 2v2.
And this is actually just a slightly missed opportunity for Masters 3. You know that you foresee that the lane swap is going to be an issue because you're against the Thresh. And again, everyone's looking at, Trundle and Alistar and Braum and how they're the superior supports because what they offer your team in terms of initiation, but that's in a 5v5 context. In a 2v2 context, Thresh is still the king. It's still a range support versus a melee support. So he's going to have the superior laning advantage there. You have Jace. Jace is so potent and powerful at level 1 because he effectively has 2 abilities. Like he can lead with his Shock Blast and then just turn into Hammer form and half health you. Use that power, push in for deep wards so you can make the correct and informed call about the lane swap.
Well, instead it's actually S17 collecting a lot of CS before Nautilus is able to join the lane. We saw his Poppy do work in the first game. He's got it again here as Chimin now forced onto Kindred with YOLO taking his Nidalee away. We'll see how these two aggressive jungle champions match up.
I feel like no one ever says, oh no, I got Kindred instead of Nidalee.
Yeah, I mean, some teams prefer it, to be honest.
Definitely. Snake is one of them that's been very vocal, that they prefer Nidalee and think that she's the stronger jungler, but recognize that Kindred is the only real response to how quickly she farms right now.
The other thing as well, we saw it even with when Dandy played yesterday. He pretty much went for Kindred or Graves, ignoring Nidalee for a lot of the time. So there's definitely some preferences here. There's Gosu up. Mr. Creep.
I like how the camera was on him too. That's always the unfortunate thing. They miss tons of creeps, but as soon as the camera's on them.
Well, 2v2 is going exactly how we expect here. HYG playing up nice and aggressive. CS difference not eventuating just yet. Pentakill and Savoku doing a nice job keeping them at bay. But doesn't take much here, especially if junglers start to get involved. And Chimin is towards that top side of the map. YOLO there as well. And you can see now they move forward. Going to continue that aggression.
Actually, a lot of respect giving to the Alistar, that they were backed up so far, especially because underneath them is warded. So it's not like, yes, we have to back up because we don't want the hard engage and then get flanked by a jungler, but they had fairly deep vision, so they wouldn't have to worry.
Oh, good poke there from Raphael. We'll see if Gosu can handle the lane on Rise this time around. Had a good game in game 1 versus the Corki, but different animal here versus Jace.
Here we go, though. Spear going to connect.
Oh, Dredgeline actually lands, but that's a weird interaction. S17, though, doesn't quite make it far enough under. Damage is still good, but S17 is going to try and turn things around. Grasp for the Undying procs, and it's enough to keep him alive.
That's so unfortunate for Masters 3 right there. Like you said, very interesting interaction with the Flash and the Dredgeline. Well played by 17 to get out with his life. Like you said, the Mastery coming through big for him, but that Masters 3 had that.
Yeah, and just wasn't quite there, unfortunately. So First Blood staved off for now as Chimin able to clear out this Scuttle Crab and collect its delicious golden experience. That was a mark as well.
I thought it canceled an auto attack for a second. I thought it canceled 2. I was like, what is he doing? No, Crab's just really strong.
Yeah. Challenger Crab, man. Oh, flash forward, aggressive. As Chimin does going to move forward.
Good exhaust.
Slow's good, but not enough.
Okay, great target priority for the exhaust right there. Again, the flash came forward from Rise. He burned his cooldowns. That's going to be the big damage. So he says, who's going to kill me? It's going to be the Kindred. She's going to be the sustained damage. You're getting the exhaust.
Yep, and you can see this time Chimin and Gosu a bit more on the same page with the gank. No skill shots for Chimin to miss this time, but much more better timed as far as the initial pressure goes, and now they're invading together.
See, they're both contesting for the Nidalee, but actually, if we just put them on Kindred, it's better because you can't miss the skill shot.
Kindred is such a strong champion. This Gosu just shoves this wave in. That pressure onto Raphael opens up the lane back for him. Might be time to back and look for a team. We've actually swapped the lanes back. Once again, an early lane swap here, but Pentakill's on this tower.
Oh, burning the teleport and eating up a lot of the tower damage onto a creep. So good response from 17 to get himself in position and also mitigate a lot of the wave damage. We'll see if they push this one through because Kindred had also respawned.
They better be pushing through because this is so many people down to this lane.
Especially because they have another wave pushing into them. Again, Kalista, Kindred, you push towers very effectively.
Certainly do. And M3 have to match here. They pretty much are forced to bring their jungler and trying to push. They do get the first turret, but here we are. Race is on.
Chicken. Who's going to back first?
Well,
who's got the superior wave control and the pushing power?
Chimin's actually already gone, so it might just be pushing this wave in and then leaving. But 4 members have stayed for M3, so they might get a second turret out of the deal. This one is quite a bit weaker.
Yeah, competing with Nidalee as well as Lucian. It looks like Masters 3 will get the advantage.
Almost feel like it's greedy for Chimin to leave for, I think, what was a Scuttle Crab mark, but I just saw a red ping onto an inhibitor turret.
They're going to keep going.
So M3 are not done.
No one's going to respond. This is a massive misplay for Hyper Youth Gaming because they effectively just gave up a free tower.
Well, there's the tier 2 going down. They're going to try and answer, but XU can't do this on his own.
They went to Dragon.
All right, so trading gold for not gold. Usually questionable early stages of the game, but S17 does come back in time, and M3 don't push forward. I guess Chimin wants to make sure he locks down the objective, but M3 will definitely come out of that with a gold lead.
But I feel like Masters 3 have actually been really consistent on the early game for all 3 games of this series so far. We talk about this time and time again. Masters 3 just a little bit better on these early rotations, a little bit more refined, especially in a lane swap scenario, but they're not ballooning their gold leads ahead enough to compensate for their lackluster 5v5 against the likes of Hyper Youth Gaming.
Yep, HYG have definitely shown up more mid to late, whereas M3 have had the run early. So we'll see if they can change that this time around, because they're off to a good little start here, with 1,000 gold up and having that extra turret. Granted, Dragon did go to HYG, but Chimin, unfortunately, no 6-minute Devourer, so no chance on those extra stacks. We'll just have to take the buff for his team.
Things normalizing a little bit as it looks like the 2v2s will match up as well as the 1v1s. Actually, XY following his bot lane down as a ping goes down to the tower. Masters 3 could be looking to bleed Hyper Youth Gaming a bit more.
Tower's definitely under threat. You can see on the way pings, though. People are going to have to join back up. Chimin was also looking for a gank mid lane, but Gosu playing back, stacking up that tier. Jace is doing the same, so not much pressure here as the Lancer's not bad, but it's going to get interrupted. Flay's very nice from Shu, though, and the rest of the squad is going to join in. Spear lands, though, and that's actually the enemy problem. YOLO moves in front, but a nice flash. He's not going to give up first blood. That will, though, as that's going to be a second kill for Nidalee.
Great collapse from Masters 3 right there. They had the numbers advantage. They made the early rotation. We talked about this. Masters 3 are so much cleaner in the early game, and immediately the response TP to conserve the tower on top.
And this tower's going to go down. They'll keep pushing as well, I think. They've got a massive wave built up. Chimin once again looking mid lane, but Raphael just going to be able to get out of this one. The snare lands in. That might be enough for a kill. Chimin does collect it. But M3 are busy with towers.
And this is kind of the 2 different identities of these teams. Masters 3 are the slightly smarter team, but unfortunately, they can't beat the raw, aggressive power of Hyper Youth Gaming late game.
Well, we'll see how this all works out, because early games looked excellent for M3 this time around. 2,500 gold up already, 3 turrets to 1, with one of them being a tier 2 there in that top lane. XQ and Shield will clean out what they can, but they're not getting the 2v2 they wanted. And unfortunately for them, Lucian's kind of powered through that initial early awkward phase that he might have been in, as Chimin does look for the Rift Herald, but didn't actually want to start it. Just walks through the back of the pit.
And he thinks about it. He's like, well, why I'm here? Nope, never mind. I'm alone. Don't want it.
Once the Rift Herald in because he does have a mark to get, so good efficient jungling here from both of them. We do expect Nidalee and Kindred to jungle very quickly, especially as they ramp up in items, but M3 have really just outplayed HYG in the early minutes of this game. And here's the poke. Good cheese there onto Shu. He's dead as PentaQ takes him off. And another great play. Alistar's really coming up big in these games.
But this is the thing. You have to understand that Hyper Youth Gaming should expect that Masters 3 will collapse onto the bottom, and they're just not sitting enough resources to defend for it. This is the last standing outer tower.
This tower's going to die, I think, as well. Maybe just enough minions to be able to protect it. M3 needed 1 or 2 more creeps to try and tank there, but we've talked a lot about, double, triple AD carry comps doing a lot of damage. Jason Lucian with a Nidalee especially is a huge amount of damage onto a turret early on.
Another big mid-game power spike composition as well, so they are ahead of the clock, especially with all that freestanding gold just being shoved into their mouths.
3,000 gold up, and the pace is not really stopping here. YOLO is going to take this blue buff away. Steals that one out from under HYG. So pressure continuing. The pace, again, is really starting to pick up. YOLO's Nidalee, I think, is matching his personal preference for aggression quite nicely. Good attempt there from Shu. It was a max range hook if he landed it, but not enough. And Gosu busy clearing this out, but Ryze has got big problems right now because he really needs to farm, and M3 are not letting him farm very safely.
See if they're able to translate this into outer towers, however. So, again, Gosu still has decent wave clear, especially when he pops his ultimate. He's able to get that splash damage, clear out these waves effectively. This is why you see Shu standing behind him. He's just there to offer the lantern as opposed to come up and help him clear out the wave so he can't be dove against Savoki's Alistar. But Hyper Youth Gaming, again, have kind of slowed down the pace of the game. it's in Master 3's hand to be proactive and to close out with the gold lead they have.
XQ does a good job farming that top side, but he does have to leave the wave because that's a very long, unsafe lane for him to try and farm. Chu, unfortunately, just can't quite pull his minions off the turret, and there's no one here to get them as Kindred is going to move in. Does keep the caster creeps off, which is smart. Happy to let the melees tank into the turret. XQ now going to get the grunt for himself, but HYG pretty much playing catch-up on global gold because they are real far behind because of all those extra turrets that M3 have picked up, and that's starting to convert into some good items as well. Feels like PentaQ is the first one with some good items up, but Runic Echo's done for YOLO. You can see that poke starting to really hurt off those spears.
Yeah, and Italy right now is sitting at 100% win rate in this series. This is the first time that Masters 3 have got her hands on her. See if YOLO can do some damage.
Shu, though, spending a lot of time protecting his other laners, making sure he can keep everyone off their turrets and maybe even try and find a pick. He's effectively babysitting Gosu through this lane.
The big thing is that they only have 2 lanes that they can really safely farm right now or at any point, and they have 3 carries. So they want to slow down the game and consolidate farm and gold onto these carries, but someone is going to have to suffer, and actually right now it's Callista.
Yeah, which is a little awkward. As Chimin and Shu go back, Gosu doing a nice job aggressively playing up and clearing the wave as it comes in with his ultimate. But PentaQ just going to farm this back. Happy to let this take its time and try and deny some CS off.
Yeah, as long as he can keep the tank creep out from underneath his tower, so he should just kind of freeze it in front of them. He's going to have control of this for a long time. This is what I was talking about. So Poppy's also been pushing the wave forward. 3 carries, 2 waves to farm. Someone is getting punished, and it's their 80 carry, which is bad. Bad news bears.
Yep, 25 CS up for PentaQ already because he's having free time in a lane versus no time. As Gosu looking aggressive once again. Popsy ulti looks forward, but Raphael Popsy's into hammer form. Gets a bit of extra speed and zooms away. Dragon is up though. Chimin also has his Devourer ready. So stacks are plenty if they want them. They are actually going to look for this Dragon. And once again, M3. Just a little lax around these objectives.
Yeah, I agree. Although this is a great response again. XQ can't be anywhere on the map safely right now. He can possibly walk down to the bottom tier or top side map as it's pushed back into him. But I like the fact that, hey, you're Kindred, I'm Callista, we take monster objectives really well. I can't be by myself. Please hold my hand.
Yep. Hand holding successful. They get 5 stacks and a Dragon. The second, in fact, out onto themselves. You can see Chimin with 10 stacks already on the Devourer. We'll keep track of those. As we're 13 minutes in now. But XQ does come up to meet this wave. Still looking for a major item, unfortunately.
One day.
One day. Riftchild, though, goes over to M3. So they'll trade objectives. Dragon for Herald. See if M3 can maybe really pressure this mid lane turret.
Yeah, that's where they need to run it in. And there is dive potential on the rise against Savoki. Is level 7, so has the Unbreakable available to him. Just need to threaten with that. I feel like HYG would have to let that go because dying over a possible dive with a Rift Herald, as we now see all of Masters 3 running down mid lane, would mean that they'd have to also give up the inner turret.
Yep. Essence Reaver done, and a needlessly large rod for YOLO means it's not a bad time to try and siege down this turret. Jace probably wanted a few more items, but I don't think Raphael's got a back in just yet. Maybe you catch. Maybe you catch on a Chimin, actually. YOLO going to move himself forward, but Chimin just moves in for a ward and runs away.
They're pinging for triangle vision, so they want to move in and cheat underneath this tower and make sure that they see every possible flank opportunity. So they're pressuring 2 different waves, mid as well as bottom.
Gosu face tanks a lot of that coming, actually. He's able to clear that wave and threaten Raphael again. Every time Rise pops the ulti, Jace has to bail. And M3 again, just not quite able to get themselves into the best position. And this is actually letting XQ catch up, which is why HYG are happy to just let this pattern continue. As long as their towers are up or people don't die. If Callista's collecting extra farm that she wouldn't have got already, that's good. I mean, they'll have to give up this tower now. They'll finally get taken up by M3. But they did another good job again, slowing down the tempo of the game.
No, I completely agree. And like you said, just emphasizing Hyper Youth Gaming know that they can't fight for this objective because they're just not strong enough to do so. And if they lose that fight, which Masters 3 very clearly were going to look for the dive, moving in underneath that tower, laying down triangle vision on red side, they would lose far more from that. So good job giving up the minimum amount of resources and really making Masters 3 continue to fight for this. But they are on the bottom side now.
Yeah, 4-1 up in turrets and maybe looking for more. As they do still have the Rift Herald buff here. S17 can't really defend this on his own, but he's going to threaten YOLO. Try and move them out of the way. He needs to kill the cannon. He's going to get it down. That tower also sustaining quite a lot of damage. HYG, you have to be careful not to fall too far behind. I feel like this is acceptable. But
Yeah.
no other losses maybe are sustainable at this point.
No, they actually played it quite well. Again, Ball was in Masters 3's court. They had the Rift Herald buff, so they had a window of opportunity to look to pressure towers. They did effectively translate it into the mid tower, so good on them, but unable to pressure for anything else.
Raphael cleaning out what he can is actually looking good on the Jace as far as the early farm goes. He is going to move himself over and collect the blue buff as Gosu building in for that Rod of Ages. Almost has it done. Needs a little bit more as he does go back and finish it. Ghostblade done for Jace, so he's going to get to 2 items real quick, and Jace's power goes from kind of meh to wow pretty swiftly.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is that a technical term?
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
I believe he also got a damage increase.
I think so.
I'd have to double check. I know his mana was reduced to flat 40, but I think he also has a damage increase in there somewhere.
Well, Raphael's happy because that's good damage onto Chimin. Look for level 13 as well, but level 10's not too bad right now. It does have the Q maxed out already.
Okay, Masters 3. Oh, God.
Yeah, Shu going in for it once again with a Thresh, but Raphael going to take him out there. Doesn't get locked up for long enough. And now they're going to try and turn things around. Savoki in the thick of it, but S17's come down as well. XY teleports straight into the team, and here's XQ a little late. No Hurricane need to try and apply, but actually it's enough as S17 slays Pentakill all on his own. Flash forward there for Chimin's going to get one, and Savoki can't quite save them. And good cleanup from HYG. They win themselves a team fight 3-1.
Massive response from Kindred in particular. That Lamb's Respite did a ton of work, and Gosu's positioning that team fight was flawless to dodge so many shock blasts and to continue to threaten as Rise.
Told a lie as well. XQ did have Hurricane, which makes sense as why they pulled such an early fight out, but Chimin gets chunked out. YOLO trying to find the spear, but Chimin dances out of the way of that first Q. They're going to commit to this tower. I think they can take it, but they have to be careful. They'll get it down, though. And here's Shu threatening again with a hook. Chimin should get out safely also, unless Raphael finds the sickest blind shockwave ever. It's not coming.
Dance of Arrows and Martial Poise doing work. But here's that team fight again. So initially, Savoki plays this so well. He punts out the Rise, he makes sure he gets the exhaust down, and he stalls out a lot of damage. It's the Lamb's Respite that really comes clutch for Hyper Youth Gaming and starts to turn this one around, as well as the fact that Pentakill right now is doing nothing as the solution. He's completely zoned into the fight. 17 God TPs in, just destroys him. You didn't see the back half of that shock blast, but that was being aimed at Rise, and just like a sliver of health left on him, just backs away from it so cleanly and then walks back in.
Yeah, really well played by HYG. They've definitely shown up in the team fighting department this series, and M3 it looking like once again struggling to keep up. When we get towards the 20-minute mark, there's just something about these two teams.
It's just their 5v5. They're almost like a Vici Gaming or like a baby Vici, where they need to balloon a gold lead so insurmountable that it compensates for their inability to pull the trigger as effectively as they need to. And you think that 3,000 gold at 8 minutes would be enough, but Hyper Youth Gaming really just giving it to them.
Yeah, they even the gold up a little bit more. Still a lead now for M3. In fact, they're still up 3K. So they didn't buy too much more gold. I think maybe 1,500 plus for themselves. But Dragon here again. HYG able to take this out. That'll be the third of the game. And one stack away from Sata Devour on the Kindred as well. HYG, once again, when they start getting ahead or feeling like they're getting ahead, the breaks just don't exist.
Structure objectives versus monster objectives. Kind of been the MO of both of these teams.
See if this structure goes down, though, because Siege has started once more for M3. Everyone's going to have to walk the long way around, and the damage is great there from the Jace. HYG, though, if they can find a good hard engage, that might be their way back in. They've got an awful lot of skill slots to dodge, though. And Chimin did get chunked up by a spear. I think Shu also got chunked as well by Shock Blast, so have to be careful. Callista still needs a few more items.
I feel like a Masters 3 could actually... I understand wanting to siege onto this tower because, again, fish in a barrel, everyone's grouped up in a very narrow corridor. You're dodging spears from the side, shock blast from in front of you, and Savoki could always look to pull the trigger on the Alistar engage. But they had Herald. Herald's just now left. They could have quickly gone back to him.
Well, Shock Blast does work there. XQ going to get chunked out by that last whisper from Jace. Really strong at 2 items is Jace. Just so much early efficient stats, although his Manamina is going to be delayed, but he's doing so much damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, they need to pull the trigger. Hyper Youth Gaming can't continue to just let this chip away at their health bars as well as their tower's health, but they don't necessarily have the greatest hard engage options. It's pretty much non-committal CC from a death sentence.
I mean, XQ plus a flank did it last time, although S17 is going to try and threaten and actually get some off away, which isn't too bad because I think YOLO is absent from the siege. No reason to stop yet, though. Raphael still putting in work here on the Jace.
A lot of pressure on 17. Doesn't have a TP available for Flink just yet, but in a few seconds he will. Does have his flash available.
Pink ward down, shock blast onto Chimin. Raphael putting
That's
in work
tower.
here in this siege, and yeah, that tower's going to be given up here. M3 get what they want. They'll take their 5th turret of the game and keep the gold lead up for them. HYG, they did win the last fight. They're still behind 4,500 gold.
But under very specific circumstances, just to reiterate, it comes down to the hard engage potential. Because you don't have the Nautilus this time around, it was denied picked by XY. Have to rely on the Poppy. Poppy needs that heroic charge flank or a key ultimate. Rise needs to either flash forward and just snare someone up, death sentence, but otherwise, you don't have a Sivir.
Yeah.
It's hard.
It is. And I mean, eventually they'll look to outscale the poke, but right now M3's comp is in prime position to try and take over the game, and that's pretty much what it's done. Although Raphael actually caught here, I think. Savoki also going to get locked up. He gets himself up, and a sick hook from Shu. Going to keep him in his place. The ultimate's still ticking away, though, and it's not enough for a kill. Poke lands in. XQ almost dies in 2 little shots there from the Jason the Nidalee. But M3, very close to getting caught again.
Good job from Savoki to walk away from it. But like you said, pretty sick hook.
Oh,
did he smite it?
He did. Take it up, but Yolo's actually going to get caught as a result. Gosu going to get the donation over. And Chimin almost baits him in there.
And again, Hyper Youth Gaming, it comes mid-game, and
Baron?
they come alive.
Baron. Yep, Baron.
Jungler's dead, super early. Kindred Callista composition. We'll see if Masters 3 can stall this.
Oh, it's so dangerous versus Jace, though. Let's see if they can separate properly. The first poke misses. That's important. Savoki in there gets punted up by S17. Baron does go over to HYG, and now the team fight's going to start. PentaQ out of position, gets flash fight after the warbang from Poppy. And how do they keep doing this?
It's just these inconvenient picks from Masters 3. Their individual decision-making in mid-game has burned them time and time again, and a very early Baron composition might swing this game and the series for Hyper Youth Gaming.
Yeah, looks like the push is on for HYG. Lifesteal from Callista means that she's not too afraid after getting chunked out, even going bloodthirster by the looks of things, just to get a bit of extra health buffer versus the shield. And M3's poke comp, like much other poke comps, great when going forward and not so much when going backwards.
And that's the big thing about the sustain build as well from Callista is the fact that you're against a poke composition, so you need to answer with lifesteal so you're able, because the fights, technically there is a lot of burst damage, but chances are it's about continuous damage or continuous long team fights through multiple cooldowns. The Bloodthirster is going to help you against the burst with the shield when you hit creeps, as well as recoup a lot of that health lost in between these cooldowns.
You can see, now going to go back, probably has the Bloodthirster ready. Sheriff's Embrace done now for Gosu as well. Goes back and buys it outright. Already had the tier charged up.
Boom.
A 17 getting stronger. Chimin even going in for some more items here. Big buys there for HYG as they've pretty much equalized the gold at this stage of the game. M3 1,100 gold up, and I don't know if they can tell. They're technically ahead, but I don't think they're playing like it.
Well, again, window's still closing. If we're constantly with this analogy, the Rise Void Staff is coming out about 3K more gold before that guy is just massive.
And that 17's causing problems. PentaQ and Yolo, they're going to try and team up for it. Chimin's down here, but M3 are putting a TP in for it.
Regret.
S17's okay. Ooh, Shu actually looking for a pick, but he eats a spear for his trouble.
That guy's crazy.
He is. Right, less done for Italy means that catches are actually very strong when they find the chain.
This will be Dragon 4. Hyper Youth Gaming are set up in position. Poppy did burn the ultimate as well as the TP, so having to walk to this Dragon Pit, but plenty of time.
Baron's still up and great vision control here.
But this is, again, the difference between Savoki and Shu, is Shu has been so much more on top of the vision denial, so we'll see if these traps set up in the, now what do you even call that brush? Brush walking in from mid lane is successful.
Well, Chimin's actually shoving in as well with the Baron, so M3 have a number of things to worry about right now. Big wave prepped in topside as well. It's just all too easy for HYG. Really good objective control here, using the side waves, using their vision. Now going to even pressure this tier 2. 17, if he had his flash, probably goes straight in for PentaQ, but this tower actually just might be dead, and that's probably too much space to try and contest Dragon 4. At about 25 minutes into the game, this is a really fast objective snowball from HYG.
I don't think we've ever seen HYG so coordinated.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm used to their early game being their strong point, and they fall behind in every single early game so far.
For a long time, they were considered the weakest team in the LPL, or the last place team in the LPL, but they're just dismantling Masters 3 consistently. That's the big thing to underline here. Consistently, they're doing this. They dig themselves in a hole into the early game, and then they just climb out of it.
Yep, they've just outplayed them almost, it feels like.
Yep. But it makes sense against Masters 3 that they should prioritize an objective-based composition. So we said that they had two different options. Either you can go for the Callista and you can get the synergy with Kindred, or you can go for the Sivir and you can get the synergy with Rise. by choosing the Callista, it makes so much sense because you know that you're going to get to the mid game. You know that you have the superior 5v5. If you win a single team fight, which chances are they've been winning team fights against Masters 3 all series, just immediately translate that into 5th Dragon, into Baron, and compensate your siege that way.
And all of a sudden, Baron is not back up, but the 4th Dragon has been claimed about 30 seconds ago. HYG going to go back, spend some of that money. They've equalized the gold, actually, after just continually climbing back out of the lead that M3 had. Remember, M3 were ahead by what, 3, 4K at 8 minutes into this one?
3K at 8 minutes is absurd.
And HYG have climbed all the way back to possibly pick up a sweep here and push themselves one step closer to being back into the LPL.
Just thank you, XQ, for coming back.
The Callista, man.
Doesn't Marshall pose out from underneath that shock blast.
Teleport from S17, actually.
It's because look at the red.
Oh.
He did not want to be a part of that party.
That is an awful lot of people trying to kill you.
But with so many resources displaced bottom lane from Masters 3, it will be the split-pushing rise from Gosu.
Hey, look, free gold.
Yeah.
Out of turret. There we go.
Nailed it. TP worth.
Oh, this could even be... Oh, this could be good.
Oh, Jace.
The wraparound.
You can check it.
No. Oh. Literally on the hook there from Shu. But the vision was great again. That setup was perfect for what HYG were trying to do there. And now all of a sudden, with Baron coming back up soonish, probably a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4.
I think it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
That's what my spidey senses are telling me.
All right, we'll check at 27:45 if the indicator comes up.
Oh, I was off by like 20 seconds.
Still good. Spidey sense more or less in check. I'll give you that one. You can have it.
Next time I'm taking the timer.
That's cheating.
No. Okay, game kind of slowed down. Again, Baron's going to be the next big point of contention. We've talked time and time again how good Shu has been about controlling vision and denying a lot of that, and that's really been the downfall or the Achilles heel in Masters 3 because it comes to these late games and they walk into Fog of War into an amazing engagement by either Alistar, this time around Thresh, and just lose it all in team fights. So see if they can pick it up a bit. They've got 3 trinkets or 3 blue trinkets to play with, so a bit more security there.
Well, HYG have definitely shown some superior objective control. And Steric's Gauge finished for Callista. I love this build from XQ. Just doesn't want to get bursted. Knows if the fight keeps going, he'll probably carry it. And Gosu's a pretty good insurance policy as well, given that he's got that blasting one building in towards the Void Staff. 3 items up for S17. And Chimin with a Rune and Tarakan of his own. These team fights will start to look awfully lopsided if HYG start the right one.
I don't completely agree, but it's very dependent on flanks from HYG. Again, Ryze is really relying on his Ghost and his Flash to help him get into position. You're looking for the heroic charge flank or a really nice death sentence.
Well, for now, it's just HYG's map control that's getting him a lot of advantages.
They also have the Dragon to look forward. So yes, Baron will be spawning in 20 seconds, but Dragon is also the...
Culling burnt. Spear lands.
Savoki,
YOLO chases. Savoki's got his flash.
Oh.
Does go in, but it gets flashed out. Wanted to wait for headbutt range, so it does keep the summoner spell, but Shu able to go back and maybe a re-engage. Savoki actually gets CC'd up here, but Chimin going to get blown up. He has to burn the lamp to a spite. Big cooldown burnt before Baron.
Issue is again, Gosu's Ryze is running Ghost, Flash, and not Teleport. While in the top lane, that was what gave Masters 3 the confidence to pull that trigger, knowing it was a 4v5. They then walk into the Baron pit, do claim a lot of the vision.
Oh, S17, he face checks, but he's actually tanked up everyone. Massive 4-man knockup from the Poppy, but he can't survive the damage. 4v5 now under the Baron pit.
And they have to face check this blind. They do have 1 blue trinket available to them.
But he used it at the right time. There it is. Going to get cleared. HYG might fancy a team fight here. There's a lot of AoE. XY in the mix. Ghost going to get blown up there as the damage is going to turn things around. Chimin now with no ulti. He just has to run and turn tail as XQ. Can't really do too much here. Doesn't last the night as PentaQ takes him out. M3 finally with a big team fight win.
But they do deny the Baron, at least for a little while, as pings go back down onto it. It is a lot of low health members, but only the support and the jungler left alive. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute. It will be 5th Dragon for Hyper Youth Gaming. Masters 3 need to quickly take this, reset their position, and run towards that Dragon.
Yeah, HYG give up the Baron and pretty much take the vision around the Dragon as their next objective here. And all of a sudden, HYG mis-execute there.
An issue, and a lot of teams actually do this, is they will panic with the trinket and throw it. But if you notice, when the blue trinket came down, Thresh wasn't in position to make any use of it. If you had waited till your support is in position so he gets vision and he can look for an engage, that's the proper time to use it. But it was like, oh god, it's dark. I'm not even in position for a steal. Someone blue trinket.
Yep. I mean, I think the other thing is you have to check if you're getting baited or they've started the Baron.
Yeah.
Because if you don't use it and you face check, you die anyway.
What I just find so funny is that Masters 3 consistently have three blue trinkets, but have been losing out on the Vision War pretty much every time.
Well, Vision doesn't really last much longer, as Dragon is about to have a fight started for it. M3 are like desperate to take Dragon 1 ASAP. HYG are like, nuh-uh.
Oh, double TP's deep.
Oh, this is interesting. Big flanks here, but S17 might find the way in. Straight in onto the back lines, but XY is also around the other side. They need to separate. S17, though, denies them up as Chimin goes massive, puts down the Lamb's Respite. Lantern in there as well. He's going to lift his way out, but S17 buys enough time to live. XY getting shredded down, but Pentacu's going to take him out. The tanks are dead, but there are low health people on both sides as well.
And the poke composition has far superior range. Here comes Gosu.
Oh, Gosu, no, going to catch Raphael. Disaster for M3 around the Dragon area.
And it was just the vision. He didn't see him come around.
Poke, they've run out. YOLO's pretty much the only one left with it, but HYG want picks. Pentacu does pursuit out of the way, but Gosu's going to chase more down. He's already used that flash. He's going to take the blue buff, and the Dragon, most importantly, will go to HYG.
The power of Rise comes in spades as they're continuing the team fight.
Savoki does have his ulti. He's not dead yet, but he is going to die through the Callista damage. Picks everywhere. 3-1 trade plus the Dragon. Dragon 5 now up for Hyper Youth Gaming.
And that pretty much neutralizes any push that the Baron could have offered, especially because it's dead on a couple of members, but more importantly, that is Dragon 5.
Rough stuff here for M3. As HYG once again come up with a nice flank. They needed that big flank from Poppy to kind of get things started, but S17, he bought so much time with the backlines of M3.
It was also Chimin, the Lamb's Respite, so effectively it was your pseudo-tankiness from the Lamb's Respite against the actual tankiness of the Nautilus, and just who could burn who quicker. It was a good lantern from Shu to kind of pull Chimin back to safety and try to burn the Nautilus, but good job from XY. I mean, he's got Sunfire, Frozen Heart, and Spirit Visage, so he's pretty much up and online.
Yeah, he's crazy tanky at this point of the game. You saw how long it took to kill them. Callista does not build armor penetration very often.
It could have been so much better if Raphael wasn't caught. And yes, Rise did walk through a vision-controlled area by Hyper Youth Gaming from the mid-brush, but he actually walked by their creep wave incoming. So Raphael should have known or should have seen that Rise was coming around behind him.
Instead, Gosu looking very speedy there with the distorted up Swifties. Able to kind of put the last few snares down to clean up the back end of that. And once again, the gold nice and even here. 33.5 minutes in. HYG back on the offensive. M3 though, ready with the poke. Hook on to XY. They will start the fight for it. XQ going to eat the Dirge line, but they are going to try and move forward. Pentacu dashes in, but he's far too aggressive. Ghost going to lock him down. Savoki going to die here as well. And they just will not be stopped. Chimin's chasing on the front side. Shu flashes in for Raphael and is able to take him down. YOLO tries to make a heroic play, but he's just going to fall down to Gosu. Rise picks up a triple. XY's in the bases. Chimin's going to take him out for an ace. Hyper Youth Gaming starting to sweep through M3.
And I don't think there's anything left in the tank for Masters 3. We said that Hyper Youth Gaming have M3's number. This is the only team that Hyper Youth Gaming managed to beat during the regular LPL season.
And that's maybe all they need here because they're looking at a 3-0. Just outplay them at every turn, and M3 are going to bow out of the LPL promotion and not make it back into summer. HYG looking to knock down these last few turrets. XY, he'll be the last line of defense, but he's pretty squishy with 5 members on top of him. Rise will get the kill for the ace, and HYG will 3-0 and move into their battle against Young Miracles for the LPL spot.
And again, just to reiterate, they're now into the qualifying portion of the bracket. They still have a single best of 5 between them and re-entering the LPL, but this is a squad that looks so much cleaner.
Really clean. We saw their improvement towards the back end of the season, and it shows here in promotion as well. M3 will have to hang their heads a little low today. You can see the hugs out from the players. Clearly organizations and friends that know each other, but at the end of the day, only one can remain. M3 unfortunately do lose 0-3, and it feels like a lot of their issues that we saw on the back end of this spring season just surface here again. How sweet it is to have HYG beat the only team they could beat before. But honestly, when you look at them, you can kind of see why. HYG it just seems like whatever they were doing, they knew exactly how to beat M3.
Again, it comes back to that word that we use, consistency. When we talked about the likes of Masters 3 of Hyper Youth Gaming, the thing is we say they're too inconsistent. They're not all firing at once. Maybe they'll have one performing member that will step up to the plate, but everyone else will drop the ball. That wasn't the case anymore. We saw a lot more cohesion, and we saw a consistent blueprint or battle plan. They fell behind early, but they dug themselves out of a gold deficit 3 out of 3 games. That's something that the old Hyper Youth Gaming and LPL never accomplished.
And you sort of mentioned this, but it almost feels like their trial by fire in their very stacked Group B kind of taught them this. They would have fallen behind in plenty of their games because they did fall behind early. They were known for aggression when they originally beat M3 in that best-of-3 win in the regular season. But every time they fell behind, they knew exactly what to do to slow down the game and then keep themselves in it. And then when it came to mid to late game, M3 just looked like they didn't know what to do.
It's funny, too, because coming from Group A, we call Group A kind of the smarter group. You had teams like Snake, Team WE, who were kind of this more macro-heavy group, and that's where Masters Fleet were beating Hyper Youth Gaming, is in these initial early lane swaps, just finding these small advantages through map play, whereas Hyper Youth Gaming were in the team fighting group. They had RNG, EDG, who else was in that group?
Oh, you said those 2 teams already. Vici,
Invictus Gaming.
Yep, that's the one.
So
OMG as well.
Yeah, the big skirmish 5v5, and what were Hyper Youth Gaming able to do better than Masters 3? Team fighting. So I 100% agree with you, like this training. You have to think, not every team got the same amount of games in the LPL because it was a best-of-3 format. So if you get 2-0'd every single time, you don't get to play as many games. Hyper Youth Gaming had 33 games of just getting the crap kicked out of them effectively by these big 5v5 skirmish-oriented teams. And I guess it paid off because that's how they won the series.
It's funny as well because you sort of just distill Group B into 4 team fighting teams in Vici.
Yep.
And even Vici have actually started to learn how to team fight as well. So it does feel like the groups are starting to let their little mini metas seep out and sort of affect even, all the way down towards the bottom. And HYG, very exciting time for them because that was a really clean series. Like, the scoreline, I think, accurately reflects the series for once, because that was a very clean sweep.
No, yeah, completely agree. I also have to give massive props to HYG and their coaching staff. Their draft phase was far superior. Making sure that you had the Maokai ban, getting the priority of Rise, beating Masters 3 with 2 different styles of compositions, a poke siege comp in game 2, and then flanking that with 2 5v5 compositions and executing beautifully, prioritizing their monster objectives. Maybe a bit more attention to Rift Herald in particular, but again, if you're not really a siege-oriented team, it makes sense that they would prioritize Baron, Dragon.
Yep, and that's exactly what they did. They have the Kindred, they wanted the stacks, they managed to get Dragons, they snowballed to 5 at 30 minutes or something in that game? Like a really quick clip for that objective. And overall, just great performance by HYG. They will move in for a next test, and maybe that's what we can look to. So we'll have to play, I believe, the top finishing LSPL team for this section of the tournament. The second place finisher, obviously Edward Gaming Esports, their ADG's B team, did manage to take first slot and get the auto spot in. So Young Miracle, I believe, will be the opponent moving into that final qualifier.
And that's the big thing to look at this bracket, is that it is weighted for the LSPL teams to have an easier run into the LPL. Again, it's going to be MF Gaming and, like you said, Young Miracles as the 2 LSPL representatives in this bracket, both getting the automatic seed into qualifiers. So that said, if you're Young Miracles, you're still kind of sweating looking at that Hyper Youth Gaming squad.
I mean, absolutely. I think the thing is, like, how do you approach beating them, really? Like, they played 2 different styles. They played very clean. Maybe you think you can outplay them if you think your players are a little bit better, but traditionally in promotion, LSPL have not done too well, so we'll have to see that, but that'll be later down the track. We are going to move into MVP for that final game, of course. Was Gosu on the rise this time.
93% kill participation right there, so definitely worth it. I have to think that the mentality going in is, we're 3K gold down behind. We mismanaged the initial tower swap. Wow, I can't even speak anymore.
Lane swap.
Lane swap. Got it, boys. They gave away a free tower.
They gave away a couple.
But if your jungler's just sitting there, it's fine. We got the early dragon. We have the Callista Kindred. We can just play this to Dragon 5.
Yep, and I think most importantly, they did a really good job of stopping the bleeding in that series and just making sure that the 3,000, 4,000 gold lead didn't get to 8 or 10,000. That's the real worry with a team like M3 especially, is that you fall behind and things go wrong. But Gosu, bit of a snare bot in this game, I will say, but that is definitely a compliment. He was just playing so well on this Rise all series long.
Well, he also had to be, because again, you had such lackluster engage tools. It was pretty much, if Rise's flash is up, good team fight. If not, wait for Rise's flash. Yep,
and you can see Gosu snaring up. He had great zoning in game 1 as well. Picked his targets well. It sounds kind of silly with Rise, but you do only get a requisite amount of spells with your ultimate up. Making sure everyone counts is important. And the team fighting again for HYG, looking very good. You know, I'm going to say it. EDG RNG light. Very light, but still light nonetheless. And that's for a team that, you know, did have the worst record, I believe, of the LPL for that season. To see them come so far now, looking good in playoffs with a clean sweep, possibly moving back into the LPL if they can win their next best of 5. That's a lot of growth for a team, and they should be proud of today's performance.
Especially because of where they're winning now. Historically, LSPL teams are able to perform in the early game. It's a very, again, it's the secondary league. It's not so much about your advanced macro play or your map play. It's about your mechanical ability and your ability to snowball or to play like all in aggressive. The other thing about LSPL is has very different metas. Teams will have very independent, champion pools. Not everyone's playing the same sort of style. Because again, if you look at Group A, if you look at Group B, it's like, okay, this is kind of the 5v5 group, and this is the macro group. And the LSPL, you have much more vast and wild teams. And so the early game is really strong, but Hyper Youth Gaming are playing the mid and late game really strong.
Yeah,
and that's typically like the Achilles heel to a lot of LSPL teams.
Yeah, I mean, they've had the LPL training, so maybe looking up against their matchup to Young Miracles, you have to think that, you know what, maybe we actually don't have this all in the bag and they need to clean up some of their early game, because I think going into that best of 5, we have to think that YM, we don't know too much about them just yet from what we've seen in their LSPL, but for HYG, we say, you know what? Everything past 50 minutes is looking good. Make sure you don't fall too far behind in those first 15 minutes.
Yeah, and they did show that they understood how to slow down the pace of the game. It wasn't just that Masters 3 weren't proactive enough or kind of passively lost a lot of their momentum. It was Hyper Youth Gaming making a very clear effort to say, okay, we give them this tower because we can't fight them for it and we'll lose more. So just give this away and sit back, wave clear, have great vision control so they can't get the flank underneath us. It was just very, very clean. Very safe.
It was. And I think M3 definitely missing maybe some of the energized elements. Savoki not able to make as many plays. A lot of these plays for M3, it felt like it's kind of been a bad back end to the season. And while, yes, they did do well in every game to get themselves a lead, I feel like they could have converted a bit better, despite the fact that HYD were doing a good job actually slowing down the game.
No, completely agree right there.
I miss Savoki. He's now left the LPL. That's the real shame, isn't it?
That is sad.
Oh, well. Well, you know what? He's probably be back because a lot of these players end up in other places. You mentioned it already. Some of these orgs have already sort of found players. A lot of these teams or players have been in different teams around. So even if HYG don't make it, you have to think that some of these players will stay. And promotion's getting a whole lot of fun. We do have, of course, another series to play that'll be coming up shortly-ish after this one. But HYG, I really look at that series and I see very few mistakes, and that's impressive to me.
Yep. As we will see the highlights on your screen right now, and it just came down to the 5v5, the team fighting.
Even with the poke comp somehow.
Even with the siege comp somehow. Big standout for me is still going to be Shu, however. He got the MVP Alistar in Game 1. I think he should have gotten it in Game 2 as well. His Thresh, for being permabanned throughout the series until the very last game, wasn't as impressive as I expected it to be, but his vision control throughout the series definitely was.
Yep, certainly both a big playmaker and a big vision guy. As you can see, Shu also making some plays around here. You can see where M3 were trying to get aggressive in a few of their games. This was a great dive. Yolo in particular does very well to just go all in and still get the reset on the last hunt.
I'm just so happy that XQ finally played well.
He did play well.
I've been like a big supporter of XQ. He used to play for LGD, was replaced by Imp. No problems there. Imp is far and away the superior AD carry. But XQ had a really bright future ahead of him in the LPL, and I was sad to see him go into LSPL. Very excited when I saw that he was coming back in Hyper Youth Gaming. I just never made it connect during the regular LPL, but I guess better late than never.
Yep, certainly wing where it counts, I suppose, in promotion, although maybe would have preferred to have to be in playoffs instead. HYG, though, for their run in the regular season, I think they couldn't have asked for a better start to their promotion, because these guys, honestly, might be a very Cinderella story, because if they can win their way back in, they will have gone from last overall as far as record goes to a very impressive back end of the season and a very impressive promotion back in. But that challenge will remain in, I believe, 2 days' time, because they still have to play those matches.
Yep, definitely. So congratulations to Hyper Youth Gaming. I think they completely...
For now.
They do deserve it. I can't... If you're just looking at the score, the only thing that you really need to take away is that wasn't Masters 3 just playing poorly, although there were issues where Masters 3 should have been more proactive. It was Hyper Youth Gaming playing better. Well,
I think we've gone through a lot of that series. So a quick tease perhaps for us going about our next match coming up. EPA OMG. We will not be here on the desk casting, unfortunately. We will hand over the pairs, but I know you always have stuff to say on the LPL. How are you thinking about this one? Because OMG, man, they have never not been in the LPL. To have this team potentially fall out would be craziness.
To be
Be
frank,
like Dignitas getting relegated.
yeah, it was pretty crazy. No, to be frank, I was actually a little bit frustrated with the bracket as I looked at it because, again, it's the 2 6th-place teams versus the 2 5th-place teams. And you would think that why isn't it 6th versus 5th? And it just comes down to this idea that it's weighted for the LSPL teams.
And
again, with Young Miracles having the superior seed, they get to play either the 6th-place team from either Hyper Youth Gaming or Masters 3, so it gives them an easier route into it. So it makes sense from that context. But the fact that EPA is performing so much better with the addition of Crisis and Moon and Soul on the back half of their split, and then the dynasty of OMG who are also playing really well, just barely missing their chance out onto the playoffs, it's so unfortunate that either one of them is going to have to drop out.
Well, we'll have to find out. Thank you for the info. But that series is coming up next. Don't go too far away. When we return from the break, it will be OMG taking on EPA as the promotion tournament continues.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart, and joining me on the desk today is going to be Jake Small and Tiberi. How are you doing today, Jake?
Yeah, I'm actually doing pretty good. You know, I've been a little bit sick, a little bit flu, finally recovering, thank goodness. Glad to be here for, I think this is your first duocast, Fish.
It definitely is my first duocast here in the LPL, and I'm glad that you're feeling a lot better here coming into this promotion tournament that we're having this week.
I'm also kind of glad because I believe it was you and Atlas that made me sick in the first place. So, you know, if I wasn't better, we would be having some pretty strict words.
Well, we have to go back to Patient Zero, who was Riot Benji. Unfortunately, he made all of us sick, so that wasn't my fault, just to clarify. But thankfully, everybody is alive and well and back to normal health. And we have a promotion tournament on our hands. We just witnessed HYG taking on Masters 3, and unfortunately, Masters 3 will not be returning to the LPL.
Yeah, you know, Masters 3, a team that had been up for relegation 3 times, saved twice by Dade and Lupa. This time around, not able to get it done. So unfortunately, M3 are now eliminated from the LPL. Of course, HYG, their journey hasn't ended yet. They still have to get through Young Miracle in a couple of nights' time to try and vie for their spot back into the LPL.
Yep, no Dade, no clue apparently for the team, but they did put up a great fight. HYG were able to pick up their win against Masters 3 again, the only team they were able to beat during the regular split of the LPL. But we still have another game tonight, which is going to be between OMG and EPA. But this is a promotion tournament, so the winner of this match will go back into the LPL.
Yeah, exactly right. So because they're both the 5th seeds from Group A and Group B playing against each other, whoever wins this goes automatically back into the LPL, and then the loser gets another chance in a couple of nights' time against MFG. So, you know, nowhere near the pressure that was on HYG and M3 because that was an elimination game. But it's always nice to get, you know, the early victory and dust it off, make sure that you're prepared getting back into LPL next time around.
So we will be getting into that match very shortly. In fact, actually, we are going into it right now. So we're going to take a look at the two lineups. It's going to be OMG in the top lane. It's going to be Xiang. Tren is in the jungle. Icon is going to be in the mid lane with SMLZ and 5 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's kick it off in the top lane. Xiang. What a superstar. Mid laner, support, now top laner. One of the stalwart members of OMG has had a terrific season, at least in my opinion. Quite a young player still, but has taken on more of a leadership role.
Has been a solid top laner as we look at the jungle position. Tren moving on over previously from LGD, now rocking his Lee Sin in the jungle for OMG.
Yeah, actually, like you 75% kill potential, 61% gank rate. That's really good numbers for Tren, and he does play some aggressive junglers.
And this guy, he's back in the mid lane. It's Icon. Where have you been, buddy?
Goodness, he played last week, I believe, but you know, he did have a brief stint out for Cool and SMLZ. This goes back to the rebuilding philosophy for OMG. You know, they just missed out on playoffs, but they did it with a very young lineup. SMLZ finally coming into his own. I love his gym.
And then we have 5 as well to round out the roster as the support. The aggressive playmaker. If you give him Thresh, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, you certainly are, of course. I have to throw the Bard in there as well. One of the few LPL supports that does still play Bard. Very strong, especially with that Jhin in the bottom lane.
So that's gonna wrap up OMG's lineup, and they're gonna be taking on their opponents today, and it will be EPA, Energy Pacemaker, or they had a very rocky start to the season, but finished out the season very strong, picking off games against top teams, even picking up a win against the teams of the likes of Gu Reapers, as we are gonna take a look at their lineup, and that is quite a few people on their team.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, people will remember EPA or Energy Pacemaker as the organization from their last stint. But let's have a look at it. It is going to be Gimgoon in their top lane.
Gimgoon up in the top lane, Christ in the jungle, Republic in the mid lane, Moon and Sol, I believe, in the bottom lane. Well, let's take a look at Gimgoon right up. The man, the beast, the legend up in the top lane.
Yeah, so he's been the person that she's gone from strength to strength, right? Gimgoon, especially with the pickups of Echo, has looked just fantastic in the top lane.
Then we have Crisis as well. He's been picking up a lot of Graves and Gragas in the jungle. A touch of Kindred as well.
Well, Kindred and Graves make a lot of sense because when you look at how this team plays, Gimgoon is the go button. So all Crisis needs a little bit of that follow-up damage.
And then we have Republic lining up the roster in the mid lane, making sure he's comfortable in that role. He's picking up a little bit of a cheeky fizz in there as well.
Yeah, I like Republic's assassin picks, actually, and, you know, a lot of Azir as well. Moon, however, is kind of the person that you have to watch out for. He's a 1v2 AD carry, and what I mean by that is that Solly support doesn't spend all that much time down in the bottom lane, especially if it's standard lanes.
And here is Sol. He's replacing the legend that was known as Jay-Z, and he has filled those shoes quite nicely for EPA.
Yeah, Jetzo, a little bit unlucky to be left out of the lineup. He was a very good player, but Moon and Sol seem to have that synergy that we need, and I do like Sol's playmaking ability, especially getting around the Rift, picking up early boots a lot of the time, seeing if he can impact the rest of the map. And that's what they really needed. They needed someone that could get up into Gimgoon's lane or set up those deep wards for the teleport plays that they look for. And this EPA lineup, you know, OMG, they had a fantastic season, but I don't think you can look past EPA because they are much improved.
Yeah, well, let's look at that OMG lineup down in the bottom lane, especially SMLZ and 5. We talked a lot about how Moon is that 1-on-2 AD carry, Soul being that playmaking support. 5, he does a very similar thing for OMG with certain key picks.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, if he's on something like Alistar or Braum, he does get around Summoner's Rift a lot. Thresh is also something, but when he's Bard, he puts down a phenomenal amount of pressure in that 2v2 duo, especially when you couple it with something like Jhin. So you got to watch out, EPA, because they play one style very well. OMG play everything at a good rate.
And enough that we are going to move right into Champion Select for game number 1 between OMG and EPA. And the bans have already been flying through. Kalista, Alistar, and Nidalee are going to be banned out by OMG, whereas EPA, they have taken away Thresh from 5, and Lulu is going to be their second ban.
Yeah,
Final
Nidalee
ban said.
Doesn't really surprise me here for Crisis because, as I said, they want to get him off one of those carry junglers. But wow, this is a quick pick ban.
Yeah, very quick pickup coming from OMG. They're going to take away Kindred. Within the lead banned out, one of the S-tier junglers that the LPL players like to coin is going to be picked up first. And EPA respond with Echo and Braum.
Yeah, that is 2 very powerful picks. Kindred definitely is tier 1, especially with Nidalee in the ban list. And I talk about this a lot. Echo, definitely a good top laner, do not get me wrong. But I like I like Poppy, especially in the hands of someone like Xiong, a smart player who can make a fight 4v5. Echo is really strong, but any 4v5 fight is going to be hard to win.
I can still attest to Echo being a strong top lane. He's been giving me nightmares in my solo queue games. So speaking of the Poppy, OMG are going to pick that one up. We actually saw Poppy being played as a support by Savoki in that previous matchup. We'll have to see where OMG decide to put him in this game.
Yeah, I think that's just Savoki kind of being more of a jack of all trades right now. I would expect that to be Xiong, especially as 5 look towards the Bard. Of course, Bard so good at pressuring out these melee supports, and we've already seen Braum picked up for Soul.
Yep, Braum already picked up, so one support gone. As Bard is going to be the lock-in coming for 5. Another playmaking support. You touched on how he is very dominant on that champion in the bottom lane. We'll have to see what EPA decide to throw at them with their AD carry pickup. And let's see what they decide to go with their next 2 picks.
That would be a very good couple of picks if they go with the Lucian, but that kind of commits them to trying to get standard lanes as well and bully around. That's actually also quite a quick lane push when you look at it. Lucian with the double tap. Graves does a lot of turret damage as well at the start of the game, so I like where they're going so far.
And those are the 2 pickups that EPA have locked in, leaving their final pick on over to what I believe should be Republic, unless we see a little bit of cheeky Echo in the mid lane, which would be no stranger in the LPL. But OMG are going to have the chance to respond with their final 2 pickups.
And we've seen both versions of Echo in the mid lane. I mean, Wayless plays AP heavy Echo. Rookie in last night's series, although unsuccessfully, was trying to play that tank Echo with a Spirit Visage early into something like an Iceborne Gauntlet, as well as the Abyssal. So we've kind of seen both flavors of Echo. If it's going to be mid lane, not going to lie, I prefer the AP heavy style as an assassin. But Gimgoon can carry from the top lane, so you never know.
And it is a meta of that. It's very heavily reliant on flex picks. So no very common flex picks coming out here, but Echo and Poppy, one of the few that can be used as flex picks, as Sivir and Azir are going to round out OMG's team composition.
And what a strong composition, and one that they are very comfortable playing, you would have to say. Wow, straight away Republic just locks in the Rise. That's something we've seen against Azir a lot. So both teams seem to have gotten what they want right now on Summoner's Rift. Quite teamfight heavy from OMG, with a little bit more split push on EPA, of course. Azir very rarely takes teleport into the mid lane, so you can set up for these 1-3-1s quite easily.
I mean, they're going to be running that double teleport as well to aid to the split push capability. So EPA did save their last pick to kind of counter or hide their mid lane pickup, being Rise here, who has resurged in popularity in League of Legends. As we are going to look at the rosters one final time, it's going to be Poppy in the top lane, Kindred and Jungle, Azir in the mid lane, Sivir and Bard in the bottom lane for OMG. Whereas EPA picked up Echo in the top lane, Graves in the jungle, Rise in the mid lane with Lucian and Braum rounding out the team comp.
And you have to say across the board, people have gone with strong laners, a little bit more synergy on the side of OMG, but still a very good comp from EPA. Soul's going to have to be on point with his initiations, but otherwise, looks like people got exactly what they wanted.
And the last time these 2 teams met, it was EPA that picked up the first game, and OMG were able to come back with a 2-1 victory with the last 2. We'll have to see if EPA can keep up that dominance, because they look like a brand new team. As the coaches fumble a little bit of handshake, but that's enough of that. We're going to head into game number 1 between OMG and EPA. And we have loaded onto Summoner's Rift for Game 1 between OMG and EPA. The two teams are going to be running across the Rift. We'll have to see if they decide to fan out once again, or if we see any of those early cheeky invades that a couple of these LPL teams like to pull off. But for now, it's just going to be a 5-man fan out coming in from OMG. As we take a look at the Keystone Masteries really quickly, nothing out of the ordinary, but we do have a Storm Raiders Surge coming in from Rise here. So
Yeah,
Strength
we've
of the
seen
Ages.
kind of both versions of Rise, you know, Storm Raiders Surge versus something like Strength of the Ages. I do like Storm Raiders Surge. I think it just helps him navigate team fights a little bit more efficiently. Strength of the Ages seems to be like that mid-game spiking mastery, whereas Storm Raiders Surge, if the game's going to go past 30 minutes, you would expect him to benefit a little bit more from that. So really like that. One thing to note is that 5 has gone with... come on, help me out here. 3 hits.
Thunderlords.
Thunderlords, thank you. Which means that he packs a heck of a lot of a punch at the early game. So we'll see whether they're able to get standard lanes, because right now it looks like it is going to be the case. And that Bard should just outright be able to bully Soul around.
Well, we'll have to see if they do head into standard lanes. But in the mid lane,
What do you prefer? Do you prefer like the little shake of the stuff, or do you prefer the chicken dance?
I prefer the shake.
All right.
In a chicken dance, you know, it's very animated, very long, but the shake is just very quick, very agile, very nice.
Yeah.
Especially with the soldiers. Well, we do have a dance battle going in the mid lane between Icon and Republic, which is still going on for Icon. He's just not stopping.
Yeah, I love how the spectators like, that's enough of that. Now you guys are being stupid. We're not paying attention to you anymore. It's like a naughty kid.
So the spectators are going to move on and show us that both the bottom lane 80 carries and supports were able to take a camp away at level 1, as we are going to have standard lanes coming in for OMG and EPA. They're still going at it in this mid lane.
Wow,
like
Crisis
B-boys.
actually going for an early invade here. That is risky. Chuen, though, in trouble.
He gets it. He managed to get the smite away from Tren. Tren is in a little bit of trouble as he takes about 4 shotgun pellets to the face. Crisis is going to dash forward.
He missed.
Can't quite get his Q off, but he still steals the blue buff away from underneath Tren's nose.
Yeah, and kind of bullies Chuen out as well. So we'll see if that amounts to much. As 5 and Soul having a little bit of a brawl down in the bottom lane.
You'd have to expect that from these two playmaking supports. But as we look up in the top lane, once again, Siyoung and Gimgoon are already expending a lot of their corrupting potions, just battling out back and forth, training as much as possible. Siyoung going to be pushed underneath his turrets a little bit. As Gimgoon dashes forward, actually takes a turret hit for
Yeah,
that.
cheeky turret hit, but has got a big CS advantage right now as he is pushing in. So we'll see whether that comes and bites him in the end. Has got a potion advantage as well, it looks like right now, because his is still ticking for quite some time. But not really much happening up there, whereas bottom lane, you can see that potion's being burnt already on the support position. Poor Soul. He's
Poor
not
Soul.
going to be in for a good game, I don't feel like. Not at the start, anyway.
Yeah, we've already seen what 5 can do on this Bardas Crisis. He's going to be able to take his second blue buff of the game.
So that was cute. What he does is he goes blue to blue. It wastes a little bit of time, but it just ensures that this Kindred isn't going to be able to get a blue buff and therefore put the jungle on power farm. As wow, Gimgoon really is aggressive. His burn out of mana, which is always the problem with champions like Echo, of course, being a mid lane mage, is a little bit more mana restricted than a general tank like Poppy, who can just spam spells with Reckless Abandon. So we'll see whether that comes back. But it looks like Siyoung going to take his page out of Zetire's playbook and just teleport back to lane at the very start.
He's picked up a Ruby Crystal, already using that teleport to get back up. Teleports onto a minion as well to give Gimgoon a little bit of living hell. So we'll be able to pick up this creep wave quite nicely. We are going to see Icon move up and put a ward inside of Crisis's jungle. He's already picked up that second blue buff for himself, now working on taking down this red buff. Take a look back down in the bottom lane. Soul, he is not having a good time right now on Brahmins. He really wants his Thresh, I feel.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right, where you take a melee support, you generally do it for the team fight power. That's why it's so popular in China, because we do still have one of the bloodiest regions in the world. But it just means that you get bullied out a little bit harder in this laning phase. You can see that that is about a 10 CS advantage. There's only about 6 creeps there. So eventually they will start climbing ahead at SMLZ and 5. SMLZ's finally kind of turned into the AD carry we expected him to be all those years ago, and has started putting a little bit more of the carry pants for OMG on.
Especially with 5 helping out there, you have to think that now he's picking up a lot more utility AD carries like the Sivir as well, able to help his team out.
Well, I just like Sivir Kindred. You know, Sivir, short range, get into that Kindred ult, set up the Beyblade arena, be able to chunk people out, especially with Icon. We always talk about how Azir's really good with Sivir and against Sivir. The reason good against Sivir is because he pushes Sivir back and then kind of zones with the soldiers. And because she only has that 500 attack damage range, very hard to pressure an Azir, but also great with an Azir because Sivir needs people to be clumped up. And Azir kind of forces your front line back onto your back line with the Emperor's Divide and gives a heck of a lot more damage into a Sivir composition. So I just like the pickup in general right now for Icon. Means it denies it away from Republic, but also helps out his team a lot.
You have to think as well, the Azir helps out, works out really nice with the Kindred as well. The sweep combo when the Lambs of Spiders put down.
I love how we used to call people like Hetong a very janitor-heavy player, and they used to play a lot of Azir, and now he kind of is a literal janitor, as he just sweeps people out of the Kindred ultimate. Like, come on, mate, that's my house. Like, gets a broom, just chucks them out. So, no, but I do agree with you. There's really fun interactions there. Keeps your team safe as well.
We are going to take a look at the bottom lane once again. So SMLZ, it's now his creep wave that's being pushed in towards him.
But you can see how much of a creep score advantage he has right now. He's up in creeps, and it's pushing into him, as we do have a slight pause on Summoner's Rift.
Yep, so unfortunately, a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll be able to sort that one out, hopefully, as soon as possible. But right now, the current game has just been relatively quiet between these two teams, except for that very early blue steal.
Yeah, exactly right. So just, a little bit of aggression onto Chuen, but otherwise just not really all that much happening. And I think that tells good news right now for OMG because they have got a good, very scaling composition. Kindred, Azir, Poppy, even Sivir scales very, very well. Sivir is considered kind of as the highest theoretical damage out of an AD carry that you can get just because Ricochet crits now. So it's kind of exponential scaling, whereas everyone else only has that single target crit. So the longer this game goes, the happier OMG would have to be.
You'd have to think, though, that OMG, they are very happy in the lanes. They're very happy they're going to be scaling. But one man that's not very happy would be Tren. I think you steal the blue buff underneath his nose. He's not going to be very happy with Crisis.
Yeah, the thing is, right, you might want to get it back at him, but it didn't really cost you much. The reason being is that Kindred jungles so healthily already that he didn't have to go back to base. He just forfeited half of his jungle. And then he went back, got a recall, and headed back towards the top side as it was respawning. So, yeah, sure, he got 3 buffed. It is a big deal as we do jump back into game. But the small camps now give as much gold and experience as what the big camps do, and they're actually quite easy to take, so some junglers even skip them voluntarily. So not a huge deal right now for Chuen.
It almost feels like, though, it's impacted this lane slightly up in the top lane. Xiang against Gim. Gim's been able to put a lot of pressure onto the Poppy, forcing the boy that teleport early.
Yeah, he did, but look, he's not being punished for it. And this is one thing that I will say is that, bit of action.
Fight going on. 5, he might be the first one to go down. Moon will pick up first blood. SMLZ trying to return the favor, is able to pick up the kill. Nice spell shield come out. SMLZ will prevent that stun come out, but look at this. Soul wants a little bit of blood. He's going in, gets the stun, punches him in the face a couple of times. The finals with Divide is not enough. There's no mana on Soul, and SMLZ will be able to get the final attack off.
So that was a nightmare. SMLZ was already going to win the trade because when an AD carry dies, even though it's the first blood, the other one's able to farm, get the experience and gold. So they're already at a deficit, let alone now that he also just murdered the support. So 2 kills over for SMLZ and an absolute nightmare.
As we are going to see Trent finally going to be able to get that blue buff on over to Icon. Crisis was being a little bit cheeky once again, looking for that smite steal. He will be able to take the Krugs down. Sorry, not the Krugs, the Scuttle Crab in return with Gimgrim's help. But let's take a look at this one more time.
Yeah, so Bard Lucian, always very strong. And you can see that they're able to stun him up. But with his Dying Breath, 5 able to get the stun out onto the AD carry player. And then a little bit of an aggressive flash here from Soul. And he thought he had him. However, flash still available and he tanks a cheeky turret shot. He's also at this point. No Winter's Bite to be had. Just means that SMLZ is able to hunt him down, push out that wave. Now a 10 creep score advantage pretty much, as well as the 2 kills. Means that he has a Caulfield's Hammer as well as a BF just against that longsword.
We can already see the clash of the 2 playmaking, really aggressive supports in this game. You'd have to think that as this best-of-5 series continues, we're going to see more of that action in the bottom lane from these 2 teams.
Well, I certainly hope so, because both of the supports are kind of the win conditions for their teams. I mean, they both also have very strong top laners, but the supports dictate so much of the pace right now. And another great binding lands there, chunks Soul out even further. And SMLZ now starting to put the pressure on because of some great playmaking out of the Bard.
They were already able to pressure this bottom lane, but now with the 2 kills, able to help out with that even more as Chen Takes a Winter's Bite to the face, but he's returning the favor against Crisis, trying to take this blue buff away. There's going to be a battle of smites here.
Icon's headed over, so you need to be careful right now. If you are EPA, just give the buff up, live to fight another day. In fact, burns an ultimate. That's okay. Means he doesn't have it for a gank, and Chuen does pick the buff up for himself.
Both the smites were down for some time. Trends came up first. Still picks it up as Gimgoon. He's going to get his teleport cancelled by Sion. Was caught window shopping, it feels. It's going to be the two tanks battling it out back and forth. Gimgoon going to be able to farm out one more way for his trouble.
So health regen versus armor means that Gimgoon should just win these trades automatically. Because the longer they go for, the less it's going to... Sorry, Xiang should win the trades, not Gimgoon, because of the Cow versus the Glacial Shroud. And you could see that. Every single time he gets hit, he gets that added HP regen. It looks like he's healing up a little bit more. Gimgoon has to go back to base, and you feel that another teleport's about to be burned.
We're going to move down to the bottom side of the map now as OMG have taken control of this Dragon Pit and should be able to take down the first dragon of the game. In fact, using the magical journey to get out of the pit as well.
Here
On
we
the hunt's
go.
being popped. They popped the Temper Fate as well. They lock down Soul. Moon's trying to run away. Siam comes in with a teleport as well. Bard now going to be locked against the wall. And Soul, he is not having a good time in this bottom lane.
So really nice job there as well. They gave the kill over to Xiang. He had used his teleport, and they only get one kill, so it's important for the top laner to get something. Lane is about to reverse on the top side of the map, so Xiang shouldn't miss too much creep score either. And you can see, goes back with a Balmy Cinder now in his back pocket. And Gimgoon, you feel like the lane's about to get really hard. Echo does majority magic damage already. With that Shroud, as well as a Balmy Cinder pickup, Poppy should start dominating the Echo at this stage.
The bully from the early game might actually become the one that is going to get bullied here. Siang returns up into that top lane. Let's take stock at where things are now with that Baron Dragon being taken now for OMG. They're 3 kills to 1 with just about 700 gold in their favor. So not tremendously far ahead as Icon actually going to get jumped on. Lots of damage, but it does a little bit of the Shroomer shuffle to get away.
Yeah, nice job there out of Icon to actually get the Q, even though he was being repetitively stunned up. A little bit of a misstep there from Republic, but it is very hard to combo Rise right now. It's kind of funny because you would expect Chuen to not want to get the Dragon until he had picked up the upgrade enchant there in the form of the Devourer. But, you know, having the timer very important, and also getting the stack early. As you can see, Crisis now trying to head bottom. They're in behind the duo lane here.
It's going to be difficult for them to escape this. They were trying to fight Moon. He's incredibly low, but now SMLZ, he's being caught. Teleport's going to come out from the top lane. The magical journey is actually going to lead SMLZ to his doom. It's 5 now. He's going to get dived on by Gimgoon and Fred. They take him down. Double kill comes out over for Moon.
So you just saw why people love Echo, and it is the ability to turret dive early. You can literally continue to go until you have no health yet. Pop that ultimate, and he will be able to survive. So fantastic response out of EPA. Acknowledging that they had teleport advantage. In fact, they had double teleport versus one. Able to bully their way, pretty much brute force it. And because of a little bit of a misplaced magical journey, we'll be able to pick up 2 kills and a lot of lane pressure back in their favor.
Yep, that might actually swing it back for EPA as Moon has his Caulfield's Warhammer. And
potentially going to take a turret here as well.
Yeah.
They've just culled out the lane. That means another full wave will hit. They actually leave it. They don't want to give too much away.
The only thing that OMG did get in return there was the Rift Herald, which was taken down by their jungler and top lane. But still, that trade went in favor of EPA, able to pull the game back to completely dead even once again. That's been the story of this past 12 minutes between these two teams. They take a small advantage, and then the other team takes it back. As Tren going to be able to give this blue buff on over to Icon once again.
And look, when OMG have a jungler like Kindred, they have been a slow team. They're generally much quicker when they play the likes of Lee Sin or Gragas. But right now, this is kind of at their pace. The danger is that EPA was one of those teams that just continue to get better, especially with the addition of Moon and Soul. The teams seem to get a lot more cohesion settling on this roster. There's now another teleport gang coming in from the exact same ward.
And they're turning the favor onto Republic, but a nice Tempered Fate's going to be able to lock down Rise. Crisis.
Keep running.
He's going to try and chase up onto Siva. 5 throws out a warning stun. But EPA not quite able to get anything out of that teleport.
No, they will be able to get the bottom lane turret, but no kills to speak of, as you mentioned. Although looping around now is EPA.
Crisis going to dash forward. He's going to get a little bit of damage down to SMLZ, who pops the heal immediately. Republic even rotating into the jungle, but they're just able to scare him away from that as Gimgoon, he might get dived up in this top lane. It's going to be Trendus dashing aggressively forward. Here comes the parallel conversion, give it a little bit of a shield, but Xiang's putting down a lot of damage on this Echo, and Trend picks up the kill.
And that's the difference, right? You saw that, before Echo fancy footsteps dancing around the turret, Poppy just gets scaling percentage armor. She just sits under the damn things for as long as she wants. And you can see that they're able to take down top turret. So a great cross-map play means that OMG will go up 2-1 right now. And EPA kind of fumble that play a little bit, trying to repetitively gank the bottom lane.
And they could quite possibly take the gold lead with that turret as well. In fact, they are about 1,500 gold ahead of EPA, which is a nice gold lead to have 14 minutes in the game. Nothing that EPA wouldn't be able to fight back from. But this is the team that came from the LPL. They're known for their strong laning phase. Not really showing it here, fumbling a little bit against OMG.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, we saw the good thing about having double teleport. They tried to utilize that by making 2 plays in quick succession. They didn't really account for Fav's brilliant Bard ulti there to get them out of danger. So, they rolled the dice on that play. I like the fact that EPA are looking aggressive. When you look at their composition, they scale phenomenally as well. Lucian, with that double tap, will be able to put out a lot of damage. So now Gimgoon, once again, maybe in a little bit of trouble.
Here's a teleport coming. It's going to be Xiang trying to gank onto this Echo. Pops down the field to stop him from dashing away, but that was a little bit strange from
That was
OMG.
telegraphed. Now they need to push through. You can see that Crisis, Chuen is on that side of the map as well, whereas there's 3 members strong on the top side. So we'll see if they are able to effect a dive or pressure the turret here.
They're going to get a little bit of damage down onto this turret. In fact, there are going to be a lot of members from EPA rotating over. Ryze was trying to cut in through the jungle. Trend was there to meet him.
So now it's Ryze that's actually in a little bit of trouble because they have the inside track. Here we go.
They're going to try and pop the ultimate coming in from Azir. Icon actually going to get locked down. Temper Fate will lock down Ryze for us. Xiang will be able to knock Brom away from this fight, but it seems like OMG will still be able to get a turret.
So that was a brute force play, but they open up the hardest lane on the map, which is the mid lane. They're able to go up 3 turrets to 2, and OMG, that's just a little bit of experience. Recognize they have the inside trap throughout the jungle. EPA have to go the long way around. Great ultimate out of Xiang there. And right on cooldown, able to start up this dragon.
Yep, dragon just respawned. It's going to be taken with ease from OMG. This time, Chen will be able to get the stacks coming on for his Sated Devourer. It seems like OMG, they have a small gold lead to work with, and they're using it nicely to pick up objective after objective.
It's just jockeying for position around the map right now. You can see that finally they're able to take down that Azir turret, but it bought just enough time for them to pick up the dragon uncontested. And no pressure onto the mid lane turret, and it's still quite healthy. You have to acknowledge the fact that Azir a great pusher, whilst Ryze is not. And you have to really love OMG's early game, especially with the composition they have.
They've been playing that really well. So we take a look at where things stand. Still, OMG have a slight lead. In fact, EPA have been able to words are hard. Claw it back a little bit. So they're about 1,000 gold behind OMG at the moment. But, like you mentioned, the map has been opened up nicely from OMG, and they'll be able to use that well. They do have the 2 dragons as well, so EPA eventually would have to start fighting them at the dragon pit. The Soul is going to be able to tag Train and just streamer shuffles and magical journeys out of there. But look at this, the teleport is going to be coming in from the backlines. In fact, they turn onto Crisis. They destroy him immediately, but still the fight is being taken to OMG Republic. He's in the backlines. Lambs with Spite is going to keep 4 people alive. It's going to pop. Moon picks up 1 kill, but it's going to be Trend trying to pick up more in the backlines. But a triple kill goes on the Kindred, and 5 has to run away from this Rise Republic.
Does he?
Is not going to be able to get another spell rotation off as Xiang is making his way around. There's a 3-for-3 trade in that hectic engage.
But that was a 4v5. Right now, OMG just able to pick up an equal response against a, I guess, stronger team. Let's have a look how it started. Crisis just gets blown up. The Graves has absolutely no impact on this fight, so pretty much a 4v4. Great ultimates out of both Chuen and Icon mean that they stay relatively safe throughout this. Icon goes into the brush, and Chuen able to turn around. Good heads-up play to pick himself up the 3rd kill of the triple. And, you said he had to run away, but I think 5, without any spell rotation left on Republic, was more than happy to take that, especially with Xiang coming in for support. And that means that they'll grab the Rift Herald.
Yep, 4-on-5 works out well for OMG as that Rift Herald is going to be taken down. So they do come out slightly on top, being able to pick up an uneven trade. Trading out even in terms of kills, and they have a slight gold lead for themselves still. And still on point with taking down the objectives one after another.
And Frostgurren likes talking about this a lot, but the concept of when you have double AD carries, one gets a lot of the farm, give the other ones a lot of the kills. We see it a lot with Vici, where Dandy picks up the majority of the gold on the likes of his Graves. And right now, Chwen's in that position. He's so accelerated because of the 4 kills that right now, he's a legitimate threat. You look over the side of Crisis, you can't necessarily say the same thing. So it's like having an extra half a carry right now for OMG.
And we can take a look at the items to reassure that. Rapid Fire Cannon being picked up for Trent here. He still has the Sated Devourer ticking, waiting for a few more stacks to make sure that's completed. And a Hex Shrinker to boot. On the side of Crisis, doesn't even have... Oh, has his Warrior Enchanter, sorry, and Sated Dirk. So doesn't have that second item completed just yet. In the bottom lane, looking at the items as well. Both of them have completed their Essence Reaver and their first Zeal items. And an Aegis of the Legion be picked up by Sol here to give a little bit of extra magic resistance over for the rest of his team. Because right now, both these teams looking to try and reset things. OMG just moving around the bottom side of the river, clearing out as many wards as possible. Waiting for the dragon to respawn, which should be up in about 3 minutes' time, I believe. They're still making their way through the jungle.
Certainly are, and this is great. Just using that stronger current advantage to bully them off objectives. Of course, resting on your laurels doesn't make you any further ahead. So what they want to do is force them off as many buffs as possible, take away as much jungle, start starving Crisis on the Graves and seeing if he's able to keep up. You see Phantom Dancer also completed against SMLZ. I love this, especially against a Ryze, because Ryze is going to have a very similar snare range as what SMLZ has on the Sivir. All you need is one auto attack to tag him, and he'll be able to pretty much go even in the duel, especially with how accelerated SMLZ is right now.
Speaking of Ryze, he's going to be trying to farm out this minion wave down in the bottom lane. As it crashes on towards that bot lane inner turret. Dragon is going to be respawning in about 1:30. OMG have done a good job of prepping the area, scanning as many and sweeping as many wards as possible, and setting up vision and wave control for themselves. And look at this. This is a little bit cheeky from OMG, just camping inside the bush.
Yeah, and I'll see whether they'll pull the trigger on it, of course. Maybe a little bit of a face check coming in here. Saw that Crisis got hit by 1 ricochet, and you can see why Sivir is so favored. It was a crit.
Yep.
Took a lot of his health.
Quarter of his health gone already just from a ricochet. That is nasty to deal with.
It is so nasty. Like that is one of the changes that I love in theory and hate in actual practice. Because you can be standing like 5 creeps back and just get hit by that, and you're like, oh.
Where did my health go?
Gosh darn it.
And this Chinese going to be able to pick up this Krug camp in the bottom lane. That's actually going to make him sated. So a big power spike coming in from OMG as this 5th dragon is going to, as the 3rd dragon is going to spawn shortly. You have to think that EPA might think about fighting for this one. Not going to allow OMG to try and take all the dragons as they please. It's Gimgoon and Sion just going to battle out in the top lane once again. Poppy slowly coming out on top of that, but Gimgoon's still trying to be as much as of a pest as possible.
Yeah, neither of them are going to really die. Poppy has the ultimate that she can charge off, kick him away. Gimgoon has the ultimate to go back 3 seconds and act like the fight never happened. But you can see right now that the advantage is going through to Xiong. It's kind of like a heat test out of Gimgoon. Like, can I chunk this guy before a teleport or something? No, I absolutely cannot. Poppy is ridiculously far ahead. And it's just because of all the passive gold that she's been able to pick up whilst being 20 CS ahead.
And both those top laners teleports are back up and ready. Dragon is going to respawn right now. OMG, they're looking to try and get in position to try and take this one. 5 still sweeping out as many wards as possible. Both these teams grouping up around this side of the jungle. Trent is actually going to find Republic here, chunks him out a little bit. As a teleport is going to be popped in response coming in from Gimgoon.
Yeah, bad teleport usage, actually. Now there's no teleport flank. There was no wards for it anyway. OMG going to take this buff uncontested. And I don't think they want to fight here. They're just going to take it and back away. Another teleport burnt.
Another teleport being used by Republic. I thought that might have been Sion trying to get a really weird flank there, but...
So it actually looks like EPA are acknowledging that the Kindred Azir Sivir comp is going to eventually explode. And that they need to start making plays now. Ryze is a very good 2-item carry at the moment. Very tanky. Does a heck of a lot of damage against an MR-less team. Like, only the Aegis has been picked up. It's not even an upgraded Locket as of yet. So Republic, if he does get the Dream Team fight, will put in work. But that just has not been the case. And you can see that EPA trying to force actually costs them 2 teleports. They don't even get close to the Dragon, which is now 3-0. And OMG going to start putting in work around this Baron pit.
That's going to start looking scary now. They can try and force an objective around the Baron, try and force for that 4th dragon as well. EPA, it really shows they want to pull the trigger, but they're not doing it in the right way for now.
And now all the members heading into the top lane.
They're going to try and look for a gank onto Gimgoon here. Magical Journey goes over the wall. Gimgoon trying to stand his ground and fight inside the parallel convergence. Pops his ultimate early to get a little bit of health back. He's still trying to run away. Saban ultimate. Not going to be able to connect. Gimgoon lives with a sliver of health.
Yeah, actually no re-engage coming in there. Icon had the outside track whilst Republic was coming straight in. And as I said, Rise is very strong at this stage of the game. So instead they just take the HP trade in their favor and we'll look to shove in mid lane. Looks like OMG a little bit reactive right now. Have a clear game plan when the Dragon is up, but not yet ready to take on Baron. Instead just going to clear out wards around the pit.
Seems like they're trying to force EPA to play their game. And not pushing aggressively for any dangerous or drastic plays. They know that the 2 teleports are down on the side of EPA as well.
And it's so funny with how snowbally League of Legends has become. Like 3,000 gold a year ago, you would be like, you know, they're in a very comfortable position. They can start setting up objectives. We're like, now it's only 3,000 gold, 1 team fight. This all goes back to equal. So
couple of kills.
Yeah, couple of kills, you know. There's so much standing gold on the map. So we'll see, because death timers are just that long at this stage of the game, Fish, that 1 team fight for EPA and they'll be back in the driver's seat. OMG very, I guess, aware of that fact.
Yep.
Just going to slow it down.
Really seems like that's why they're picking and choosing where they fight. And so far it's been over every single Dragon, trying to take that as uncontested as possible. He saw up in the top lane, decided to just let Gimgoon go when he was down to about a sliver of his health. And no ultimate available for him to escape that one. OMG respecting the fact that it could swing in EPA's favor at any time. And this is the EPA lineup that's looked very well recently. They could definitely do that.
Yeah, I agree. I do like the continued pressure on the bottom side of Crysis's jungle, however. That is about the 3rd blue buff in a row that they have stolen away. Denying that from the Rise, it's just a little bit of cooldown reduction, a lot of that mana regen that he does need to get the spell rotations out. So I do like the control that they have over the map, but you have to also respect, I guess, the kind of reserved fashion in which they're playing this game as Icon. That's just showing off. No reason for it at all. Go to your room. So, yeah, no, but you understand why they're playing this slow. This is a chance to get straight back into the LPL. Send your team on holidays for a couple of extra days. You know, no stress going into it. If EPA loses, they're going to go up against MFG, and that's a fight that, you know, even 3rd seed in the LSPL, you don't want to really have to go that far.
Yep, you haven't played against this team at all. You've been playing the LPL the entire time. A random team from the LSPL, MFG, could just suddenly pop out of nowhere and pull a fast one onto one of these 2 veterans of the LPL.
And EPA is very aware of that. In 2 out of the last 3 splits, EPA has been the team that has pulled a quick one on and just gone through. So we'll have to see if that's still the case. As now they saw 2 with recalls in plain sight, so they're just going to start this up. Gimgoon doesn't have teleport. He's going to go.
Only got vision of this when it was down to half health as a flash comes in. No, a dash of the wall comes in for Crysis to try and steal that one away. Could have nearly got it as Sivir is the one that picks up the Baron kill. And OMG, pick up a really quick sneaky Baron.
So Gimgoon was like, my teleport is up in about 10 seconds. We're fine. All of a sudden, he recalls and they just started up on the drop of the dime. They had that down to the second. Decisive shot calling out of OMG. This is why they said they want to cool on the team. Chuen and Xigang obviously stepping up huge because they did not miss a beat right then.
They sure didn't. They have the perfect team composition to be able to take down those Barons really quickly. As now Gimgoon, he's going to get jumped up by Xiang and Tren here. In fact, it's going to be 5 that's rotating down as well. We'll be able to pop the magical journey, get over that wall. Gimgoon in a lot of trouble. Has to pop his ultimate to try and run away. In fact, a teleport's going to be coming up from Republic.
Do not complete that teleport.
Gimgoon, he's still trying to run away. Magical journey's being taken left, right, and center. As Republic now, he's in a bit of trouble. Managed to lock down 5, who flashes away from the Graves ultimate. But EPA is still able to get out for now. OMG are still aggressively chasing. Icon, he goes in deep with fantastic Shurima shuffle. He's able to lock down so many members of EPA. They pick up 2 kills in that prolonged engage.
And everyone was saying, Icon has this X factor. It's not that cool isn't great. It's that Icon once a game will just turn it on. And that is exactly what we're talking about. Flying over 2 walls, gets a double ulti. And they're able to get 2 members. That means that with this Baron, they're going to look to push into the base.
If I'm not mistaken, he was nicknamed the Korean Slayer for a while, and they're looking for this bottom lane inner turret. That's going to be taken down with ease with, like you mentioned, the Baron buff eating away at that objective. OG with an 8,000 gold lead are going to be able to take it down an objective, recall, and try and set up for this Dragon number 4.
And they're going to pick up some huge items here. You can see they go back Infinity Edge onto the Sivir. Double blasting one picked up for Icon, obviously, he didn't have enough money for the death cap, so he's just going to work on the Void Staff at the same time. That's thrift shopping right there.
Why buy one when you can have two?
Exactly right. 2 hands, mate. 2 hands.
2 hands, 4 rods right now, and a Stinger sword, Nash's tooth.
Yeah.
Lots of sword action. He's giving one to each of his soldiers to hold.
And you can see, you know, Giant's Belt already picked up. This is Dragon number 4 going to be for OMG. I don't know whether EPA can fight it. I mean, they have to try at some point to get one of these, but they've burnt so many flashes. In fact, only Moons is available.
OMG going to back off Temper Fate. Actually going to be put out early by 5. Going to lock down 2 members of EPA. And fantastic stun to follow up. Republic and Gimgoon locked down for solos. Icon into the backlines one more time with a great ultimate to lock down the entire EPA team. OMG pick up 4. They're still chasing for Republic, but this will be Dragon number 4. And OMG are looking for the push.
Yeah, they certainly are. And that was beautiful. They back away with Vision, get the perfect Bard ulti out of 5. Icon just cuts off any form of retreat, shoves everyone back in. Sivir and Poppy go berserk and close off the back end of that fight. Icon is having a career game right now. This is what we wanted out of the teams like OMG, WE that very publicly said they're rebuilding with young talent. And wow, shoving into the base. This OMG team looks like they came here to play.
And it was a very slow start from these two teams, but it seems like the freight train has started from OMG. They are plowing through the objectives and EPA at the same time. As we look at this one more time.
Yeah, 5. Perfect ulti. Cuts off any form of retreat. You can see Chuen, SMLZ, Xiang putting in the work. Icon flies onto the backline. Gets a great ultimate. 3 members there. He's already got his Sand Soldiers down. He's just putting in overtime. And the entirety of the team, they just look like they're on the exact same page right there. Now, know what the call is, and they're executing perfectly.
That feels like OMG for the entirety of this game. EPA, they're not quite out just yet, but they're still 12,000 gold behind OMG. They have to find a miracle from somewhere to get back into this game.
And look, they do have miracle champions. Like, they can look for a pick. But realistically, 6,000 gold on the Baron power play, nearly 6,100. That has to be one of the highest. They just, EPA, they're in a 5-game set. This is more about how do we recover, what are we looking at on the map, what do we want to get out of the rest of this game, and then what do we learn from it? I mean, Icon, Azir, that seems to be a big one. Just don't give it to him in the future. He's going absolutely bonkers at the moment. 30 CS up, 2-1 and 7 has been instrumental in the game.
And you have to think there's a lot of things that EPA can think about here because it was very even for most of this game. In fact, EPA were on the front foot more than often. Starting off with Crisis taking away their blue buff, then with their aggressive teleports as well.
I'm just going to interrupt you. Icon, that's what you get when you show off very often. He just mucked up the combo on, like, middle of Spectator. We expected more.
Good job.
As now Xiang looking to go aggressive.
Temper
Wow.
Fate's going to come in. Trent's going to get a lockdown. They're going to try and go for one final team fight. EPA taking so much damage coming in. And look at this. Gimgoon in the backline trying to save his team. But the rest of EPA, they're blinking health bars. The Echo can only stall them for so long. They still pick up a kill onto Republic. And they're looking for another push. Xiang going to be able to head back to base.
He's
Does
got
have his teleport.
Yeah, he's not going back to base for long. He's just going to get the home guards, teleport onto a minion underneath the turret. And we already saw Moon. He was completely chunked out that time. Sol, he nearly died as well. There's just so much damage coming out of Icon's Azir.
And there's that teleport coming in. Gimgoon still trying to look for a flank, but it is going to be Sion that comes in, jumps straight into the backline. Sivir picks up a kill. There's going to be another kill coming on over. OMG are looking to try and close out this game. They're on to the second inhibitor, already working on the Nexus turrets. Gimgoon has just been trying to stall out for so long, but he's going to finally go down. And this will be game number 1 going on over to OMG.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is the OMG we're used to seeing, disregarding turrets, team fight after team fight, able to absolutely dominate the EPA lineup. And you can see just another day in the office. No response out of the team. Very happy with how they played.
Well, that's a good mentality to have because they still have 2 to 4 more games to play as well. It has to be another day in the office. And you have to think on the flip side, EPA must be thinking the same thing. We're 1 game down, but we still have a best-of-5 series to play, and hopefully we can see them bounce back.
Yeah, and I think that was really just EPA misjudging where their windows were in that game. We saw some good use of the teleport, repeat ganks into the bottom lane. We said that that's something Azir is I guess, can fall suspect to because he's only a pushing mage, can't match the teleport out of the Rise. But you can see in this 2v2, SML Z5, they're so dangerous. And the OMG lineup, the longer the game went, the more comfortable they were.
And they looked very comfortable in that late game indeed. And let's talk about that bottom lane really quickly because we talked about this at the start of the game. These are two very aggressive playmaking supports. We talked about how Moon sometimes he's the 1-on-2 carry because Soul's never there for him. And that's what started out this whole game. All the action was in the bottom lane.
And this is what I'm talking about. They get a good teleport down here. They pick up the double kill. Great heads-up play out of Gimgoon. And he recognizes Xiang teleport is gone. They go again the next play with the Rise, but it's just that they didn't make enough out of that. And the longer this game went, the more Icon started putting on plays like that, the stronger the Kindred got. And I'm telling you right now, Poppy's a monster at the moment.
And this is that second team fight where Icon truly stood out. 2 times in a row was able to jump into the backlines and get that fantastic ultimate off. He was a beast on his ear.
And I'm going to be really interested who they give the MVP to because the duo lane played very well. I mean, they got a 2-for-1 trade as we take a look at the last team fight of the game. Then Icon was a monster in some of the team fights. Chuen picked up an early triple kill and jungled very well on the Kindred, a champion we haven't necessarily complimented him for in the past. And Xiang always stalwart on the Poppy. So I think that this was, honestly, probably the most comprehensive 5-man effort we've seen out of OMG. And they are that team. They play as a 5-man unit.
It really felt like OMG were working just like that. But that was game number 1 between OMG, and we are going to see, we are going to go for a quick break, but we'll be back with game number 2 very shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. As you take a look at MVP for game number 1, it's going to be 5 on his bar. And you mentioned, Spawn, it was difficult to place who was going to get MVP this game.
Yeah, and I love when they do this. Everyone plays well. Give it to the support because they probably didn't get many during the regular season. 5 Spot has always been great, however. Good 2v2 support, but also has that initiation his team needs out of him. And I'm sure we're going to see them in a second, but he had some beautiful plays, especially around the Dragon Pit, where he was just able to lock down multiple key members from EPA and dominate the pace of the game.
And we are going to see a few of those. This is the fight that he started off with that fantastic Tempered Fate when they retreated into Fog of War, and it was followed up nicely by Icon. That was how team fights went for OMG. It felt that it would be 5 starting it up. Icon would get into the back lines and get a fantastic ultimate off. And he was one of the people that I thought would be in contention for MVP in this game.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, you can see him on the screen there, 5. Nice and cool. One of the rookies on this team. So I honestly really love watching OMG play when they're ahead because they completely disregard any structures. Like, they will dive past turrets. They don't care about landscape, apparently. I mean, Icon was just flying by over walls and, you know, from the river. And it's a really nice way to play League of Legends. So we'll see whether they're able to emulate that, especially if EPL get one of their famous early games where they start dominating the pace.
And you know, that's what's described to me when I first came over here about OMG in the LPL. They have this freight train-like team. Once they get ahead, they're just going to plow through everyone. But that is something I really want to talk about as well. EPA, they're known as coming from the LSPL to be a very dominant team in the early game. We saw a bit of back and forth from OMG, but we didn't see the EPA that we normally see at the start of the game.
And I think it's because there was just so many neutral lanes. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Azir pushing mid laner. You're against something like Arise, you're going to be able to shove him in, especially after a couple of items. And, you know, we saw with Sivir, she makes you lane against the creeps, not necessarily against the champion, although SMLZ did pick up a double kill early. And Poppy is a brick wall. Like, you can't dive Poppy. There's absolutely nothing you can do against it. At best, you go neutral. So I really do think it was the champions that EPA gave OMG that meant they could not push an early game advantage.
Well, we are going to head back into Champion Select for game number 2 between EPA and OMG. And just a reminder for everyone watching at home, this is a promotion tournament. So the previous match between HYG and M3, that was a elimination tournament. Unfortunately, M3 will not be returning to the LPL. But this game, the winner will be moving into the next split of the LPL.
And the loser still gets to have their chance up against MFG. So it's not all bad news. However, you do want to win this first one. Make sure that you just get back in there as quick as possible.
We're going to see how these two teams are able to do that with the bans already coming out. It's going to be Zed, Kalista, and Thresh being banned out by EPA. Alistar, Nidalee, and Kindred being taken away by OMG. Echo is going to be immediately locked in for Gimgoon up in the top lane.
And I'm just going to say this again. Echo, brilliantly strong. I acknowledge it, but I just think the Poppy is equally as strong. And therefore don't really understand the amount of priority that is being put on the champion.
Xiang already showed in game number 1 that he's able to go toe-to-toe with those Echoes. Gimgoon was a little bit of a pest up in that top lane, you could say. As Chen, he's going to lock in Graves as his jungle pickup. So he's going to take that one away from Crisis, it seems, with Kindred and Nidalee being gone.
Yeah. Does seem to be the next highest on the tier list.
As Brom's going to be locked in for OMG as well.
So that's strange, you know. 5, he already showed how potent Bard can be against the pair.
Does look like these two teams prioritizing Brom a little bit on the red side, as Republic's going to instantly lock in Azir. This is a champion that wasn't banned away in this game, so Icon's not going to get it, but this seems like how EPA wants to respond to it.
Yeah, and with Zed banned away, that is probably Icon's best counter pick. However, I'm sure he has other assassins that he is able to play.
You can think of other champions as well, and not really assassin like Varus still does well in the lane.
Icon's just not really a Varus player. He's going to take a LeBlanc, or he's going to take...
He's just going to kill him?
Yeah, he's like a LeBlanc, a Syndra. Oh, if he picks Varus now, I'm going to be so salty, because he really has shown that he would rather dominate a mid laner on an assassin pickup. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually just save his pick right now.
Yep, that's what EPA did when they were red side in previous games, so it wouldn't be surprising if OMG do the same. When we look back at what EPA picks up along with that, Azir is going to be Lucian, so Moon is going to have that 80 carry in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and you know, that's high priority being put on Lucian. Sivir will still be available. Sivir Braum is a fine lane, especially as the game progresses. Gives Braum another, I guess, piece of utility to get into a team fight. Look for that ultimate.
So we are going to see what OMG decide to pick up with their next 2 picks here. It is going to be Poppy and LeBlanc being picked up. Strange that they decided for Icon not to pick up that pick. Going to have to swap it around a bit later. But there you go. Like you mentioned, Icon just wants to kill him.
Yeah, that's all he's going to do. And he even has Ignite. Like, he's just going to straight up look to murder him. And he's done it so many times in the past. So, like, I completely respect this strategy, because if he puts the Azir behind, Azir is someone that really does need item. He is not... he's got a little bit of utility in his ultimate, but he is someone that needs to be able to put down the hurt and create these zoning fields. And if Icon does his job correctly, Republic is not going to have that opportunity.
Well, the Korean Slayer did step up to the plate last game on Azir. We'll have to see if he can on what potentially could be LeBlanc. You never know with these teams. They might throw that one up in the top lane as an AD carry or something strange, but it should be going to mid lane for
I'm pretty
Icon.
confident it's in the mid lane.
And ZPA looking to try and pick up their last 2 picks to round out their team composition. Already have the Echo, the Lucian, and the Azir, so looking for a jungler and a support, it seems. So they are going to lock in Gragas, and that should be given over to Crisis. It does look like Sol will pick up Trundle as well to round out the team comp.
So I do like Trundle's support. Forces a QSS potentially out of the Poppy, and it is going to be the Jhin straight away. So that's why they left 80 carry for last. Now a very big bully lane in Braum Jhin. And it is going to be Gragas jungle, so that is some danger. Jhin kind of relies on movement speed, so you would expect SMLZ, Infinity Edge into double Zeal item, Rapid Fire Cannon, Static Shiv is what he's got in the past. But that means that, you know, Azir, Sitting Duck, as well as a Gragas barrel, they should be able to get him into the team fight if he doesn't position quite right.
We'll have to see if SMLZ can do just that. He has 5 on Braum this time, so not that much of a big playmaking support like his Thresh, which has been permanently banned out against him here so far. But still should be able to keep him relatively safe. As Icon, like you mentioned, as the LeBlanc going up against Republic in the mid lane. So we take a look at the lineup once again. Echo, there's going to be Gragas, Azir, Lucian, and Trundle for the side of EPA. OG round up their comp with Poppy, Graves, LeBlanc, with the Jhin and the Braum in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so once again, a lot of team fight feel out of both lineups. Good poke out of OMG, as well as fantastic scaling, especially out of their AD carry. But a really nice mid-game spiking composition out of EPA. And we'll see if they're able to get that early lead and push the tempo of the game.
As we are going to watch the coach shake hand, 5 out of 7. This time they nailed it. We're going to go to game number 2 between OG and EPA. And we are back onto Summoner's Rift for the second time in this best of 5 series between Energy Pacemaker All and OMG. And this time flipping sides, EPA on the blue side, it's going to be OMG running down Summoner's Rift on the red side. We take a look at the Keystone Masteries once again. Nothing too surprising. Bonus Stone from the supports. It's going to be Battle of Fervor coming in for Lucian here, so the Warlord's Bloodrust. And the Deathfire Touch, where we see Jins pick up quite often for that AD carry.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just the way that he turns everything into AD means that it is so potent. Gives him some magic damage in his kit as well. Hard to itemize against. Overall, one of the things that probably needs to be tuned down from his kit, because it is ridiculous. Strength of Ages on Chwen is quite interesting. You know, we have seen maybe some Fervor or even Warlord's Bloodlust picked up for Graves in the past. Give him a little bit more dueling potential, but Strength of the Ages means that he is going to be that pseudo-tank. You can see the composition is just all about keeping SMLZ safe so he can put down the damage.
We'll have to see where these two teams decide to start with their lanes. So far, it seems like we're going to see standard lanes from them once again. Both of them positioned up in the top lane. AD carries and supports to the bottom lane. So the dance battle goes out once again.
And this is risky out of Republic. Challenging Icon, who is now, you can see on your screen, very serious to a dance battle. Don't know if I agree with the tactic, but does get the better of a level 1 trade, so what the heck do I know?
Dance battle obviously working for Republic. As we take a look and where the AD carries and supports are going to start, it is going to be Jhin and Braum taking away the Gromp as Lucian and Braum take away the Krugs in the bottom lane, so both looking for a very fast level 2. And we are going to see standard lanes between these two teams. 5 and SMLZ just being a little bit aggressive here, trying to get as much position as possible. Hit level 2 first. Not going to quite abuse that just yet. Moon and Soul should be able to respond shortly.
They've completely zoned them off 2 creeps. I think they're abusing as hard as you possibly could without the other team being interactive at all. And you can see that that is the case. Soul and Moon just happy to back away as Xiang.
Look at this. Gimgoon taking a lot of damage. Xiang trying to lay down the smack onto this Echo, reversing what was a very interesting matchup in game number 1. Seems like it favors whoever's on the red side up in this top lane.
And now with all that aggression, it's actually Chuen that feels like he can go for the early invade. Does top side of jungle and just walks straight across the map into the bottom side. Maybe an early gank coming in here trying to help Gimgoon out.
Gragas is going to be trying to wrap around the side as Gimgoon. He's going to get taken down incredibly low. Xiang now has to try and run back to his base. Gimgoon incredibly low.
He's safe.
He is going to try and dash away. Xiang
He might even try and kill Crisis here because he's got the creeps on his side.
now has to try and fight him. Lays down the hammer, gets him down incredibly low amount of health. Xiang just 1v2 the top laner jungler quite
So
casually.
I always say this. Give me 3 caster creeps. I can manipulate 3 caster creeps to beat a level 3 jungler a lot of the times, especially on someone like Poppy, because you've just got that much CC, and you could see blocks of body slam just means there isn't the follow-up damage. It's now they're teleporting back into the lane. Xiang's just like, sorry, mate. That's not what I'm about today. Recall safely away, and this has just bought all the time for Chuen to be able to counter jungle the absolute pants of Crisis.
Yep, Crisis decided to stay up there for a little bit too long, waiting for the teleport to come back up. That means he's going to go back to a bottom side of the jungle that is completely empty. So you take a look down at the bottom lane once again. SMLZ and 5 still being the aggressors in this bottom lane, making sure that Moon and Soul are pushed underneath this turret as much as possible. Trying to poke out this AD carry support.
Moon has been getting some good chip damage on him, but not really going to be all that much. Soul, of course, has that natural inbuilt sustain in his kit that just makes Trundle so frustrating from the passive, so not really much hope in killing that dude. But you have to give credit where credit's due. Up by a couple of CS right now, and very self-sufficient in this bottom lane is SMLZ and 5.
We just saw the spectators pan over to the junglers quickly. Crisis returned to a very empty bottom side of the jungle. Wasn't very happy with that. So 2 top laners are going to battle out back and forth. The buckler's been thrown at the aggro. Decides to not pick it back up. So just going to wait for the creep wave to crash on towards his turret. As Crisis, he's going to do a little bit of counter jungling of his own. Stole the blue buff early in game number 1. Not happy with his jungle being taken away in game number 2. Icon, though, in the mid lane, incredibly low. Here comes Crisis. Body slam flashes over the wall. Not going to land the knockup, but here comes Tran trying to duke it out Republic. A nice shoot back coming from Icon. They should be able to take down Republic for first blood here. Ticking with that ignited red buff, incredibly low. First blood does go over to Icon, and Crisis, he's trying to pull this one back. He's gonna no, he misses the barrel.
He got him.
He gets it. The double kill coming in from OMG, but Republic, he picks up a kill thanks to those 3 caster minions.
So the creeps pick up a kill in response. Who cares? Chuen, the experience just comes up absolutely massive. Walks back into the Gragas with the potion running there, able to live on a slither of health. And the story of Chuen is a great one, you know. Comes back from Worlds, says he needs a new start on a team. He honestly had a horrible tournament. No one defended him at all, and they shouldn't have because he was pretty abysmal. But this season has started to make a name for himself again, and you can see Icon does the right thing, plays to the strong side. Chuen dashes in, gets down all this damage on both members. Icon dancing around, gets the ignite down, gets some cheeky auto attacks, and everything counts. Chuen able to position himself well there. Red buff will do the rest. And he's just able to continue to kite back. But this is the impressive thing. He reads Crisis like a book and walks back into him, gets all the shotgun pellets in, gets the end of the line back across. And really, that caster creep is the only thing that saved EPA from an absolute nightmare there.
Yep, traded 2 for 1 in favor of OMG. As we take a look at the bottom lane now, SMLZ putting down a lot of damage to the Soul. They lock him down.
Where's the
He's going
flash?
to be ignited as well, but they can't quite get that last tick of damage. Both the supports going down to about 150 health each. Being a very volatile bottom lane once again.
Certainly has. 5 has some potions ticking. Has actually an extra one, so he will come out the benefactor in this extended trade as SMLZ still looking for some damage onto Moon here. Gets the crit.
Good poke damage coming back down. Like you mentioned, though, Soul with that passive going to be able to regenerate quite frustratingly against OMG as Moon. Icon going to jump onto Republic here. Misses the chains.
So we'll see if now Republic kind of tries to make a play. Chuen back in the mid lane.
He's going to be dashing forward. There's the ultimate coming out from Azir. He's backed up by Crisis here. Going to be able to slow down the OG members. They're still going to chase. Chains are going to land. Forces Republic to flash away. OG are not letting down any pressure in this mid lane.
Yeah, they're certainly not, and it's because that's the one lane that's kind of going in EPA's favor. They have a CS advantage, so what do? They repetitively visit it, make sure that this assassin can start snowballing. Everywhere else is doing completely fine in a self-sufficient manner, so love Chuen's aggression in this lane.
So you take a look down at the bottom lane once again. 5. And SMLZ still putting on some pressure as Crisis. He's waiting inside this rush cheekily, trying to take this one away. But it will be Trend that does get the steal against the Gragas and immediately moves on towards Rift. Rift able to just dash over the wall once again, go back to his jungle and continue farming.
And you can see that, we mentioned it already, but that one lane in the middle had a slight advantage. That gank nullifies that. It's back out to 5 gold, but you do 5 gold, 5 CS, but you do expect that to equalize as the lane reverses. So good on Chuen for helping out Icon. And if this LeBlanc starts getting rolling, especially with the Dark Seal, we know what kind of player Icon is. He'll look to make aggressive play after aggressive play, as this is cute.
OMG5 going to jump forward, jumps on top of Mood, who flashes away, not going to get locked down, but Soul still going to get stunned by the Braum passive. He pops the ultimate to regenerate even more health, but a cheeky move from OMG.
Yeah, it certainly was. Didn't get an auto attack in there 5, so it doesn't really get the Winter's Bite down, but you can see that already the aggressive LeBlanc looking.
SMLZ looking for it, gets one, then gets interrupted by the pillar, but Icon diving in really deep. The Ignite is ticking. Soul is going to live with a sliver of health. So is 5, takes a little bit of damage in the back
What an
lines there.
absolute nightmare. So you have to really respect the pillar. Is now Chuen face checking into Crisis.
Crisis looks like he doesn't want this fight though. Going to chug a little bit of that beer and run away. And Sion and Gibgo still duking it out up in this top lane. These two top laners are seem like they're angry at each other, but this could be a dive in the bottom lane. Crisis and Mood stuck underneath this turret. That's a lot of damage coming down. The collateral damage will be enough to take down Mood as well. SMLZ puts one more pellet into Mood. The second one's enough. A double kill for Tran. OMG are steering the train in the right direction.
Yeah, they certainly are. Another turret dive, and this is what we said about the team. When they're rolling, structures mean absolutely nothing to them, whether they can take it up or like that cleverly bouncy aggro around. Xiang, he's getting chunked out a little bit, but will be able to return to base. And OMG, 2,000 gold in the lead at 10 minutes. Accelerating this game a lot quicker than the last.
Very, very different from last game. It was back and forth the entire time. EPA were trying to find avenues to pull it back, but this game just looks like those avenues have been completely shut down. They're not putting up a decent fight just yet. And OG, 2,000 gold ahead, able to continue working on these advantages. It did look like 5 wanted to make a little bit of a cheeky trip into the mid lane against Republic.
So Icon's using his W's, trying to bait out the ultimate from Republic whilst 5 is around. This is the second time we've seen him do it. First time was with Chuen in the middle lane, if you remember, when he was ganking from the top side. So very good patience from Republic here. He just wants the CS advantage. You can see he has it. He's 10 up right now. So he's completely happy with how this lane is going. And one more time, I'm going to repeat it. Glacial Shroud versus the
Spectre's Cow.
Spectre's Cow just means that Spectre's Cow wins majority of these trades. This time. Does he go? No, he still doesn't go.
Here comes Trend. They're going to dash in forward against Republic. Gets that second proc with the Q coming down. Republic flashes backwards, trying to get the ultimate off. Republic's going to get sniped off by the collateral damage. And another blinking health bar from OG. They're going to live, but the action's not done yet. As we take a look at the bottom lane, Moon, he's in a lot of trouble. Going to get locked down by the Winter's Bite. SMLZ picks up 1. They will tag Soul, but they settle for a kill onto the 80 carry. It's 6-1 on the scoreboard.
And why not? Chuen is an absolute monster right now. Gets the snipe. Icon gets back. They also burnt the teleport off Gimgoon. Let's take another look. We can see that they're trying to bait Republic into using his ulti. This time he uses it to get Chuen over the wall. Icon ducks in, gets a slow. Fantastic snipe. You can see Icon dodges out of the barrel. Fancy feet there. And still more. They're diving in the bottom lane. There's actually going to be another kill on live that will go over to Chuen. You can see this is Moon getting taken down on the replay. Honestly, this is a bloodbath right now. And OMG, they're just playing OMG-style League of Legends.
This is the freight train that we're used to. Like you mentioned, Kurtikal was popped during live there, and they're able to take down Soul in the background. OMG going to be able to control this dragon as well. Something that I missed out during that fight as well. Gimgoon popped his teleport to try and add some additional flavor to that mid lane fight. Now EPA are down a teleport as well. Seong has his up in the top lane. With a 4,000 gold lead, we could potentially see OMG do something more in the next few minutes.
Yeah, or he can just goes back to lane and consolidate that even further, right? There's nothing on the bottom side of the map to really fight for right now.
That's what he's going to do.
That's exactly what he's going to do. He's like, oh my god, this is perfect. I'm losing my lane. Everywhere else is winning. Let me just use all my resources to try and win my lane again. They're 3,000 gold up, as you can see. And all of a sudden, Crisis is in big trouble. He's trying to invade onto Schwen's side of the jungle.
But look at this Icon and Republic. They're going to duke it out in the mid lane. Means that Crisis should be able to get away scot-free.
Like, it's just not worth it, Crisis. Just stick to the safe side. You don't own the top side of the map anymore, as Icon goes again.
Icon feels like he owns his mid lane. Though. He's going to lock down Republic. A couple more auto attacks will do. In fact, Tread, Scumbag Jungler, jumps in there with the collateral damage.
All planned, mate. You know, just able to clean up another kill. Schwen's everywhere at the moment, and all of a sudden, Moon, you're in some trouble.
What are you doing here? You're stuck between a rock and a hard place, but no, they're going to turn this one around. The pillar comes out. SMLZ takes a few too many tower shots. Five. Gonna try and take down Moon here. Pumps a few auto attacks in there, but it's not gonna be enough. They trade that and pick up 2 kills.
SMLZ has flash. Why would you tank the second turret shot? Just get out of range, reposition yourself.
But they're not done
Gimgoon
yet.
now in trouble.
They're still looking for more spawners. Gimgoon, he's gonna be stuck underneath his tower. Parallel conversion will give him a little bit of a shield. Here comes Crisis, trying to return the favor. Tread gets taken down really low. Will get shut down by the Gragas. Now Seong, he's on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. Gonna try and duck in through the jungle.
Yeah, he's completely fine. So that's a couple of silly kills given back over. Will mean the gold gap goes down to about 2,000. If they pick up this turret as well, they'll artificially inflate their gold, meaning they're only down by about 1,000. And that is a great outcome right now for EPA, able to hit back as OMG makes some reckless mistakes.
Certainly have been reckless. It seems like they were in the driving seat for all this game. I even said that EPA, they haven't been clawing it back nicely, but they've been capitalizing on these mistakes from OMG fantastically. As Icon still being really aggressive against Republic here. Kurtzakor going to be popped as well. The Soldier's Divide's going to come out as well. He's going to Shurima shuffle his way out of there. Republic lives to fight another day.
Yeah, certainly does. Gets a couple of ultimates for his trouble. Icon still checking for him briefly, but that's just even more of the gold in the mid lane that they were trying to build up. Going over to this LeBlanc right now. And you can see that Icon, he's just completely confident in his ability to bully around the Azir now. And this is a lane matchup that Rusty likes to talk about a lot. Azir should be able to do some good things in this after the level 6 mark, but just because of how much pressure OMG have given over to Icon, as you can see, he's also bullying out Crisis now.
This is his lane.
Yeah, it's just because Chwen has been there every step of the way. It's not like it's a 1v1. It's just the jungler of OMG who has 6 kills, turning up the pressure.
6 kills. He's taken so many away from these ganks. Going to take away a Risk Gutter as well. As we take a look at his items really quickly, Warrior enchantment being completed. Has the Hex Drinker as well. Looking for a few more pieces here and there. They are going to swap the lanes, it seems. As Republic going to get jumped on one more time. That's a lot of damage. Seong now, he's going to get jumped up in the top lane. As Soul, Moon, and Crisis are up here. Tread is going to be able to try and help out his top laner. So the bottom lane tower does eventually go down. Gimgood, he's trying his best to try and take down SMLZ. 2-on-1. Pops the ultimate to try and get away. The crit bullet's not going to be able to connect with Gimgood. And they're just fighting on both sides of the map.
Yeah, they certainly are. But OMG won both of them. You can see that they take down the turret as well as chunk out Gimgoon. Republic trying to make the roam, but it's just not going to be there. Meanwhile, Xiang and Chwen were able to stave off a 2v3, and now he's running through a turret.
They're going to jump onto Moon, though. They take him down instantly. Ultimate does come out for Crisis. We'll separate them briefly, but they're still looking for the side. Tread, he's going to dash over. He picks up the double kill. He's 9-1-0-1. Gimgoon looking to try and shut him down one more time. Going to continue chasing on him. Parallel Convergence is going to come down. Not quite able to lock down Tread. He's going to be able to phase dive back in one more time. They pick up the return kill.
Yeah, so in the end, they are able to trade back. Another shutdown from Chwen, but 9-2-1, and all of the pressure around the map. Gimgoon will look to pick up this turret, although teleport is available from Xiang, so maybe able to save it. And Icon one more time.
That is his lane. Kurtzakor actually coming in. Icon goes back in, aggressively flashes out, but SMLZ snipes him from the back line.
I think that is like one of the times that I'll allow that. Aggressively flashes out, because he just puts his face in it one more time. But SMLZ is there to clean up the back end, has got the Infinity Edge, as well as the makings of his first Zeal item. And you can see that this Jhin also starting to ramp up. And honestly, another one of those team efforts, but this time the Catalyst has been their jungler.
Just taking a stock at where the game is right now. OMG about 2,000 gold ahead of EPA. They were much further ahead earlier, but a couple of mistakes have cost them dearly. As EPA, they do have the turret advantage 2-1. So still a lot of standing gold from OMG, potentially pick up from a couple of plays. As Trent is able to take away this red buff deep inside of EPA's jungle, possibly setting up for the second dragon that's going to be coming up in about 25 seconds.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, I like the fact that you mentioned the gold has been inflated a little bit by EPA. As Xuan maybe looking to go over this wall, blow someone up one more time. Although the pressure is on the bottom side of the map, actually, as Icon is looking for a cheeky pick.
Been spotted out by a ward, but they are still going to be able to jump over that wall. Dragon is going to respawn in about 3 seconds here. Moon, he has to run as far away as possible from this assassin.
Yeah, you do not own the bottom side of the map one more time.
Oh, there goes Icon, jumps straight onto Moon, misses the change, so won't get the Sigil proc.
Actually had the ultimate available. Think you could have just killed him with the double ultimate. Oh, he mustn't have. He must have used double distortion. So, my bad there. But, in the end, it does mean the AD carry for EPA lives, whilst SMLZ may die.
Parallel Converge is going to come down. Ward is going to be able to spot
Trying
out
to bait
Gibgoon.
him here. Has double summoner spells.
But Tran will be on the bottom side of the map. He's going to be working on taking down this dragon. Picks it up for free. No contestation coming out from EPA. And it will be SMLZ moving
Icon
up to the top
lands the
side.
chains
Icon
this time.
does get the chains. Heel's going to come
Oh!
out. Moon is able to duel him underneath the turret. 1-on-1. Picks up a much-needed kill as SMLZ. He's been in this situation before. Gibgoon trying to fight him 2-on-1. This time he has company as Christ is going to move up here. The ultimate does come out from Brom, trying to keep him alive. He flashes the ultimate from Grave. He's able to get away from the Gragas ultimate. Gibgoon now has to run. Kurtz goes to pop. He gets one. Misses the second, hits the third, the fourth will connect. A double kill coming up from Jhin, but they're not done just yet as Republic. He's wanting his way up into this top lane. Does get locked down, knocked up by the Poppy ultimate. Has to use his own as well. Will not quite get stunned up just yet, but Xiao picks up that kill for himself. And look at this, Soul, the bloodthirsty support. He's going to get pinned against the wall. A double kill for the Poppy.
And one more time, the ants go marching one by one. EPA funnel in 2 at a time. They all die in the end. OMG pick up even more for themselves. They'll take the turret as well. And you know, we were saying that it was a close game, only 2,000 gold. We'll blow that out to 5. And OMG right back in the driver's seat. Let's take another look at it. All right, cool. So this is Gibgoon once again trying to make the play. But the thing about Jhin is he's very timing spaced. He has this ability to just wander around the fight, and he's just getting the chip damage in. This was really nice because it meant that no dash could come out of the Echo. They line it up, able to get the curtain calls out. That will clean up Gibgoon. But this is a bit that I don't like. Republic was heading up the river by himself, and you could see that his support, Soul, was about half the river behind him, and he goes without the Trundle. There's just no reason to go into a 1v3. You're very rarely going to win it when there's a Braum on the other side, because one auto attack completely negates any aggression you have.
And right after that, Soul does the exact same thing. Just walks in and is like, I could do this, and tries to take down 3 members. But, like you mentioned, OMG definitely in the driver's seat now. They're about 6,000 gold ahead. The train was derailed a little bit along the way, but they found their footing. They're driving steam on right ahead.
You love these
I
metaphors.
love it. It is amazing.
Everyone, like, Frostgurin's got the cars, you've got a train. I feel like, I mean this in the most loving way possible. I feel like the dad that has to clean up your damn toys all the time. But I take your point, you know, 3 turrets to 2 at the moment. So relatively even there. 6,500 gold is a lead for OMG, as you said. And Icon, he's just going to stick to that split push. And I feel like Moon got lucky once. But you can only get lucky so many times against the LeBlanc before she starts. She's like, 2 auto attacks kill you in the end.
He does have that null magic mantle now on the Lucian, so going to be able to take away a little bit of the damage from the LeBlanc. Possibly looking for his Quicksilver Sash next to keep himself alive against the Assassin.
Yeah, I don't even know if it is going to be a QSS because, you know, potentially... Oh, That is,
Flash.
yeah, that's
Oh,
a lot
look
of
at
damage.
this. Chen going to jump in, pops the ultimate early, but Crisis going to follow it up, try and keep his mid laner safe as Crisis takes that final auto attack coming in from SMLZ. Sia baits out the ultimate coming from the Azir. He has to run a long way back to home though. Pops the ultimate, knocks the top lane out of there, but the Kali going to get that last auto attack down thanks to the pillar. That's going to come out from Sol. They trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, so one more time, OMG a little bit reckless in their turret diving this time around, but you can see what the idea is. Just continue to pressure, don't take a backward step. There's now Chwen in some trouble.
Yep, they're still going full on straight forward as Chen. He's going to try dueling out with Gimgoon, who does get locked out. He's going to get taken down. He's not able to use his ultimate while stunned up.
Whoa.
Here comes Icon into the backline. Going to pick up 1 kill. He actually is going to get taken down, I believe.
No, he's still
No,
alive.
he's still alive with Blinky Health Bars. The final curtain call. It's going to come out from SMLZ.
Oh,
he
they got
locks
him.
down Soul as well. He's going to get stunned over the wall.
Crit.
He's going to get a last auto attack off the double kill coming from Jin. And OMG turn around that team fight.
And SMLZ's Jin is beautiful to watch. You can see how confident he is swaggering forward. Like, Jin is a very unique champion, and I feel like SMLZ, very unique player, and it suits him to a T. They also take the bottom lane turret. That's a 10,000 gold lead. Thank you very much. OMG have blown this map wide open.
So take us through this one. This was the hectic team fight.
So they're, once again, aggressive onto Chwen, but 5 gets a great wall up. And they go a little bit too deep for him here, I feel, because all of a sudden the flank from the LeBlanc is here. The Jin was untouched the entirety. Good exhaust out of Soul means that Icon will nearly fall down, but does not. And just look at the communication. I've got the Trundle. You take out the Azir, gets the root down, gets another stun over the wall, and you just knew the bullet was going to crit. There it is. 384 damage. Thank you very much.
Good players crit when they want to as Moon go back to live, and he's already been chunked down to about 1/3 of his health. Has to recall immediately.
And 2 very similar games. You know, OMG got further ahead at the start of this game, but you feel that both times they were just like, we're happy to go even or better, continue to scale up. Oh, what's that? We're online with our items. We're going to team fight you now. And EPA never want to back down from a team fight. In fact, if they are going to win a game, it will be through great team fighting. So you have to give credit for OMG for recognizing that and just continuing to push the tempo.
EPA, they haven't backed down at all. That last team fight was a great example of that. They're not afraid to still try and fight OMG 10,000 gold behind, but it's costing them so much. Might even cost them this next Dragon that's coming up. This has been the point of contention for OMG so far in these 2 games. They like to try and fight around these Dragon pits. They forced it to Dragon 4 in the last game. They would possibly look for Dragon 3 here. Lots of members have recalled, looking to try and fight as it spawns, and it is going to spawn. Immediately, Trent is on top of it, trying to take down the objective.
Yeah, and look, they're not going to fight for this, as once again, Icon goes aggressive.
Ooh, that is a lot of damage onto Republic.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's using the first W for absolutely nothing. So, you know, it only gets worse from here, as Republic now might be in danger of being sniped out by the curtain call. Has to back right into the base.
Yeah, OMG now looking to try and siege out this mid lane inner turret. They have 3 members in this lane. Only Seung is not quite close just yet. He's still pushing in the bottom lane. Icon gonna dive in aggressively, just puts down 1 Q onto Moon and backs out immediately. That gives them enough time to take down the turret with ease. That's 5 turrets to 2 now.
And really, there's just, you can see that all the tempo belongs to OMG right now. They're trying to force onto Icon one more time. They won't get anything out of that. Meanwhile, both sides of the jungle have been completely decimated by OMG. They're walking around collecting the farm as they want. And it won't be long till their eyes do turn towards the Baron buff. And you can see that they're trying to secure some vision around the area now.
It almost feels like OMG wants to try and suffocate EPA now with their gold lead, but they can't because EPA just keep fighting them. That EPA done. And OMG are like, okay, that's cool.
We'll take more.
that.
Yeah, exactly right. And that is the style that, like, EPA as LGD, I kept saying this the other day, LGD do not lose a game slowly. I feel like EPA, very similar vein. They don't allow themselves to be choked out of games because they will just continue to run into you. And people will be like, well, that's stupid. Well, yeah, maybe, but that's just how this team plays. And, you know, every now and again, they do get the magic as a good play here.
Teleport actually coming from Seung, trying to get a flank onto the backline. Smooth. He's going to have to flash away from the Poppy Slam. Was able to get away from that. So they trade a summon spell on the top laner for 1 on Moon.
But that's absolutely huge, because think about how easy it is for Xiang to get into a fight. Now think how hard it is for a Poppy, Lucian to outrun a Poppy. Pretty much impossible. They peel off the Baron, actually.
This is something you mentioned to me. Lucian's running from Poppy, a funny sight to watch as Crisis, he has to burn a flash of his own. Seoung now going to get taken down incredibly low, but EPA, they're looking to fight. They're going to get one. Trent takes down Republic before he can even use his ultimate. They're looking to try and go through the rest of the team. Moon is gone. OG still chasing through. A triple kill comes out for Trent, and they're going to look to try and take down Baron.
And Chuen, what a story. This guy is going absolutely huge. Last year, if you had heard that Chuen had took 9 of the kills at the start of the game, you would be mortified if you're an LGD fan.
Icon being a little bit cheeky, able to get back to his original distortion. SMLZ picks up a nice kill onto Echo as well. 4 kills and the Baron.
2 double AD carry comps. Twice Chuen and SMLZ have gone bonkers. Icon still that role player in the mid lane. But let's take another look at this. They start up Baron. They all peel off because Icon gets Crisis over the wall. They don't want to risk the steal. The ultimate's so huge. They're able to tie up the backline. And once again, Poppy being able to get rid of a member, so huge. 5 comes up with a good. Chuen just puts out so much damage on the back end of this team fight. Pretty much 1v2ing. And he's able to use the ultimate to get a huge snipe. Triple kill picked up for the jungler. And they're not done yet.
We saw what you mentioned as well. No flash illusion, but easy pickings for Trent. As Kurtikor is going to be pop. Finds one on the soul. Not quite able to get the second. Oh, he does!
Death by a touch.
Is going to be enough. He can't recall. Soul is going to be able to get away. With about 10 health, I believe, on that Trundle. Jin's still looking for it.
He's fishing.
Trying to get over the fog of war. Icon goes over the wall. Republic is taken down incredibly low. That's not the ignite. Just going to be the Morello Nomicon ticking. And OMG, they're just poking them away from their turret.
Yeah, and the fireworks have well and truly started. They're going to break the base on the bottom side here. There's absolutely nothing EPA can do. 15,000 gold is the lead. And Chuen soloing the top laner one more time.
Goodness, and inhibitor turret's been taken down. The inhibitor getting taken down shortly as Icon gonna dash in, gets a lot of damage down, but gets poked out in return as well. Crisis now has to be careful. He might get stunned up. Collateral damage is gonna deal a lot of damage, but not take anyone down. The rest of EPA running towards their fountain. They live to fight another day. This might be enough to repel OMG from their base.
Yeah, it will be for now. Chuen cancels an auto attack. Maybe not his finest moment, but does fire the ulti anyway. So you can see OMG, they're just blowing the rust off a little bit. 16,000 gold the lead. They're not in too much trouble. They'll just get a cheeky back in, go back, maybe pick up Dragon number 4 in a minute and a half, or maybe just continue their push.
The base is wide open now. The bottom lane inhibitor is gone. They still have a little bit of this Baron buff ticking for OMG. SMO's decided he doesn't want to go back to base just yet. He wants to continue trying to fight out Republic now, doing a little bit of Icon's job, chipping him down wherever he can. Soul as we move out into this mid lane as well, and it's 8-25 on the scoreboard. EPA, it's been a very bloody game for them, but it's not been in their favor.
No, it certainly hasn't. 8-24. I think that's probably the understatement. And right now, when you got a 13-3-3 jungler, it looks like he might even be picking up like an Infinity Edge as his last item or something. You worry if you're EPA, because when Chuen is picking your team apart, it's not great news. And you can see the bullets out of this grave right now. How many is that? Is that 8? I think the maximum you can get is 10.
He's still looking for them. 10 with the Infinity Edge, 8 for now if he gets a crit. SMLZ, he's going to flash forward for it. Picks up a nice kill to Echo. Kurtzon calls me pop as well. He finds Moon, gets the second tag. He's going to look for Soul as well. The final bullet is not going to be enough. Collateral damage not quite there. Icon, he's not going to be able to get in there, but a triple kill is going to come out from SMLZ as he finds that final snipe. And OG, they're out for blood. They're just ignoring the turrets right now. They're chasing on the remaining members of EPA. They want to fight. SMLZ, he wants more. But this should be game for OMG. They're breaking the base apart. The Nexus turrets are going to fall down. OMG pick up the second game. They go 2-0 against EPA in this best-of-5 series.
Yeah, they certainly do. And it all looks too easy right now. They're trying to pick up the last kill. Republic looks to be their man, but it's not going to happen. Yes, it is. SFLZ dies for it. Republic goes down. Who cares? Nexus explodes. 2-0 for OMG.
What a bloody game between these two teams. Like we mentioned, they just wanted to fight. That's all these two teams wanted to do, and OG came out on top.
And, you know, when we talk about macro League of Legends, it's actually being able to generate a gold income through taking the turrets. Neither of these teams are that team. Both of these teams generate gold by winning team fights. And that's why it looks really bizarre to see EPA. It's like, why don't you just cross-map trade? They've never had to rely on that. This is a team that will just team fight and they'll get a lead or they'll lose the game. And you can see time and time again, OMG, they're like, we're going to get a lead through some very clean fighting early and some good laning. And then EPA just don't have a response for it.
Well, this was a small response coming from Moon. He was able to take down Icon underneath his turret, but that just wasn't quite enough for EPA. OG were just all over the map and being very aggressive in their playstyle.
Yeah, they certainly were, and you really have to compliment one more time SMLZ and Five. Five had another brilliant game on the Braum, and I think the way he protected the Jhin was just a pleasure to watch. And SMLZ, so practiced on this carry. They do pick it on the red side a lot where he's able to last pick it. And you can see exactly why, because if there is no one on the team that can really pressure him, he just goes absolutely massive.
He sure did. He had a few fantastic mechanical highlights, flashing away from a Gragas ultimate even in the middle of a team fight. In fact, was able to pick up a few nice snipes as well in the middle of some hectic team fights. Even went fishing for one as well. Wasn't quite able to find that, but that's where I want to start this. Bottom lane, there are two supports that are very aggressive in nature. Didn't quite get these aggressive supports, but they were still fighting wherever they could.
Yeah, there certainly was. And, I don't think Braum isn't not aggressive. I love the trick where Braums pretend they recall, jump onto a melee and look for their ulti, and we saw that a couple of times out of 5 in this game. But once again, I just want to go back to the fact that these teams are laning teams. That's why we're seeing a lot of standard lanes. That's why we're seeing teams just run head-to-head into each other. And once again, I really want to reiterate that I feel like EPA's got 3 losing lanes in this match. So if you're a laning team that relies on fighting to get you ahead, sure, they had a better mid-game team fight this time, but they still had to enter that phase of the game behind. And that just meant that OMG were able to dictate the pace. They were always 2,000 or 3,000 gold ahead until they got that one fight and then absolutely blew the game open.
And EPA still felt like they just wanted to fight, even though they're about 2,000 to 3,000 gold behind. And speaking of fighting, Icon, he did quite a bit of that in the mid lane, but it wasn't him that was picking up the kills necessarily.
Yeah, time and time again, Icon went fishing because, Republic was the one member winning. And when you're the one member on your team winning, and you can feel your gold, team slipping behind in gold, you're like, I have to make the next big play. So what Icon was doing was using his distortion and his mimic distortion a lot to be like, come on, ulti me. And Republic didn't fall for it, but it meant that Chuen, time and time again, was able to get into that mid lane, affect it, and pick up some kills. So I do expect Chuen to actually pick up MVP here because, once again, he got them into a very good advantage, but Icon was a lot to do with that.
Well, we'll have to see if Trent does pick up the MVP as we go into a break. OG are currently 2-0 up against EPA. Don't go away. We're back in about 5 minutes. Welcome back to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We are going to take a look at the MVP of that game. It is going to be Tren, 13-3-6. He had a fantastic game on his Graves.
Yeah, killed secured is, I think, is the best way to talk about Twen's performance. But I just want to talk about his positioning. One lane in that map was kind of in favor of EPA, and that was the mid lane. What that meant is that Icon continually went aggressive, and Twen was always in his back pocket, making sure he was backing him up. And it's great to see Twen with some of that mid jungle synergy, because you have to say one of the criticisms of LGD was that was never the case. Twen and Wayless didn't really play well together, whereas you could see in this game, they were putting on a clinic between Icon and Twen.
This is what really started everything off. It looked like it was going in EPA's favor, and Tren, with fantastic play, was able to turn it around. Like you mentioned, the only thing that was saving grace for EPA was the minions.
Yeah, exactly right. So they were able to pick up one there. Twen gets another play in the bottom lane. And, you know, you joke about kill secured, but he also had some moments where he was dashing through turrets, making sure that the bullets were hitting champions and not structures. And that's actually quite hard to do on Graves. Because remember, his bullets just hit whatever is in front of him. You have to be very cognizant of structures, very aware of where the minion line is. He had a turret dive in the top lane where he was dashing through turrets, making sure he was picking up those kills. So I love the mechanical play that we're seeing out of him, as well as the good decision making.
So let's talk about that game as a whole there, because that was a very bloody game between OMG and EPA. These teams are just fighting back and forth throughout the entire game, but OMG, time and time again, came out ahead and were able to push for victory with all the small leads they got from it.
Yeah, and that was a kind of funny game, right? Because, you know, Brom and Jin is a very... Jin is just obnoxious in how he bullies lane. He's got such long range. You know, he's only got 4 bullets, and that's generally the window that you trade in. So I really liked watching SMLZ and 5 go to work, but I'm going to go back to the top lane. It just seems that the Shroud versus Spectre's Cal, I got it this time, puts Poppy in an advantage. The regen is just way too much to deal with if you're an Echo, and sure, he has the ulti and can get back to lanes as many times as he wants, but Xiang is just abusing this build path order to get himself ahead in the laning phase.
And those top laners just been fighting back and forth throughout this entire series so far. Nobody's been able to kill each other or have a significant lead from it just yet, but they're just fighting time and time again.
But the thing is, right, you don't have to kill your top lane, you just have to put him in kill range. And Xiang was never killing Gimgoon, but every time Twen wanted to go top, Gimgoon was in range of dying.
Well, we have to see if we can do that to Gimgoon one more time in what could be the final game between OG and EPA. This is a best-of-5 series in the promotion tournament. The winner of this series, will advance into the next split of the LPL. The loser, unfortunately, would have to play one of the teams from the LSPL, I believe it is MFG.
Yep.
And the winner of that game will still find a spot into the LPL next split. But we are into Champions Select for game number 3 between OG and EPA. And the bans have almost been completed here. Alistar, Kalista, and Nidalee are going to be banned on the side of OMG. 5's Thresh is going to be gone once again, and Kindred and Zed will be the next 2 bans for EPA. So we have to see what OMG decide to pick up as their first pick. They're not going to go for the Echo. Instead, they're going to pick up Brom here for 5 one more time.
Yeah, and once again, Gimgoon hovering. The Echo swaps over to Poppy now, however, and I would love to see him make the change. Go to the Poppy, and he does.
They lock it in with the Graves as well. So, Crisis had that in game number 1, I believe, and then game number 2, Channel was like, this is how you play Graves. Not the way you played it in game number 1. So he's going to take it back for game number 3 here, bouncing back and forth between champions. The Poppy pickup means they're not going to go for Echo one more time. We'll have to see if it's going to be Xiang that decides to pick that one up for himself up in the top lane. Definitely a lot of other top laners that can still be picked up.
See, I love this. With the Brom on your side, they had Lee Sin Gragas. That is so much surprise initiation and displacement that is available. Twen's by far. I'm not even going to talk about it. Thanks, mate.
By far the best Gragas.
By far the best Lee Sin. But, you know, Gragas is locked in, so he'll have that one.
Gragas and Nautilus are going to be the next 2 pickups coming in for OG here. Nautilus, one of those flex picks that we have seen in the LPL, can be support mid lane, top lane. Gragas can be flex as a top laner or a jungler. That's been really the current meta in terms of picks. You pick up a lot of flex picks early and then decide what your last few picks
You know,
are
you
do.
say that, but as soon as there is Xiang on a team and there's a Nautilus, it's just going to him because he's kind of the guy that brought it back into meta. And he's like, this is my pick. It's what I'm comfortable on. And we've already seen it. I think that Poppy still does relatively well against the Echo lane. So throws a Nautilus spanner in the works. Very good lane swap, and we'll see if that's what OMG go towards.
And once again, EPA are going to be taking away Azir from Icon. That's been locked in by Republic here. Icon had a phenomenal game 1 on the champion, and OMG, they're not prioritizing as a pick. They're showing that they can actually fight the Azir when it's picked up by the other team, and Trundle will be their 4th pickup as well.
And now this time with Poppy, it's very hard to run a LeBlanc into a team comp because the W just wrecks her day so hard. So I like the change here. You know, also with the Trundle, Pillar also kind of ruins LeBlanc's day because you just Pillar where the Distortion is, and if she goes back there, she's very slow. So I think they have a much better team to deal with LeBlanc this time around, and that might mean that Icon picks up something like the Lulu.
We'll have to see what those final 2 picks are going to be for OMG. They have a very beefy lineup for now with Braum, Gragas, and Nautilus already picked up. A lot of crowd control, a lot of displacement, a lot of health in these carries, and they go for a Lulu Kog'Maw pickup. This is actually, I believe, something they played when they played Kog'Maw in their first game against EPA in the best of 3 series in a regular split.
Yeah, he was broken back then. You didn't need a Lulu with him. I think he picked up a pentakill and lost the game, was actually what I'm thinking about when I cast my mind back.
That is exactly what happened.
However, this time with Lulu, he's going to have that protection. Lulu, Gragas, Nautilus, Braum. What better protection could you ask for your Kog'Maw? Still has the long range, still has all of the damage that comes out of the W. Needs the levels to get the attack speed now, but at level 16 still puts in as much work as Kog'Maw ever has. And between 2 and 3 items, level 14 to 16 is when Kog'Maws really shine, and we'll see if SMLZ can do it one more time.
Well, even though he did lose that game when he picked up Kog'Maw in the regular series, there was a lot of respect for that champion from EPA. They banned it out for the next 2 matches in that best of 3 series. We have to see what their final pickup is going to be, and they're going to lock in Lucian as their AD carry of choice to round out Energy Pacemaker All's team composition.
Once again, Lucian, mid-game spike and carry. This time has a little bit more late game in the Poppy, in the Azir. I love the fact that Gimgoon has gone back to prioritizing Poppy. I think it was by far his best pickup during the regular season. And EPA look like they've put together a composition that can go with OMG. But Lulu Cog, it's always been a powerful pick for a reason, Fish. If the game goes to 3-4 items, he's going to be a monster.
And we saw that in game number 1, how OMG, they were very comfortable with waiting for that late game, which never came because EPA just wanted to fight them anyway. We are going to look at that team composition one last time. Top lane, it's going to be Nautilus in the jungle, Gragas, Lulu in the mid lane, with Kog'Maw, Braum in the bottom lane for OMG. Whereas EPA, they have a Poppy up top, with a Graves in the jungle and a Azir sitting in the mid lane, doing a little bit of dancing, with a Lucian and Trundle in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they go back towards a dance-off. You know, I would say that Icon has won both dance-off.
Well,
Coaches shake hands.
We'll have to see as we go into game number 3 between OMG and EPA. And we are back onto Summoner's Rift for what could potentially be match point for OMG. So they are currently 2-0 against EPA in this best of 5 series. EPA needs to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to get back into the LPL right now. If not, they'd have to go up against MFG in a couple of days to fight for that final spot in the LPL for next split. As we take a look at the Keystone Masteries really quickly, nothing too surprising coming out from these teams. It's going to be Strength of the Ages on Graves this time round. Further battle on both of the AD carries. Bondestone for Braum, Grassland and Dying for the Trundle.
Yeah, so exactly what you expect really out of everyone here.
Oh, got it.
Got it.
Good guy 5, giving it over to SMLZ.
Yeah, SMLZ got every auto attack on that. That's they get 2 wards.
Yep, they're ahead. Well done. OMG in the lead.
20 gold.
20 gold lead for OMG.
2/5 of a potion.
Getting there. Close enough.
1/40th of a... No, not that much. of a Doran's ring. as you can see, it just means so much. But lane swap this time being initiated out of OMG, and this is something that we're used to seeing. As soon as you see the Nautilus locked in, you expect them to be double jungling.
And that's exactly what OMG are going to do. They send Sia down into the red buff camp. And they're going to be able to take that one away with Tren. It's Icon and Republic going to be in the mid lane one more time. And for the first game of this series, no standard lanes coming out from these two teams. Crisis going to start on his Krugs. Gimgu is going to head up into the top lane, pick up as many minions as possible before returning for this double jungle. And Soul and Moon are going to go into a surprise lane against the Nautilus.
Yeah, they certainly are. You can see that Gimgoon kind of gets there first, was holding the wave, will now recognize that he should have probably just queued it and walked away. But actually looks like Xiong, yeah, he's stuck around for a little bit longer because there's a gank coming in from Chuen in the mid lane.
Look at this, a level 2 gank with the red buff, looking to try and find Republic, who just
Drive-by.
scuttles his way out of there.
So in the end, a lot of wasted time. He probably can't get that Raptor camp anymore, although he's still going to go for it.
Crisis trying to take this one away. It looks like Five's trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. We'll tag Gimgoon with the Wizard's Bite. This Raptor camp should eventually go down as Icon and Republic just duking it out back and forth. These are two rather aggressive laners, as Trend will be able to pick up the Raptor camp with his barrel.
So this is actually bad news right now for EPA because the fact that Soul left for so long meant that Nautilus was kind of hanging around the bottom lane turret, and I think he was getting experience for that time. So they've had solo experience onto a solo laner, only a couple of little creeps, whilst Chuen was able to pick up solo experience from the jungle. So that would be an overall net game. We'd have to go back and watch it from his perspective to see how much he got, but they will be much later to this push.
We'll have to see how these turrets fall for OMG and EPA, as they have already collapsed onto the outer turrets in the bottom lane and the top lane.
So once again, just want to stress that it's not actually Xiong that gets the advantage right now, it's Chuen. So Chuen should be a little bit of experience ahead from doing a complete clear by himself. And now everyone's up into the into the turret pushes. It will be EPA taking it first, and they're pushing through.
That is a large wave. They decide not to deny that CS. They're going to look to try and push towards that bottom lane inner turret. OG a little bit slow to this one. In fact, it's going to might actually take another wave if they're not careful. In fact, it is going to be another wave.
And all of a sudden, they're going to lose 2 for 1. So I said that it might be in their advantage. It definitely is not, because they're going to chunk this out. Poppy, Trundle, Lucian, and Graves all take turrets relatively quickly.
It's already down to about half its health. This squad coming in from OMG is moving down to the bottom lane to try and stop this. They should be too late. Xiong will eventually take down this top lane turret at level 2. The turret is down to about a sliver of its health. In fact, Tren going to jump in on top of EPA. Gets a lot of damage down. Probably save this turret for now. Should be able to repel EPA away.
Okay, so as long as they can keep it up, it's not too bad. However, they do get a deep ward there, which means that if they ever push up, there is, once again, that double teleport play available out of EPA, because they have taken it. Oh, that's an unfortunate ward, I think. They have taken it onto the Azir this time, as well as the Poppy. So we'll have to track that. But good move out of OMG to not lose the maximum in that situation.
Still able to keep that turret alive as we look at the mid lane. Trend making a return visit here against Republic. Will body slam forward, but Icon, he needs to be a little bit careful. Going to go down to about 10 health, it seemed. As Republic, he's still going to get jumped on. Tries to flash away. 5 is there. Winter's Bite will tag him. Picks up first blood for OMG.
So 5 tried to give it over to Chuen. Chuen cancelled the auto attack one more time as it flashes a wall. So Braum has to go after him. It's a lot of summoner spells burnt, but in the end it will be first blood picked up with a couple assists. So good play out of OMG there. And it's been like, what, 3-4 visits into the mid lane right now to try and control Republic?
You know, Trent trying to correct his ways. Okay, I don't need to, you know, secure kills as much anymore. Try and practice some restraint.
Yeah, give it to the support
Give
from
it to
now
5
on.
instead.
Yeah. But you can see a deep freeze actually out of SMLZ will suit the Cogmore just fine. Wow, 5. So Lucian had to swing past mid lane.
SMLZ going to get pillared off. Nothing's going to happen to Strand. Making another trip into a lane here is Gimgoon. He's trying to dance away from the barrel. Pops the W to try and stop the body slam coming in from Strand. Look at this. A flash engage from Gimgoon. Trying to turn this one around as Republic teleports up into that top lane. They're able to repel the gank coming into the top lane. They open up mid lane for a little bit of a push.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations you're like, yeah, all right, mate, whatever you say. Like, you can, if you really want to force that hard, you want to burn, teleport, and a flash, go for it. It's now some aggression in the bottom lane. Chuen also might be caught. Teleport coming in here. That'll be
5.
cancelled.
A little bit low. Cancel teleport coming in from Sion will be enough to deter EPA from any more aggression.
Republic, you are in big trouble. You have to walk the entire way around,
Wow.
and he does, and loses so much to this turret.
That is a huge minion wave that Republic's not going to be able to pick up half of, it seems. This turret's going to be able to chip down so many of those minions. This turret might eventually fall here as 3 members of EPA, they're continuing this push down in the bottom lane. SMLZ and 5 are doing the best they can to keep this turret standing. It's got barely 100 health, I would say.
Yeah, sub 100 health definitely on there, but they will keep it alive. That's the danger of the deep freeze. But it will now start reversing, so no longer an option there. Huge advantage right now for the Kog'Maw, but mirrored in the Poppy on the top side of the jungle.
You have to think that OMG pretty happy with that. They would like their Void Puppy to be rather farmed ahead of the Lucian.
I'm sure they'd like Nautilus to be up there as well, though. But he's only got 10 CS right now, so can't always get everything. As you said, if it is a trade, you know, Poppy for Nautilus, Poppy against Nautilus versus Kog'Maw versus Lucian, you probably want the Kog'Maw to be ahead because Lucian is supposed to be the lane bully in that matchup.
Taking a look at the items picked up really quickly. Sion, who has been starved a little bit this early game, has the double Doran's ring pick up with his boots as well to try and just move around and clear waves a little bit quicker, it seems. Skimgood, he has his Spectre's Cowl picked up already, so taking a note out of Sion's book. Making sure he picks up that item for the extra regeneration as SMLC now not going to be able to freeze this wave anymore. It is eventually going to be pushing on towards Moon and Soul's turret down in the bottom lane. Zycon is still continuing his aggression in this mid lane against Republic, even though he's on Lulu, not as a block this time round.
Yeah, he's just being as annoying as possible. As one more time, maybe some aggression out of Crisis, looking towards Xiong.
Tren, he's going to find Soul inside
Level
of
3
his
versus
jungle.
level 6.
A little bit of damage being put down by the Gragas, but is deterred away from this
No
bottom lane.
teleports are available. This is a big level discrepancy right now. Does tag him. They can look for this potentially.
Tren is said looking to try and take away this blue buff. Republic was moving
They're
around the
sending
river.
Poppy down into the bottom lane as well.
Moon actually getting caught on this turret. Takes a lot of damage. The last auto attack, not quite enough to take him down.
Oh!
As there's a cast coming out from Tren. We'll be able to pick him up with the final barrel. Takes up a couple of turrets for his trouble.
Now they need to be careful. Gimgoon's about to get teleport available.
Collateral damage is not enough to pick up the strike
Gets a
here.
heal though. And there is a ward behind them. So Gimgoon, in a couple of seconds, can go whenever they want. Ward expires. So they will get out safely. It is a kill picked up for OMG.
And a massive kill on top of that. 40 CS in favor of SMLZ now. That was another big wave from OMG that just crashed onto a turret with no one to pick up the gold.
Yeah, 100%. You know, now it's going to reverse one more time. That's the way it works. If it's on your side of the map, which it is right now, and it's a neutral creep wave, it pushes against you or into the enemy teams. It means that Kog'Maw are going to be able to go back down there and pick it all up. As we mentioned, not much kill threat in this top lane, whereas there is always kill threat in a Kog'Maw lane. You can see that OMG exploiting that fact by sending their jungler down there.
Sion just very happy to be farming alongside Gimgoon here. Doesn't want to do anything too fancy. He's a level behind and only has his Doran's rings to help him out. Tren was able to take the blue buff away from EPA's jungle, which means that this one will be donated over to Icon, making him a very happy Lulu. He's going to be able to keep up with that aggression as 5 jumps in really aggressive and puts the exhaust down onto the Lucian. Not quite able to get the Winter's Bite down.
Yeah, that was a bit aggressive, but 5 probably going to tick over to level 6 soon, you would have to assume. So we'll have the ultimate available. And you can understand the aggression. As now, oh wow, Sol, you're in big trouble, buddy.
Sol going to get tagged up by the passive coming up from Braum. Instead, 5 just wants to take out the wards that have been placed inside of his Tri-Brush.
Okay, so because there is double teleport on the side of EPA, they don't want to really fight over that ward, but I thought they might look for it with how aggressive 5 had been previously. And it is only a level 4 onto the Trundle, so he's not very tanky right now. As they call once again Chuen into that lane. Oh, is spotted out.
He's going to be able to clear out this one. Which means there's no vision once again on this bottom side. It's Moon. He's going to be able to avoid that Winter's Bite one more time by Tren. He's going to come out the back. They should have seen this coming as the ulti comes out, knocking him backwards. Moon is going to be melted before the fight even starts. But here come all the teleports from both teams. They're going to be jumping in. SMLZ, he's been locked down. Sion's been trying to keep people occupied in the back lines. But EPA, they've got a double kill onto Azir. And Poppy picks up one. Graves picks up one as well. They turn around that fight. They trade 4 for 2.
So in the end, they did see it coming. They trade 4 for 1. Soul doesn't go down. And that's the double teleport coming up trumps. We mentioned it. They just bait them in with the AD carry. Look, a nice juicy Lucian for you. They pick up 2 kills on their mid lane and 1 on their jungle and top. And that was the play that they've been looking for. Finally, the first gold lead for EPA in this series.
And it's still a very, very close game. EPA, 200 gold ahead of OMG only after this play. Let's take us through this one, Storm.
So let's have a look at it. They go past the creep wave. That means that they don't need a ward. All of a sudden, they get the double teleports in. And as we take a look at this one, Soul just able to kite back, and no one peels for SMLZ. That's the biggest thing. Huge ultimate comes out of Crisis. He cleans up the back line. And just when you pile in like that, especially after only killing the AD carry at this stage of the game, remember they're the item-reliant ones. They don't do the most damage at this stage. It's the people that are level-dependent, like junglers and top laners, that you probably should be more worried about dealing with first.
And speaking of items, Kog'Maw, he has his Gwynsu's Rage Blade now, so one small power spike for him and many more to come as this game progresses.
I don't even know if it's small because it's a Gwynsu's versus a Caulfield's Warhammer. That's a massive power spike, especially given the fact that he's going to do ramp-up damage. So they've actually swapped away from the Cog. Agree with that move a lot, but it will give over a dragon as well as a turret to OMG. So they're still coming out ahead, but EPA just respecting SMLZ's power for now.
OMG did do a good job of defending that bot lane in the turret, which is still at about 5 health, I believe. Slight breeze would be able to take that one down.
Yeah, a sneeze.
As EPA, they're able to trade the bottom lane turret and the dragon for the top lane outer turret, eventually taking that one down. It's currently 2-2 in terms of turrets taken down for these two teams, and they're going to respond to the dragon pickup coming in from OMG with the Rift Herald. And I think 100% of the dragons have gone to OMG in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, they certainly have so far. So, you know, Rift Herald, that's a consolation prize. They might be able to use that to get a push going in one of the side lanes. See if they take it mid even, as they do give it over to the Graves. But Republic needs to be careful. He is being chunked out a little bit by Icon. Yes, Lulu's starting to bully the lane.
He's been very aggressive in this lane as it's Lulu constantly pushing up. But here comes a play coming from Republic. Icon's going to flash over the wall, misses his Q coming out from there. Crisis, he's there to pick it up with his shotgun. Oh, a nice snipe. It's going to come out from Chen. He's looking for more though. He's not done yet. Crisis is going to dash in forward to be a little bit aggressive against this Gragas, but they trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, that must have been a misclick. But it is 1 for 1. Jungle is picking up kills one more time. Chuen 2-1 and 2. Nice barrel there to get the snipe. Now Kog'Maw just rotates into the lane. All planned, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take the CS from here. Don't you worry.
Very much.
But Chuen's actually having a really good series so far.
He has been. He went off on the Graves in the last games. Played decently on this Gragas so far as now 5. He might be caught out a little bit. The pillar's going to come down to SMLZ. They're able to tag the Lucian with the final inch coming out from the Braum ultimate. But not quite able to get anything other than his flash from it.
Bottom lane turret will go down, however it looks like.
That is gone. So Gimgo with a good push will be able to take that one down. Finally giving EPA another small advantage. They're about 500 gold against ahead of OMG. But still very even game between these two teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. But once again, where are they powerful? Right now it's Gimgoon on the side of EPA. They would be happy with that versus a very powerful Kog'Maw. Has a Zeal already working towards what will be probably a Runan's Hurricane. And you have to feel that once that item does come out, it's going to do so much work. And I love the addition of the Abyssal, because that just means that if Lulu's in range, Kog'Maw is going to be doing that much damage shredding through with the magic % health damage. So really have to watch for SMLZ to go massive in this game.
They've got the Ages of the Legion on trend as well, so able to provide a little bit more magic resistance to the nice summoner damage from Gimgoon and Republic.
And I wonder if he goes for Banner of Command or whether he goes for Locket here. There is some AoE damage, so Locket is a good potential, but there's not really that many people that will deal well. Oh, Icon. That's
Does get
sneaky.
spotted. We'll be able to slow down Crisis, put a little bit of harass damage down this Republic. Puts out a Sand Soldier just out of range.
Icon is a cheeky devil.
Runs back in towards the Sand Soldier, taunting Republic. But he's going to be able to return to this mid lane and pick up all this farm. Tags him with the end of the Glitter Lance.
Even gets the creep as well. So Icon, he's a fun player to watch.
Oh, look at this. Republic going to go aggressive against Trenders, trying to take down a ward. We'll get the Wild Grifters keep alive for a little bit. They're now going to turn their attention onto Icon, taking so much hurt from this EPA lineup. All he wanted to do was save his jungler, but he's going to go down.
Yeah, so in the end, Chuen recklessly clearing out that ward. Didn't respect that there was going to be another member coming. All of a sudden, mid lane under fire. Although 5 has something to say about that.
He's going to put up the door, try and stop some of this damage onto the turret. Kog'Maw is going to be able to move into this mid lane. Does have his Hurricane built up as well.
He's massive.
That's a huge Kog'Maw, only 16 minutes into the game with 2 major items completed.
And they're just lucky that it's really the levels that give him the attack speed now. He gets a lot out of items as well, don't get me wrong, but if this was old Kog'Maw, you would nearly call the game. You'd be like, 2 items, 16 minutes in, Lulu to boot, just group up around objectives and start spraying people down. Probably needs another couple of levels before we're at that stage of the game, but still dire straits for EPA, even though they're 1,000 gold in the lead.
They're still showing signs of the EPA that we know of being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more dominant in the early game, but like you mentioned, stuff to put up with this big Void Puppy. Strand, he's going to be clearing out wards once again. I think he needs to take a break from that little hobby. He's going to be able to leave that pink ward alone for now.
So this is really smart out of EPA. Pressuring the mid lane turret, trying to get the last bit of standing gold out for themselves. But once again, really do need to respect. Oh,
Transby jumped on, though. Wild Growth's going to be popped. He gets taken down through it as well, but Gimgood has to get the heal coming in from Moon to stay alive. Ultimate's been popped by 5 as well. Icon still pushing aggressive. Republic's going to jump back in, gets ignited. One more Clear Lance is enough. Icon picks up that kill for himself, trading 1 for 1. And EPA, they got a nice pick, but they just get aggressed on by Icon.
yeah, a little bit over-aggressive. And one more time, Xiang still in the top lane, pushing that one out. That opens up the mid lane siege with Kog'Maw, with Lulu here. Don't know how much hope they really have of defending this successfully. Although SMLZ prioritizing champions right now, maybe should have hit the turret a couple more times.
Gets a few sneaky auto attacks in. He's going to be moving through the jungle now, possibly moving back towards that mid lane to help out with the siege. We did see Gimgo move up into that top lane. Instead, it's going to be champions recalling at the side of OMG. SMLZ is going to head back to base, picks up his boots of swiftness. So there's a very fast Kog'Maw moving around Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, with Whimsy going to help out even further, as Schwen gets the bad news that his Raptor Pit has been cleared, they'll give the red buff over to the Kog'Maw you feel right now. And even though Xiang, still 2 levels behind, has started to close the gap in the CS, only about 15 behind.
Does have his Sunfire play completed. Lots of items on the side of Gimgoongo. Already has the Spirit Research and the makings of his Sunfire Cape. And in fact, actually completes it during that recall. So 1 item ahead of Xiang now. So there's a very tanky Poppy to deal with. And Tread going to be able to body slam over his wall, get away from harm of the EPA lineup. As SMLZ, now he's working on taking down this turret.
Yeah, that's what you expected last time. Interesting door out of 5 that time.
Slanted, tilted.
Yeah, tilted. But you can see this Kog'Maw is just business right now. He's 56 CS up. He's working his way towards what will be either a Bork or, if I know SMLZ, it'll be something ridiculous like Wit's End, because that's what he built last time, I believe.
Ardent Sensor, who knows?
Oh, he's not going to build the Ardent Sensor. That's for the Lulu, 6th item. But you can see right now they want to control the Dragon. They have identified very clearly their win condition in this series. It is around neutral objectives.
And that is the objective they've been prioritizing throughout this best of 5 series. Not going to be able to take it for now. Instead, they're going to be going to clear out the rest of the jungle.
And
EPA,
are they actually giving it up? Because EPA has started this one.
They're 4 men strong. They do have teleport on.
They've got 2 very good wards behind them if you are OMG. So we'll see.
Trent gets it.
Teleport coming in for Gimgoon, however, onto 5.
5 going to try and back away from this one. SMLZ is there to put down the goo. Probably going to try and get a little bit of damage over the wall, but Trent, he stole that dragon.
Yeah, steals the dragon with barrel and cask.
I got this, guys.
Does a lot of damage, especially when you have Runic Echoes as a jungle item. And now they're looking for Gimgoon. I've seen this story so many times.
Oh, look at this. Kog'Maw's going to try and rain down the hurt. Here comes the ultimate from Gimgoon, though. He's just going to sit there and take the damage coming out from SMLZ. Picks up the kill with ease.
And I talk about this all the time. 1 auto attack or Winter's Bite is all Braum needs, and Kog'Maw does the rest. Gets the stun out so quickly. The response is a mid lane push, but we've seen this time and time again. Lulu and Gragas just wave clear for days, and there's absolutely nothing EPA can do in response. 20-minute mark. Looks like it's going OMG's favor one more time.
Yep, it's been back and forth, but OMG always been the ones that are able to pull it back in their favor.
Azir walking through the jungle. Might have been caught out a little bit here.
Yes, he's going to be able to shuffle his way over the wall. This Trend's going to try and take away another jungle camp from Crisis. SMLZ and 5 continue with this push to the bottom lane. In fact, Moon wanted a piece of the Kog'Maw, fires a couple auto attacks off, sees 5, and just decides to back off.
Yeah, not worth it, mate. Keep your life. SMLZ is going to go back. He has a huge shop right now. He hasn't shopped in about 50 creeps and also picked up a kill. So he's a very rich Cogmore, I would suspect. I really want to see like just an outright Wits End picked up. People are like, you're crazy, Spawn. He'll never do that. You don't know SMLZ like I do. Yeah.
That's why June is a champion we like to see him on, because he's an SMLZ champion.
Well, he was the guy that came up with a double Zeal pickup, right? A lot of people were going like one Zeal into something like Essence Reaver for the cooldown reduction. Other people were bypassing that, going into armor penetration. He was like, no, movement speed, really important on this champion. Got to move quick. Crit, really important as well. So SMLZ, like he also used to go the BF Sword, Caulfield's Warhammer, other BF Sword, before he finished up his Essence Reaver on Misfortune, because it was about the same amount, and, you know, really valued the flat AD that you would get for Misfortune's ulti. So he does things differently, but it generally works out for the young man.
He's probably the only player I would allow to build a Gwyn's Blade on Callista, but it is going to be a Blade of Ruin King being picked up by SMLZ.
Now I'm just sad.
He's got the components, so he's going for that
Fork
standard
does make
Cogmore round.
sense. Look, there's a lot of tanks on the other team. Graves gets tanky as well, but it's just not the same.
On hit damage, synergizing nicely with his W and with the Runon's Hurricane being picked up previously.
Yeah, that's why you go Wits End, mate. Come on.
There's still potential.
Twin,
He's going to get caught out, going to get knocked back by Repug's ultimate. Actually uses a nice ultimate and a flash to get over the pillar. Tran is able to ninja his way out of that.
5, he's in.
He's going to walk in, puts down the door, takes up so much damage. Teleports are coming in. SMLZ, he's just firing for the backlines. He's not done yet. Pops the shield coming in for Graves here, but Jim Good, he's going to get jumped on now. Slams SMLZ into the door, knocks him up. It's not going to be enough. 5 gets over for the support. SMLZ goes on a killing spree. They find 3 members of EPA.
And all of a sudden, Baron is going to be under fire because it's a Cogmore comp and they have a Lulu. Xiang is absolutely massive at this point as well. He can take it up for days. And wow, OMG, one team fight in the mid game, able to burst this game back wide open. They'll pick up another Baron, although it looks like EPA still want to go.
Republic teleported in for this one. He's not able to get the steal.
Oh my god.
He is almost deleted there. But speaking of deletion, Azir is gone. Lucian is running through Summoner's Rift, trying to get away. SMLZ is hunting him, the Cogmore. He has that light trying to find the way. Moon has been found. The ultimate's going to land. Icon is going to be able to pick up the kill, though, at the back lines. And OMG find 2 more kills in themselves and get the Baron.
All right, let's have a look at this. It looks like they catch out Twen, but they use so much. And then 5 just wanders into the team. He's like, you know what? We can fight this. We have a Cogmore. They're able to get all of the slows down in the path. That means that they cannot walk towards SMLZ. And because of the Lulu, he just keeps going forward. Chunks out 1, chunks out the 2nd. Even Gimgoon, the big tanky member, is not safe here against the Cogmore. Does his best, but 5 flies over the wall, keeps him nice and safe. And OMG, one more time, they just look so coordinated.
And there's 6,000 gold ahead of EPA now. What was the first game that EPA were ahead?
He's got another recurve poke.
Oh, that's going to be a
now
Wits
it
End.
has to be a Wits End.
So he's doing it. He's getting the extra magic damage. Now all we need is an Ardent Sensor coming out from Icon. He's got the beautiful Cogmore build going on.
You know what? Technically, because Locket is a shield, Gragas can build the Ardent Sensor.
That would be interesting.
That would
Coming
be
up with Trent.
stupid, but it's just one of those things. As Cogmore, once again, marches forward and tries to murder people.
He's 5-1-4, 260 CS now. His opponent, Moon, doesn't have a single kill. Only has his Essence Reaver and Rapid Fire Cannon. He just can't match the damage that the Void Puppy is dishing out in this game. Another Sun Turret will go down in favor of OMG. They're lurking on the middle lane inner turret now.
Oh, that's a big slow barrel, and now everyone has to be careful. Chuen, seeing if he can get some flashes out. None of them are available, mate.
Sion does head back to base to deal with the top lane push coming in.
We'll see if they can win a 4v5. SMLZ's been caught up a little bit. Maybe a time they could have gone.
Takes a little bit of damage. Would be able to heal up quite nicely if he can spray and pray for a little bit, but they back off as soon as Sion reaches that top lane. He's going to pick up a nice amount of farm for himself. He's been doing well for himself now. He's ahead of Gimgoon in terms of CS after Gimgoon had a nice start.
Oh, Crisis.
Good door coming out from Brom. Gonna stop a lot of the damage that does come through. It's SMLZ. He's gonna be buffed up by the Lulu and move on towards this bottom lane inner turret. Gonna take it down with ease. As OG just ripping through the objectives on EPA's side of the map.
And alarm bells must be ringing right now because Dragon number 3 is up. We've seen time and time again. OMG, they're not a risky team. they will turret dive, but only when it's really clearly in their favor. And they just, you know, they get two objectives. They rotate to a dragon. They get all the waves pushing in their favor. And they recognize that they don't need to throw this game away. They're just in such a commanding position.
They're going to be able to take down this dragon. OMG, they must really want this game. They were very close from getting into playoffs to move in to playoffs for the LPL. Instead, dropped it. Now after playing the promotion tournament, they want to get back in for next split. They're showing this in their match against EPA, who was a team that we thought were going to shine the promotion tournament due to the fact they had a very outstanding later part of the split in the LPL.
Group B is just doing what everyone thought they always would do and prove that they're the dominant group today, Fish. As we see that Chuen running through the jungle with reckless abandon. There's a wit's end. So
You got it.
it was an item late, but better late than never.
And Ardent Senses being picked up by Lulu. We've done it.
This is a synergy between the two items. So I thought we would see a heck of a lot more than this. In fact, Wayless picked it up, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I saw New Cogmore, and I was like, he was just a patch behind, because that's what the LPL does. So it's actually genius. You have so much on-hit damage with Ardent Sensor, Wits End, and Cogmore W up now. It honestly just, like, bypasses his weak portion of the game.
Not to mention all of the on-hit effects coming from Blade of Ruin King to W as well. Cogmore just going to be slaughtering people in these fights. See, I'm actually looking for a cheeky engage. Throws out the anchor, not quite able to connect with everyone, but it's another turret going down in favor of OMG. They are looking to try push towards this inhibitor turret. SMLZ gets a lot of damage down onto the turret, gets locked down by the pillar that does come out from Trundle, but they're not going to stop yet. OMG are just looking for this push, tempting EPA to fight them.
But once again, they don't really need to push. They're just, while it's safe, they will do so. As that is the tankiest member on the map that has just been chunked out.
SMLZ now making his way towards this turret. Gets a lot of damage down.
They got up to SMLZ.
They're able to get it, but the Mikhail's Crucible going to keep him alive. 5 will go down. SMLZ's trying to spray and pray. Republic's going to try and knock him back into the team. Icon, he's still alive. SMLZ, he's kiting. He's still up. He's going to get it. He got triple. That's going to be the penta for SMLZ. What a play coming from OMG. What a fantastic team fight for the lineup.
You know, I don't even know if you can call it a play. He just sat still and they threw everything onto the Void Puppy. One more time he gets a pentakill versus EPA. This time they'll get the game and the series with it. Welcome back to the LPL.
SMLZ comes out huge for the team. OMG put a lot of faith into their Void Puppy, and with 3 members left, they're going to continue with their push, with their march towards the Nexus. And like you said, Spawn, welcome back to the LPL OMG. They have done it 3-0 in this best of 5 series against EPA.
And honestly, they couldn't have done it in better fashion. They take down the Nexus, as you mentioned, and you see them on your screen. They were so close to playoffs. This young team had such a brilliant season. In the end, they were beaten out by seeding, not even by win-loss. And EPA, unfortunately, will have to go up against MFG to try and reclaim their spot in the LPL.
And there were glimmers of hope for the EPA team in all 3 of the games today. There were times when it looked like they were trying to fight back, times when it looked like they could try and get back into the game against OMG. But OMG were always able to close it out time and time again.
OMG, honestly, like, call a spade, just looked like the better team today. They look like they absolutely had EPA's measure. And that's not taking anything away from EPA, who did play a very solid 3 games. It just looked like OMG had the answers every single time. They're a very experienced lineup. The LPL without OMG, honestly, would be a very different landscape. So as they take their bow in the middle of your screen, you kind of expected it to happen. EPA, they do need to go through the next team, but they're a very promising lineup.
And it's been a very roller coaster ride from OMG. Very close to playoffs. Weren't able to get it through seeding, now able to win through the promotion tournament, getting back into the LPL. They put on a phenomenal performance here and just looked like every single player from the lineup stepped up to the plate today.
Yeah, 100%. And this is the 3rd game in a row where you're like, who's going to get MVP? Probably the Cogmore. But honestly, you could give it to anyone. Like, Icon had another terrific game. They unselfishly built towards that Protect the Cogmore comp. We keep talking about it. You know, Ardent Sensor. You don't want to pick that up as a mid Lulu. You're like, get me my Death Cap. Get me my Void stuff. I'm going to chunk people out. But it's like, no, Icon's like, I'm willing to take the best seed. I understand it's a team game. Chuen, once again, terrific performance on the Gragas. Got a couple of key snipes there. I really like when OMG play as a team because they just look so cohesive.
And they felt like OMG had a very linear objective today. That was to take as many dragons as possible. They had 100% dragon control in this best of 5 series, and that is with 1 snipe coming out from Trent as well. And that was their focus for game 1. They had a little bit of focus from that in Game 2 and a little bit of focus on that from Game 3. But we're going to take a look at the results coming in for tonight. Hyper Youth Gaming were able to pick up 3 wins against Masters 3 here today. So they go on to face off against Young Miracles in the next match to try and qualify back into the LPL. Unfortunately, Masters 3 will not be returning next split. To take a look at the first promotion game, IOG able to pick up the 3-0 win in the Best 5 series against EPA. So they will be returning into the LPL, whereas EPA will have to play against MFG to try and fight for that final spot in the LPL.
Yeah, and this becomes a really interesting match as we actually take a look at the standings there. So as you can say, exactly what we said, HYG versus Young Miracle, EPA versus MFG. That's going to be really 2 very interesting games. Young Miracle, it's PDD's team. He's a coach, he's our founder. That's going to be an interesting team to watch. They're honestly brilliant solo queue talent. On the other side, however, MFG, kind of unknown, and we'll see how they're able to perform as we actually take a look at tomorrow's games.
Yep, here are all the games that are lined up for this week. Tomorrow, Vici going to take on LG. Oh, no, that's not Vici going to go against LG. Vici going to take on World Elite, and Snake going to take on EDG.
Yeah, and 2 very interesting games because Vici versus WE is going to be so critical. And that's actually where we kick it off. WE will be on Blue side for game number 1. But Snake versus Eagle Gaming. Snake surprised everyone with how easily they shut out Invictus. And everyone was like, wow, this is like the 10 Snake, the Snake that we've been expecting for so long. But EDG are so good at the moment. Like, they look like the #1 team again in the LPL. They finished 2nd seed, and you know they're going to want to fight through this gauntlet.
They looked like a very strong team from the very start of the LPL, so dropping a couple of games here and there with a very different lineup being thrown into the mix as well. But Snake, like you mentioned, they had I believe it was 60 minutes all it took for them to win that best of 5 series against IG.
They just rolled over the top of IG. I mean, IG threw some cards at them. I mean, who expected Makoko Tabe to come out of retirement and play in the lineup? I didn't. I was very surprised to see a guy that had been on the World's Analyst desk with me, 5 months ago in the IG lineup. But it was really interesting to see how IG played and how well Snake answered. Because when teams throw those curveballs, it takes a lot of guts to be able to throw it back at them. And Tank came up massive in that set. He's always someone that we've questioned and was just able to take over the games.
So we're going to take a look at the MVP for today. It is going to be SMLZ 10-1-4 with 88% kill time and 51% damage share.
I pointed at the screen, Fish takes the wrong number. 51% of his team's damage. That's over half.
Yep, that is MVP well deserved. His team did facilitate it, but this was that massive team fight. Everything was meant to try and save this Kog'Maw.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, they threw the kitchen sink at him there at one point. And look, he had a couple of good flashes in there, but realistically, he just sat there still and just auto-attacked everyone.
This was that moment. He just sat there, was like, thank you very much, goodbye, you're welcome, thank you. Welcome back to the LPL.
That is honestly so beautiful to watch. It certainly is something. And one thing I will say is, I said he just sat there and auto-attack, but he was always auto-attacking the right target. So target prioritization absolutely on fleek there from the Kog'Maw.
The last time they pulled out Kog'Maw against M3 was during the regular split of the LPL, which was banned out against them for the remaining of their matches against M3. SMLZ showing once again why that is a very strong pickup for him himself. He's been a fantastic AD carry for the side of OMG.
Yeah, he certainly has. SMLZ, someone that we expected so much of, the heir to Wei Xiao's throne. I mean, this guy was hyped when he entered the LPL. On WE, didn't really have that success, but now has started to really step up on OMG.
They sure have. And thanks to OMG, welcome back to the LPL. And unfortunately, we're going to have to watch EPA try and fight out for that final spot in the LPL. They're going to try and face up against MFG.
Yep.
I keep messing up all these acronyms coming in here, but they're going to be playing that match in a couple of days. But one of the games we haven't talked about that's going to happen tomorrow is going to be Team W taking on Vici. LGD weren't quite able to close out the game against Vici, and now it's going to be Vici taking on TW. What do you think of this matchup?
Yeah, honestly, LGD got absolutely punished for their bad seeding, and Vici had a really clear game plan coming into those sets, and you felt like if LGD had maybe some more blue sides, it would have been a little bit different. But Vici, got to give credit to them. The Hoon coming up massive, solo killing Wayless, able to get around Summoner's Rift, was pumping out damage on the Lulu. So Vici is an exciting team. They have an obvious weakness in their bottom lane, but they seem to play Ashe very well. And I've always said this about like weaker bottom lanes. If you got like an A-grade AD carry and like a good support, put them on utility, Sivir, Ashe. make sure that they're the ones kicking it off, and then the top lane and the top half of the map can follow up very, very well. And that's what we saw in game number 3, I believe. They were on match point. They throw him onto the Ashe, and they're just able to completely exploit the LGD lineup. And that's something that I really look forward to seeing if they can replicate time and time again. And whether all of a sudden, like, you have to start focusing Endless, because you don't want to have to ban Ashe against Vici. They have so many superstars: Dandy, Lung, EasyHoon. So it's just something that you're going to have to keep an eye out
It's
on.
been a very top focus team coming in from Vici. It feels like they have a lot of resources in the top side of the map. They spend a lot to try and get their bottom side going. It's good to see that the bottom side going have been contributing without those resources.
100%. And this is the thing. I don't think they're without resource. Like, IG is a bottom lane that plays without resource.
Yep.
Like, no one goes near, like, it's just forgotten about. Like,
Do not touch.
they are neglected in a very bad way. Dandy will at least gank bottom lane and get them going. Lung will teleport down there if he can transition a lead. So it's just that they've got such a strong side of the top half of the map that you'd be honestly an idiot not to play towards Lung and EasyHoon if you're Dandy. So I do really like how he paths around. He always starts top side, gets the bottom side rolling. As long as they can push out their lane, they're not in danger of getting ganked. He'll stay top side and just accumulate leads for his 2 solo laners.
And then on the flip side, we're going to be watching Team WE, who are seated into this position. They will be taking on Vici in this matchup. They feel like a very teamwork-based team that either work together or they just fall apart.
Look, WE, they're not going anywhere in a hurry. I think that's the safest way to explain their game plan. They're very methodical. They will pick you apart, and they try and pull you all over the maps to take team fights in different areas. So, look, they're not going to excite anyone with their gameplay, but if you like methodical, clean League of Legends, WE is certainly a team that you should watch out for, especially their top laner, 957. His initiations are, like, on point. He's one of those people that if he sees a winning team fight, he will move hell and high water to get it for you. So I really like WE as a lineup. I think that they're a team that has a lot of growth. Shia and Mystic have definitely come into their own this year, especially Shia proving that he's not just an assassin one trick, not just this solo queue player, can play the control major. So WE, they'll go with the best of them. It's just expect the games to be longer games because that's the way they like to play League of Legends.
Yeah, 957 was one of those players that made Atlas very happy with the Rammus pickup in a top lane. But that is all from us here tonight. On behalf of Spot, myself, all the shoutcasts are here today in the Time Production crew. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you guys tomorrow for more LPL action.